I mean, we just took the piss out of fucking China.
Amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle. Critics, and of course, when you study Aristotle in the Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, which was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so, Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they can tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Bravano commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take it. Now, that's not saying that Bravano was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally. Perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. It's actually not true. My daughter, my eldest daughter, found that book mine by Joseph Lushkin, and I read a book. I like to read quotations of the stories. 10 years ago, I first wrote it. I read it, and she read them back to me. She does not know how to do it, but nevertheless, she reminded me of the joke. So now I have a few more pictures. So the joke goes like this. Forgive my imitation English accent, it's not very good, but you have to say it's English accent. So, there's this deli, there's a certain Mr. Schwartz who works in the deli, and the same thing every day goes in the same lunch. So it's almost identical, the same rate, the same seat. So one day, it's on and he says, if it's cold, we can get you another bowl. I thought you should taste it. He says, it's exactly the same kind of soup we made it fresh. I thought you should taste this soup. Okay, fine. Here's the soup. It's not necessarily that same joke, using Irish ethnicity or Scottish or whatever, but sometimes it just makes no sense. Anyways, that's the most happy thing we're going to talk about today, because our topic today is medieval anti-Semitism, and before that, we should briefly at the life of Johannes Peppercorn, and in that context, another individual, Johannes Peppercorn, who really is a hero in Jewish history, and we'll see how these two relate to each other. Peppercorn was, unfortunately, one of a typical type Jewish figure that we see throughout Jewish history. Really, it is as old as recorded Jewish history. There's this phenomenon which has been sometimes defined as the self-hating Jew. It's really the term anti-Semite perhaps. It's not in terms to begin with, but self-reflective hatred of oneself. So the desire to escape the orbit of Judaism, but also to denigrate the origins of an individual. Self-hating people, you see them so much throughout history. That's that one last week when we talked about Nicholas Donin. Peppercorn is exactly in the same tradition 300 years later. Basically, he is a Jew, rather unsanitary, unsavory thinking, unsavory background. decided to move into Christianity. This, ironically, is a kind of a career move in pre-modern Europe, and especially in that difficult transition period of the early 19th century that we'll talk about next year, probably in the spring term. Because within the medieval corporate environment of Western, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You could not choose not to affiliate. You were either part of the church or you and subject to its often cumbersome regulations, but at the same time, protect the atmosphere of communities, or you simply change teams as it were, and you joined another one of the corporations. Typically, you would want to join the peasantry because that's a very hard life of the Jews. They kind of assimilated out into the peasantry. That invariably meant conversion to Christianity. But for many Jews, this like the life of the mind. Since the mobility was close to them, most of them many Jews were not happy with the idea of celibacy, especially someone like Rabbi who was already married and several kids. So it became essentially an anti-Jewish agitator. Something she took up with what happened inside Judaism. Don't forget that the church basically lost the use of Aramaic very early on. The Christian tradition continued into Greek with the Septuagint, and their intellectual tradition really didn't follow the Jewish tradition of Midrash, Mishnah, Talmud, and the commentators and so on. So anyone who had knowledge of kind of the complex interior language of the Jews was of value, not only to those who hated Jews, but as we shall see, to liberal Christians who genuinely wanted to explore the religious origins of the mother religion of Judaism, to which Christianity was not connected. At any rate, Rabbi, as we shall see, represented someone who took his limited understanding of rabbinic Judaism, limited ability with Hebrew text, and essentially sold them to the church. And was the primarily the Dominicans had a career of attempting to turn to shortly is that it's kind of interesting because what happened was his anti-Jewish tirades were met by more humanistic was the exemplar of that. And so what was originally a fight with Jewish texts eventually became a fight as to whether or not it was going to be reactionary or whether it was going to be liberal. And ultimately resulted in some major issues within the church as well. So there were huge implications for the larger group beyond this otherwise minor fight among the Jews. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time first of all talking about the history of anti-Semitism. By that I mean the ideology of anti-Semitism rather than the history of Jews. Because anti-Semitism itself has four very different periods. I'll outline those briefly in a few minutes. Then we're going to turn back to Capricorn and Rifle and their debate. And then finally we'll look at some of the legacy of this conflict, particularly within the Jewish intellectual tradition. So that's the plan for tonight. Any arguments, discussions, questions? Yes, please. Two out of three. It is anti-Semitic. It is the parties. This is just pick this up off the web. This is a 1990 edition of the Tourist Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The second, apparently, translation of it into Japanese. And when you figure out that there are more than 5,000 Jews in Japan total, the fact that they would need two translations of even one edition of this notoriously anti-Semitic manual indicates just how the longevity and staying power of anti-Semitism as an ideology. You don't need Jews for anti-Semitism. As Jean-Paul Sartre, the famous French philosopher, said, Geez, we're going to concentrate on the third level and mentioned the last one. Discuss this in detail until we get to the next semester, which will start in February. Ancient xenophobia, early Christian anti-Judaism, medieval Jew hatred, or modern anti-Semitism. You notice that use distinct terms for the antipathy, because there really are different kinds of hatred. Started here. I'll ask this question again if you need to once I get to number 2, okay? So let's go through some consultation on the first period of Jewish analysis. Many scholars call it classical xenophobia. So I need a definition of the term xenophobia. Xenos means a stranger. Fear of the different others, wearing a translation. Fear of something that's other than. And that is ultimately the normal kind of hatred. I mean, hatred is a strong word, but you get a little bit nervous, just like infants have fears of certain types of foods, certain types of books. They find out to a certain degree. It's a natural thing to look at the actual distinctness and separation. And that's just like the Chinese have this, or the Japanese have this, or the Koreans, or the Mongolians. This is all this human history. It is not specifically directed at Jews. Jews may be the victims of it. Jews may be practitioners of it, but it's nothing like pathologically, specifically Jewish about it. So, for example, this is a detail from the March of Titus, which is located in Rome, which commemorates the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans. The Romans obviously erected this march to represent their victory. I think many scholars mistakenly point to this as an example of anti-Semitism. Really anti-Semitism. But I would like to take this into consideration that it's not complimentary to Jews. It shows Jews here, in slavery and carrying off these spoils of Jerusalem to Rome. I used to teach this class many, many years ago. I used to say, carrying off the booty. You can't say that anymore. The younger people say they got the spoils to Rome. So this is not an anti-Semitic depiction. It is the kind of depiction that virtually every culture uses to represent their success and their happiness in their war over their enemies. Right? This is, I think in Latin they call this style nana nana poo. Very, very common, and there's nothing specifically anti-Jewish about it. It is xenophobic. The Jews are the other. You defeated the other. Congratulate yourself. But it does not represent anything like the Jews drink Christian blood, for example. That would not fall into this debate whatsoever. The kinds of things that you see happening in the ancient world that fit within this, for example, the ancient Egyptians had a really hard time with the Exodus story because they come off very bad in the second part of the Bible. And so their earliest historians, like the priest Rabbi, go quite a lot to say, no, it's not true. They didn't leave Egypt. We kicked them out because they were bubblers, things like that. And so you create a counter history which is designed to try and insulate them from the widely circulated story of Charlton Heston and Tim Francis. In Greece, a little bit later in the Hellenistic age, there were specific Jewish practices that the Hellenistic peoples felt were really inappropriate for their culture. Specifically, they felt that the Jews were very clannish and misanthropic, meaning hating other people. And to bolster that argument, they pointed to certain that they could not share meals with Jews, that the Jews kept themselves apart. They had their specific dietary requirements that they would not share with others. So these are legitimate, observations of Jewish ritual. The feelings that the Greeks had of resentment towards the Jews did have some basis in a legitimate observation of Jewish behavior. Similarly, the Jews were thought because they just unprecedented one day of maintenance, not one day. That was acceptable. But they did not do business, they didn't have money, nothing like that. One day a week, the Greeks, they took very, very few holidays by comparison, which reminds me of a joke. Did I tell you the joke about the 3 college students talking about the religious leaders? Okay, I'll tell it again. So it's like these 3 college students are sitting around and talking about their religious leaders. One of them says, "My he is something special. He is something special. For example, the other day, walking on the place, just raging animal mountains, and we saw trapped on a rock in the middle of the river was this little kitten. And so Mike grew up when he saw this, he held up his hands, 6 feet around him, water started flowing, and he brought it down and rescued the kitten. And then this was the best of my Swami is amazing. My Swami, let's walk the line. It's really busy. It's really busy. Cars are going so fast up and down. And we saw on the median there's this tiny little cotton tree. So my Swami put out his hand. It was 6 feet around, the palm tree was slow and tall, and he walked out and rescued the kitten. You think that's something that's nothing? My rabbi, he is really amazing. Once we were walking down the street on Shabbos, and we saw $1 bill on the ground. And so my rabbi, he put out his hands, and for 6 feet around it was Tuesday. I apologize for that joke. It's a little bit self-hating, but it's because I'm thinking about Johannes Peppercorn, so it kind of fits in a little bit. Forgive me. Okay, so Jews being lazy, and Romans, one last one, this one's my favorite. Romans felt that the Jews were impious. The Jews refused to participate in basic religious ritual. What kind of religious ritual? Well, the civic religion, which involved a lot of sacrifices and idols, bowing down to idols and things like that. And the Romans felt that the Jewish refusal to simply do these little acts of obeisance took them outside of the community of humanity. And the comparison I like to think of is if you go to a ball game, which is sort of like our civic religion in many ways, and they play the national anthem, and there's some guys who refuse to stand up to the national anthem. So for the people who refuse to stand up, they're saying, what is that? It's against my religion. Everybody else just gets angry, saying, what are you talking about? It's not a religious question. It's just being part of America. You stand up with the national anthem. So the Romans felt that the Jews were impious. In all of these cases, and by the way, when you look at the ancient writings, the Greeks and the Romans, they can say some really nasty things about the Jews. But the vast majority of their comments center around these kinds of arguments. They are simple, cultural misunderstandings of Jewish ethics. So, any questions for number 2? Okay, so number 2, this is where anti-Semitism changes significantly, and it is in the wake of the creation of Judeo Christianity. Christianity, this is the answer to this question. Christianity has a special relationship with the Jewish people because, of course, this is a faith that's involved in Judaism, and as it honored and elevated as significant as the other faith, but at the same time, it had to denigrate what goes very heroic Protestant minister understood when she wrote a great book on Faith and the Rapture Slide back in the 1970s, very controversial. She said that anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology. Meaning at the same time that Christianity wants to elevate Jesus and Christianity, it has to separate from the mother church and as a result put down anti-Semitism. So, for example, look at this picture here, which is from an illuminated Bible, and it shows, this is actually a rather nice example, it shows the church here, not right slam, It's unfortunate that we have a religion, and this was once favored, but now it's not. It has to die, and now it's not. I think that right there, it's not very and a nice depiction. You see many more examples of stalking people taking the exact example. There are hundreds of examples of this primarily because these images as pets large villages, especially in cities, cathedrals, unable to read, but they're able to take it into information, and they have these images explained to them. This, for example, is an interesting Renaissance depiction. You see on the left here, it's a white right now, Jesus would be in charge of the upright staff indicating and she's clear-eyed, looking forward, and so on, all indicating current status. Synagogue, on the other hand, is in a state but they're walking from hands indicating that the Jews are losing even of their religion. And she was mindful to destroy all of these destroy the place of the synagogue by the church. This rather nasty example is from the 13th century in America, the city of Philadelphia, and the Savior's in church. The church indicating divine favor. Contrast the synagogue here, open staff, other talking in case you didn't get the message, there's a hand setting with a sword to the top of her skull, indicating that she's lost. This kind of anti-Jewish imagery is very difficult to see in period. Because now it's specific. Now it is practical imagery. You can't take that exclusively religious in content. It's all about what the rabbis say as opposed to what the priests say. It's a very different kind of fight. It's a very narrow strata of the intellectual world is able to do it. That's a very good question. That's a lot of the short answer now is that it's to the second millennium. So we'll talk about it then. So that's an excellent question. I wondered about it myself many times. And I wrote a little article on it that doesn't answer the question, but it's another question on top of it. My guess is because they represent large abstract figures. There is a tendency in Western cultures to use command terms to describe things. Hurricanes, things like that. Figures in these kinds of examples are exclusively female. And then, of course, about 200 years, men started appearing, women started disappearing. And in towns they argued to correspond with a huge uptick in violence. Violence still about women in all primary depictions. Violence, not the physical attacks on Jews, and in fact, the imagery, except in this bloody sword here, tends to be much more tame. As soon as you started involving men, it's much bloody. A lot of other factors that involve printing. That's very significant because these images are expensive to produce. It's not like videographs or cuts that were easy to produce and cheap. These are things that had to have official backing. The church had to pay for them. The government had to pay for them. And so when you get past the revolution, and just about anybody can start producing things and selling, that's when people just get much more rapidly picture. One of the right is a stained glass window, and the left is a white window. Let's go to level 3 now. The third level is where it goes off the rails. This is the period that we're in now. Which really starts to begin ticking up around the 900s and it reaches a fever pitch in the 13th century. It really doesn't slow down. Here I call the first one I call xenophobia because it's more, you can find that then anti-Judaism, which is it's a religious argument primarily by the British period. Now we get to Jew hatred, which really is, it's specific to Jews, it's hatred. It still has some connection to religion, but it's the kind of things that people say in this period are so far beyond religious agendas that it's clear that religion is just a veneer which profound unsettling. This is a period where all kinds of things that have no basis whatsoever in Christian teachings come to the fore and dominate the imagination. Things like, for example, the idea that Jews consume blood of Christian children, a complete denial of the basis of reality whatsoever. It first pops up in the 12th century and it just will not go away. It's kind of like something that people get in their head and the story spread and not to say why even when the church is specifically indicating over and over again in papers that it's not true, Jews do not drink Christian blood and so on. Nevertheless, even the church cannot be assured of this. And subterranean books will these dark forces. This is an example of that. It's a cheap woodcut, which is easily produced. It is pornographic in its nature. It's a church out here. Blood and used for some of the various Jewish groups. The charge ritual. First, it's rich in the 12th century. This is a later depiction of it. The charge ritual is that if Jews hate Jesus, and especially in Easter time, they must reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. Since Jesus is no longer around, as the story goes, they have to Jesus thinking the best choice would be a young Christian boy who is sin on his record, and so the child would be taken and killed. But the way these things were actually developed, and we have a lot of records of this, is that unfortunately, pedophiles and sexual predators and many other times, just like unfortunately happen in our current day. child will be found murdered, mutilated, raped, and so on. And the villagers would be understandably incredibly upset, furious, and they would look for someone to blame. They'd look for someone to hang this on. In some cases, it may have been the perpetrator circulates this rumor that what was the truth of this. And I heard about this once happened in the village over there. They did it in Easter time. The crowd gets upset. Sometimes they arrest the Jews. And sometimes they have a mock trial. Sometimes they go straight to lynching or public burnings. Sometimes the church is able to intervene in time because typically the higher church did not like these charges. Certainly the temporal authorities didn't like the kind of repetitive popular violence that they engendered, and they would try and stop it. But quite often, a lot of Jews lost their lives as a result of these false charges. These charges that they're trying to continue right up into the 21st century. Even there are several examples that appear in America. Related to ritual murder is this charge of blood libel, which didn't happen until years later. Ritual murder charge was just Jews want to reenact the passion. Blood libel is the idea that not only do the Jews want to reenact the passion, they need to drain the blood of this Christian for various mystical or magical purposes. For example, there was a widespread belief that Jews had a unique stench according to Judaism, and the only way to remove that stench would be to eat Christian blood. Was that Jewish men menstruated and they used it to drink Christian blood. Practices in the 13th and 18th century very much created depiction of Simon.
Not really. How have you been watching?
Here is a Christian has kidnapped a child and sold it to the Jews for this
You gotta make like stuff.
This is unfortunately an example of sufficient time to explain. Yes. That's absolutely there are a bunch of variations on this. Christian children see
Shut up. Shut up. And they kind of let him shut up. 10 seconds. And they say, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
That's actually leads to water.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. I just feel like I got
Also, 13th century was a really bad time for Jews. As you're familiar with basic Catholic ritual, which involves a certain amount of confession before a priest, and the granting of absolution, and then after absolution, the Christian Catholic is allowed to partake in communion, which essentially involves the ingesting of a small food that, on a very profound philosophical level, represents the actual body of Jesus, and a drink of wine or grape juice, which represents his blood. Obviously, I'm not an expert in Catholic theology. For our purposes, we have to understand that the Church advance its doctrine of what was called transubstantiation, that the wafer, or in the Eastern churches, the cube of bread, actually was, as they say in Latin, mamish, the blood of Jesus, the body of Jesus. It really wasn't. It's not a symbolic thing. It was actually somehow became the body of Jesus. And I know it's kind of strange for us to think about ingesting it, but that's the way state Catholic ritual. So it follows that if this wafer actually was the body of Jesus, and the percentages of the Jews hated Jesus and wanted to reenact the passion, it's that reason they would also hate the host, that's the wafer, and they would want to do some damage to it as well. So I have a whole bunch of stories about host desecration, which are similar anyways to the blood. The interior of the church, as a Christian, looking over his shoulder as it smells the that goes to the Jews here to say, Jews then take the wafers back to their synagogue, and in the synagogue they practice various rituals with them, such as stabbing them, practicing the most leads. This is the mission artist that's here. Unfortunately, by the way, this actually, I'll tell you what part of it actually happened. Then there's outside who suspects something. What's going on in there? Nothing's going on in here. This one, that's the evidence. Destroy the evidence. Then, of course, all of that stuff is priceless. What happens next? Historical reality. The Jews were then arrested, beheaded, the Jewish hat.
Where are you thinking they're at?
Others were alive at the stake, tortured.
It was like
The Christian originally sold out the host to the Jews is tortured and taken away for further punishment. And the synagogue is then rededicated as a church after they cleared out various body parts of the various activities. This is the third stage of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. It's totally different from what came before. It does have a religious connection in my view. It does make sense unless you understand what the host represents. You don't have to engage in psychology. So, a lot of these things, when you're coming from natural A lot of times explain how we got to this bizarre image, but it was called
I think that you
century
should.
German law a shot,
I got it.
a shame.
What do you mean?
In some cities, if a man is arrested and convicted of sitting across the way they deal with it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to give a huge fine or jail time. Seems to be over the top, so they'll just publish his name in the newspaper. And that's a pretty devastating kind of thing to do, and hopefully it has some deterrent value. So this shot will be used to depict petty criminals. Eventually it lost its judicial connection. Now it's only associated with anti-Semitic. The evidence are very common. There's always and that's the side part of riding the pig backwards. There's another Jew suckling, another Jew eating his excrement. Typically, there's a Jewish woman in the background watching it, riding a goat. And the devil is usually involved in the process as well, indicating that the devil is also Jewish. The Jews belong to the devil background. At the top of these two examples, you see it again. There are tens of examples. There are maybe a couple of you see a victim from the blood libel, a young child that was stretched out and tortured. So that kind of represents the nadir of the third period of anti-Semitic ideology. It's very hard to find anything that is really religious in this example. Some metaphors make sense in religious context, but it's clear that this is just
Praise it up.
for several hundred years. Today it's very difficult to.
Praise it
Okay,
up.
that's the third period. Any questions or arguments?
Huh?
Excellent question. Was it specific to Germany? This was an issue that was raised when Hitler's ruling executioners, in which he argued quite strongly that essentially Hitler was a German thing, which is a Sache, because it was English. But many scholars just tasked look at the data. There's no question. Data points, images like this, incidents, stories emanate from Germany. There is a lot of them from France, or neighboring France, a lot of them from England, a lot of them from Italy, but Germany has provided a place in terms of just amassing this kind of stuff. So scholars will have to figure out why that is, and it is a touchy subject. Yes, last question.
No. 99.
These two examples are actually close to tradition for 100 years. So it doesn't have connection to the Inquisition, to judicial practice, if I didn't pronounce it correctly. Okay, let me go on because I want to get back to prayer.
I have someone on speed.
Let's go back to the fourth period. I want to treat today because it really is right there. Suspense what happens next.
What?
Period of modern anti-Semitism, which is Jews really loses its religious connotations and are really focused on two basic ideas. The idea that Jews are locked in a conspiracy theory, meaning that we're all together in controlling the economy, controlling politics, controlling media. There's like a global kind of conspiracy linking Jews in a network like that. And racism, rather new phenomenon, a scientific, quasi-scientific idea that there are elements in a race later become genetic, based on that time, based on blood, that somehow linked the Jews together in this nature. These two ideas, conspiracy theory and racism, do not necessarily have to have religious connotations whatsoever. And this is the period that we still live in today. So here's an example from a 9th 1920 book cover. Germany, industrialism is sin against the blood. Encyclopedia, a novel of the times. And you can see this, muscular,
You have to take a shit? I mean, I just had these please, bitch.
carrion eating vulture defined as a Jew by the pictures used to say that the Jews are like a cancer. They mess down, keep our culture subservient, and eventually they will feed on our corpse. And that's the kind of message that is very typical of diasporic anti-Semitism. But it's not from our agenda today. Let us return to So in 1509, he converted to Catholicism, I believe, in 1505. He came to the attention of Emperor Maximilian's rather pious sister. And piety, unfortunately, has been unfortunately, they want to demonstrate what they could do so by persecuting Jews. So she was very interested in learning more about the Jews and their nefarious ways and how those ways could be reformed and shown. So she engineered with the Dominican friars, we called them from the burning of the Talmud last week, the introduction between Pfefferkorn and her brother, the Emperor Maximilian I of Germany. He urged the emperor, he said, listen, the reason why the Jews are not going along with Christianity is because, like we saw with the Estonian, they have the Talmud, they have the prayer books, they have all kinds of things. You have to get rid of all of them. Initially, the emperor was loath to do all of this, but ultimately he was put under some political pressure by more conservative reactionary elements in his court. And they said, fine, although this is accurate, but ultimately liberals said, wait a minute, to have the doctrine of witness that I described to him last week, that you're supposed to receive some tolerance, and ultimately he had to relent, and he gave the books back. So the books, again, I'm not actually sure how extensive the confiscation went, but he gave the books back, and in its place, he appointed a high commission to study the problem of Jewish books. And what does it mean that the Jews have these texts in circulation? How does that affect our civilization? Note that this is really a technology argument at the same time, because this is the period that the Jews were making the really important transition from handwritten manuscripts to printed texts.
I'll kind of like shelf
all of a sudden, all of this knowledge was highly democratized. And the price of wisdom dropped significantly because so many people manuscripts. This is, for example, an Eastern manuscript from about the same time, an handwritten example. Writing a document like that incredibly expensive. And that's only with one commentary. With Rashi, today's modern Talmuds are printed typically with Rashi and Tosfos and a whole host of other commentaries as well. So the idea of being able to make one printed edition, putting it in typeface and then printing it, was a huge boon. But it also meant an explosion of the availability of Talmuds. How much access Jews should have to their religion was very much connected to this. This is a copy of the very first printed edition of the Talmud, Sino edition, published in 1483. It's not a complete Talmud. They only published a handful of volumes, but it was gorgeous. It was regardless of where the it's from there that we get the kind of layout of the page that you don't necessarily see in the handwritten manuscripts. But there are a lot of kind of weaknesses to the Sino example. For example, there's no page numbers. So, it was a really difficult text. No one invented page numbers. So that's why they got this thing that you see in the templates today. The first few words of the next page were printed at the bottom of the page. So that way, you know that you're not missing a page when you put the next text. It's amazing they couldn't think of page numbers, but this they could think of. And so that was kind of what they did. They also had some funky ideas about Aesop's Fables, published by a Christian printer. And since really liked this kind of Adolescent style, even with the naked cherubs and stuff like that. So they decided to print an edition of the Talmud, and they just stole this. The problem is, Latin is written from left to right. Hebrew is written from right to left, so you couldn't fit it onto the page with the bindings. What they did is they cut it, and they flipped it over. So they just flipped the design, and you can actually see the very primitive sort of cuts to do it. This was like the Wild West era of printing at the time. So what happened is that Maximilian I appoints this high commission. He says, okay, what is already the MS with these Jewish books? What's going to be if we just let them have all of this? And he appointed to be one of the co-heads of this commission, the very well-respected Christian theologian, Johannes Reuchlin. Reuchlin was a humanist. He was very liberal in his attitudes and tolerant. He also was quite a fan of the Kabbalah. Fascinating. There was a surge of popularity in Kabbalistic studies by Christians. Reuchlin was one of the few Christians of his day who really had some knowledge of the interior view of Judaism, the Hebrew language, Hebrew theology, and so on. So Reuchlin was shown here. He looks at the charges and he says, "This is ridiculous. The Talmud is a brilliant document. It has perhaps its flaws that make it different, but it has
Genesis chapter 1.
But it's not for this ignoramus to trample upon." And so he said, really, that the Jews should
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light."
Dude, calm the fuck down.
And there was light.
Shut the fuck
God
up.
saw the light that it was good.
Look at yourself, because this is what you represent. So Reuchlin had a very, very sharp and acerbic wit. He immediately wrote a counter pamphlet, which was titled Augenspiegel, which means eyeglasses. Like, you think I need a hat mirror? You need glasses. You can't even see what's going on around you. And he said, essentially that foodporn was an ignoramus, and this was not in the Christian tradition. The Christian tradition is about love and peace and tolerance, and what he's doing is just a total perversion of what Christianity is all about. So they had pamphlet and counter pamphlet, proclamations, counter proclamations, a lot of public support on either side. What was called the Battle of the Books ensued, that went on for really quite a few years. And what's fascinating is that this little spark, which was specifically about the Talmud and other Jewish books, caught on primarily in the Christian world, because there were those back to peppercorn, who wanted a stricter, back to basics, let's persecute the Jews kind of approach. And there are others like Reuchlin. And don't forget, we're in the 1500s now. We're getting close to the period of Shakespeare. We're getting all kinds of, new modern things are burgeoning. We said, we live in a different society. It's changing with the printing technology that's evolving. We have to allow the market of ideas to flourish and so on. And so there are many who are in the liberal wings of the church, back to Reuchlin. It's not at all far-fetched to note that this particular debate over Jewish books had a strong impact on Martin Luther, who just a few years later tacked up his non-Christianity that the church was promoting was dissatisfactory. Was not satisfactory to open and society. There's a couple of interesting
welcome, sisters. Welcome to the Parable YouTube channel. Today we'll be reading natural instructions for life. We'll be reading Exodus, Leviticus, Bamidbar, Numbers, and Devarim, Deuteronomy. We'll be reading from the second version. Our desire is that this blesses you and your family in the midst of our changing world during the week of unleavened bread. While the world is currently in fear and has cast all for tomorrow, we know there is a group of peculiar people who will this week bringing back to his ways, giving us peace. Hallelujah. let's take a moment.
You're terrible. This is how you know the fucking name.
This week, Yahweh said, come to you in your worship's name. Thank you, Abba, for waking us up in these dark times, waking us up to belief in your true Son, Yahushua HaMashiach, who gave himself, offered himself for us in his blood cleansing. So thank you. Also, thank you for waking us up to your marvelous door, Abba. And we just pray that this sweet savor before you. We pray that the words of this door will be blessed. Thank you for you. Bless you. So let us take it, sisters, to bless you. So bless Yahushua has cleansed us and given us once more. His Spirit has against us and gives us culture. Open our eyes and ears to the wonders to cultivate our hearts, see that we may produce the fruit that you desire from man. To sing praises unto you for your mighty works, to bless you in our obedience to you. So, we get started. Yevarech ha Yahuwah Yishmael. Yever Yahuwah Manav. Yesa Yahuwah Manav. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you, and gracious unto you. His countenance upon you. My brothers and sisters, here we go. We pray that we're ready. Let's we're ready for the self-thing. So, Adam Bears, we have two Justins as well. We have Justin Roberts, who's with me now, and Justin Best, who's joining us in a little bit. And Jeremy Bucks, so two Adams, two Justins. It's great share. Genesis 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, and it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. So, and Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning was the second day. And Elohim said, let the waters of the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and gathering together with the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw it. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed within itself are so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was within itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. The evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth. So, and Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule the day over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And then the morning and the fourth day. And Elohim said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth and the Elohim created great sea monsters and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly of their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw them most good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, Be fruitful and multiply, and enlarge the seas, and live
It's raining outside, but listen to the Bible.
And the evening and the morning of the fifth day. And Elohim said, Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, creeping thing, beast of the earth after his kind. And so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created them. Elohim blessed them. Elohim said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. Elohim said, Behold, I have given you every bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree which is in the fruit of the tree of eats. To you it shall be food, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, every living beast of the earth, I have given every green leaf. And so, when Elohim saw everything that he had made, behold, it was very good. And the evening Thus the heavens and earth were finished, all the host of them. And on the seventh day Elohim ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim had made. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth, when they were created in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward of Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, the tree that also is in the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And Elohim went out of Eden to water the garden, and the beds of his water came into the beds. And they were first Christ, that is, which encompasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good, and there is delta in the limestone. The name of the second river is Gihon. The same is that encompasses the whole land of Cush. And the name of the fourth river is Hiddekel, that is, which encompasses the whole land of Cush. The fourth river is Merath. And Yahweh Elohim took man into the garden, and to dress him into the garden. And Yahweh Elohim commanded man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. And the day that you eat thereof, you shall surely die. Yahweh Elohim said, It is not good for man should live. I will make him a like me, and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his woman, were ashamed. Genesis 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh had made. He said unto him, Yea, as Elohim said, we shall eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. The serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For Elohim knows that the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as Elohim. When the woman saw that the tree was good, that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one eyes, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also to her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them were both opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the garden, walking on the road, and man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, Where are you? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked and hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you should not eat? And man said, She gave me the tree. I did eat. Yahweh said to the serpent, Because you have done this, first of all cattle, and of every beast of the field, upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and your seed and your seed. It shall bruise you, you shall bruise his heel. Unto the Lord he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow shall you be, and your desire shall be to your man, he shall be over you. But unto Adam he said, Because you have hearkened unto the voice of the Lord, and you say, You shall not eat of it, first is the ground of your sin. In sorrow shall you live all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall bring forth to you, and you shall eat of it. And the sweat of your face shall you eat until you return to the earth. Out of it you take and Adam called his name Noah, because she was the one called. And to Adam also and to his wife and of skins. Sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the pit, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword with which turned every way to guard the way of the tree. And Adam blew out his woman, and she conceived, and bore Cain, and said, I have got the man who got me. And she again bore his brother Habel, and Habel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought up the fruit of the ground and offered it to Habel also brought the firstlings of his flock and perfected them. Yahweh respected his offering. But unto Cain and his offering he had none respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Wroth, why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall ye not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies in the door, and unto you shall be his desire, and you shall reward him. And Cain talked with Habel's brother. And it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose against Habel his brother and slew him. Yahweh said to Cain, Stop my brother. He said, I know not. Am I to guard my brother? And he said, What have we done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto you from the ground. Now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hands. You till the ground, and shall not answer to your strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you leave the earth. And Cain said unto Eliab, And unto Hanak was born Arad begat Ahuayah, Ahuiel begat Methuselah, and Methuselah begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 women. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the other was Zillah. And Ada bore Ebal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Ebal. He was the father of all such as handle art and Silla. She also bore Tubal-Cain, instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, you women of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth. For Elohim said, she has appointed me another seed instead of Cain's. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Genesis 5. This is the sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, the likeness of Elohim, and he him. Male and female created them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, and the day they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son, his own likeness after his image, and called him Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enosh. And Seth lived after he begat Enosh 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begat Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begat Mahalalel 850 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begat Yared. And Mahalalel lived after he begat Yared 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yared lived 162 years, and begat Yared lived after he begat 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Yared were 962 years, and he died. Hanok lived 65 years, and begat Hanok walked after he begat 130 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Hanok were 365 years. Hanok walked before he was lived, took him. And Methuselah lived 870 years, and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 169 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 882 years, and begat Noah a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, the same shall comfort us concerning our work of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh has cursed. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, I shall not destroy them. For that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after them the sons of Elohim came to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same became warriors and tyrants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination, the thoughts of his heart, was only that he would continue living. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. Yahweh said, destroy man from my both man and beast, and creeping thing, fowls of the air. For I repented that I had made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of God. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with me. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupted. The earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth and its corruption. All flesh had corrupted his way. And Elohim said unto Noah, all flesh is corrupted. Violence to it. Make your heart of wood, root shall be pitch, and within about and this is the vast shall be the length of the ocean, the breadth of the things, and the height of the cubits, the window shall be to the cubit shall be finished, the dwelling of the ocean set inside the second stage. Your sons and your women, and your sons and women with you, and of every living thing of all flesh, to every soul shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, of cattle after their kind, every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every soul shall come into you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all the food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you and for them. Thus did Noah according to all that he commanded him, so did he. Genesis 7. Then Yahweh said unto Noah, come you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not belonging to you, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, male and female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days I will cause it to rain upon the earth, 40 days and 40 nights. Every living substance that I have made will I destroy upon the face of the earth. And Noah did according to all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old, when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah one man and his sons and his woman and his sons and women because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls and everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 to Noah, male and female, and it came to pass for 7 days that the ark was in the flood. And the 600th year and the second month, and the 17th day, the same day were all the fountains of the and there rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and the selfsame day entered Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, Noah's woman, and the 3 women, his sons, with them into the earth. They, and every beast after his kind, and all cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, and every bird after his sort. And they went in and the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the earth upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were in the wall were covered. 15 cubits upward, and the waters prevailed, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, of fowl, of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man all in whose nostrils was the breath of life. But all that was in the dry land died, and every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 115 days. Genesis 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped in. Rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of 115 days, the waters were abated, and the ark rested on the seventh day. On the 17th day, the water was upon the mountains of heaven, and the waters increased continually until the first day of the tops of the mountains. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven which went to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from heaven to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the soul of her flood, and she returned unto him to the earth, for the waters were on the face of the earth, the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her and brought her in unto him there. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and again he sent forth a dove out of the water. And the dove came in to Abraham, and her mouth was upon the earth. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned unto him. And it came to pass in the 600th day, the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark, and left it alone. The face of the ground was dry. And in the second month, on the 720th day of the month, was dried. And Elohim spoke to Noah, saying, Go forth from the ark, you and your sons and your sons. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, all flesh, fowl, cattle, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breathe abundantly in the earth. And Noah went and his sons and his women and his sons, every beast and creeping thing, fowl, and and Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, took up every clean beast and every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you, and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand will they deliver. Every living thing that lives shall be for you, even as the raven have I given you. Flesh, which is the ultimate, shall be unto you. And surely your blood of your lives will I require, and the hand of every beast will I require, and the hand of man, and the hand of every master. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For the image of Elohim will be man. You be fruitful, multiply, and bring forth the And Elohim spoke to his son, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, and the cattle, and every beast of the earth with you, all that fly to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be conquered by the waters of the flood, neither shall there be any more wind flood to destroy them. And Elohim said, This is the sign of the covenant which I I bring a cloud with me, then the bow shall be seen in the cloud, and I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the water shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between me and every living creature of all flesh is upon it. And Elohim said, this is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh is upon it. And the sons of Noah that went forth of him were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth of Israel. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brothers without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and their back, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward. They saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine and knew his younger son. He said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brother. He said, blessed be Elohim of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gimel, and Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshech, Dira. The sons of Gimel, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Garm. The sons of Yavan, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Gimel. By these were the isles of the other nations divided into lands, everyone after his tongue, and the nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Hevan, Havilah, Kavta, and Rahama, Keka, and the sons of Ram, Sheba, and Dinah. And Cush begat Nimrod, and he began to be a warrior and hunter in the earth. He was a warrior and a hunter before Yahuwah. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the warrior and hunter before Yahuwah. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelah, and Resen between Nineveh and Kelah, the same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Kamusim, out of whom came Philistine, and Kaphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and Yebusi, and Amori, and Girgashim, and Levi, and the Arki, and the Chini, and the Arvadi, and Semavi, and the Hamathi, and afterward the families of the Canaanite spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanite was from Sidon as you come to Belah, to Gaza as you come to the Sidon, and Admah, and Sevi, to Asia. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, their tongues, their countries, and their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Hebrew, to him the children of Ephraim. And the children of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, and Aram. And the children of Aram was Gether, and Marsh. And Arphaxad begat Shalach, and Shalach begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The younger one was Peleg, and his name brother's name was Yoktan. Yoktan begat Almodad, and Sheleth, and Chatzar, Mabeth, and Yerach, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Oval, and Mahel, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Oval, and Joseph. was, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. They said one to another, "Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly." And they had brick for stone and slime and leaf. They said, "Go to, let us build a city with a tower, whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." And Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built. And Yahweh said, "Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they began to do. And now nothing is restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand their speech." So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 530 years and begat Shelah. Arphaxad lived after he begat Shelah 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Shelah lived 30 years and begat Eber. And Shelah lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 239 years and begat sons and daughters. Reu lived 230 years and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years and begat sons and daughters. Nahor lived 900 years and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begat Terah 119 years and begat sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begat Abram, Nahor, Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. Haran died before his father Terah. Abram and Nahor took a name. The name of Abram was Sarai, and the name of Nahor was Sorry. The name of Nahor was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Ephah. When Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terah took Abram's son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son. And Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's woman, they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldeans to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. The days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Genesis 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Abram, "Get you out of your country and from the country of your father's house into a land I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you. And your name will be a great nation, and I will bless you. And I will bless them who bless you, and curse him who curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed." So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old. Departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. They went forth to go in the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the brook of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said, "Unto your seed will I give this land." And there built he an altar unto Yahweh that appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain toward the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh. Abram journeyed going on still towards the house with his plagues because of Sarai. Pharaoh called Abram and said, "What is this thing you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? If I said she is my sister, so I might have taken her to be my woman. Now therefore, Pharaoh commanded his servants, and they sent him away. Abram would not have Mitzrayim the king, and Lot with him to Regan. Abram was very rich in cattle and silver and gold, and he went with his servant Negev to his tent had been in the there Abram called the name of Yahweh. And Lot also Abram had flocks and tents, and the land was not rich. They might dwell together, the substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite Perizzite dwelt in the land. And Abram said to Lot, "Be no strife between me and you, between my herdsmen and your herdsmen. So the whole land before you, for yourself, and for you for me. If you take the left hand, you know the right hand. Up the right hand, the left, eyes of all the circle of the Argyle, and watered everywhere. For Yahweh, destroy Solomon, even as the ark of Yahweh and Mitzrayim. Then Lot chose all the children of the Israelites and themselves. Abram dwelt in the cities and circle of the Argyle, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. The men of Sodom were wicked and sinners with Yahweh exceedingly. Lift your eyes, look from the place where you are, south, east, and westward. From all the land which you see to you, will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Rise, walk, and run, for I will give it to you. Then Abram removed his tent and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built an altar to Yahweh. It came to pass the days of the Ariel, Tidal, king of nations, and these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Shinav, king of Admah, and Shemheber, king of Zebaim, and the king of Bela, which is Sodom. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the salt sea. 12 years they served in the camp. In the 13th year they built, and the 14th year came Kedemah, and the kings that were with him, they smote the Rephaim, and Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzim, Ham, and the Emim, and Shaveh, Kirath, and the Horim in Mount Zedel, in Paran, which is by the hills. And they returned and came to Ain Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of Amalek. And also the Amorim that dwelt in Chatzon, Ramah. And there went out the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, and Zebulun, the king of Bela. They joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim. With Kedorlaomer, the king of Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Ariel, the king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. The valley of Siddim was full of slankets, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, fell there, and they had remained fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and they took Lot, Avram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom. And there came one that his head escaped and told Avram and Evie, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, and further Ishmael, and these were Avram heard that his brother was taken captive. He armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318 and he divided himself against them, he and his servants by night, and smote them, and pursued them with the full which is on the table. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought back his brother and his goods. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedar, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shavin, which is the king's valley. And Melchizedek, king of Shem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto them, Give me your persons, and take the goods to yourselves. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand to El Yahuwah, El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich. So if only that gives you the portion of the men which were with me, Aner, Eshkol, Mamre, let them take their portion. After these things, the word of Yahuwah came unto El Avram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Avram, I am your shield and your exceeding great reward. Avram said, You are not Yahuwah. Will you give me, seeing I am childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus. Avram said, The Lord is my house is prepared. And behold, the word of Yahuwah came unto him, saying, This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir. And he brought him forth the rod and said, Look now toward the heavens and count the stars, if you be able to number them. He said to him, So you shall receive the And he believed in him, and he counted him to him righteousness. And he said unto him, I am not baptized him to give you this land to inherit it. He said, Adonai Yahuwah, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me a heifer 4 years old, and a she-goat 4 years old, and a ram 4 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them into the midst, and laid each piece one against another. The birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the birds, his holiday and then when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Avram, and a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Avram, Know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall live through also, that nation they shall serve like judge afterward. They shall come out with great substance. You shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. In the 4th generation, they shall come with me. And the iniquity of the Gorim is nothing. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, and a burning lamp had passed between the pieces. In the same day, Yahuwah cut a covenant with Avram, saying, Unto your seed have I given this land, from the river and Zorah to the Rabbi. The Kennedy, the Kennedy, the Catalan, and the Hittite, the Merizim, the Rephaim, and the Gorim, and the Kennedy, and the Gershim, and the Yebusim. And here, stop and change word. Just that's the this. So Justin Roberts, Justin is going to take the next portion because he's going to be time. Welcome, Justin.
Sorry about that.
There you are. Thank you. So we just left off at the end of 15, so you pick it up, give a screen share.
Now Sarai, even before he had no children, she had a handmaid of Mitzri, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, Yahweh has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid, that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai and Abram went unto Hagar, a maid of Mitzrayim, after Abram was about 10 years old in Canaan, gave her to the man Abram to her. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived, and when she saw that she had conceived her mistress, was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahweh judged between me and you. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you. And when Sarai felt hearkened with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of God knocked her by a fountain of water, and a fountain of water. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence came you, and whither will you go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of God said unto her, Return to your mistress and submit yourself unto her hands. And the angel of God said unto her, I will multiply your seed, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of God said unto her, Behold, the child shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because Yahweh has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man, his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. He shall dwell in the presence of all her brethren. And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her, Yahweh, see me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that sees me? Wherefore the well was called ViralRabbi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Red. And Hagar bore Abram a son. Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bore Ishmael. And Abram was fourscore and 6 years old. Hagar bore Ishmael unto Abram. Genesis 17. And when Abram was 19 years old and died, Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said unto him, I am El Shaddai, walk before me and be perfect, and I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of all nations. Neither shall your name be called Evil, and you shall be called Abraham, for a father of the nations of the nations. And I will make you seed, and I will make nations of you. Kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after you, and their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be eligible unto you, and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you, and to your seed after you, the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be with them to you. And Elohim said unto Abraham, You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you, and their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall guard between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised. You shall circumcise the flesh of the foreskin. It shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child of your generations. And he that is born in the house of the bought with money of Israel, which is not your seed. He that is born in your house, and he that is bought with money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh, an everlasting covenant. The uncircumcised male child whose flesh and whose foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. And Elohim said unto Abraham, As for Sarai your woman, you shall not call her to name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be the mother of nations, and the kings of the earth shall be her. And Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born to him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is my maid, bear? And Abraham said unto Elohim, Behold, that Ishmael have ye before me. And Elohim said, Sarah your woman shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzchak. And I will establish my covenant with you for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with his children, which of Sarah shall bear unto him at the set time of the next year. And he left off talking with him, and I looked at him up for fever. Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and he circumcised the flesh of the foreskin the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. When Abraham was 90 years old and 9, he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old, and he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised in Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre. And he sat at the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes, and he looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself to the ground, and said, My Adonai, now I have found favor in your sight, and hast not away from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourself on your tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and come with you in your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore you come to your servant. And he said, So do as you have said. But Abraham hastened into the tent of El-Sarah, and made, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the earth. And Abraham ran to the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man. And he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah your woman? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son. And Sarah heard it behind her. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well stricken in age, and then ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And Yahweh said unto Abraham, Wherefore does Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child too old? Is anything too hard for Yahweh? At the time appointed, I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but you did laugh. And the men rose up from thence and looked towards Sodom. And Abraham went with them, and bring them all the way. And Yahweh said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him. They shall guard the way of Yahweh, to do justice and judgment, that Yahweh may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken. And Yahweh said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, because their sin is very grievous, I will look down and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry which is come unto me, and if not, I will not. The men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom. Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. And Abraham drew near and said, Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? Would that be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, that the righteous should be as the wicked? Would that be far from you? Shall not judge of all the earth do right? And Yahweh said, I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, and I will spare all the place for their sins. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the righteous. Will you destroy all the city for a lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spoke unto him yet again and said, shall be 30 pounds. He said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be found 20 there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, Oh, let not Adonai be angry that I will speak yet of this once. Perchance 10 shall be found. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. Yahweh went behind as soon as he had left the king to know about the Lord. Adonai returned to his place. To Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot sat at the gate of Sodom. Lot seeing them rose up to meet them. He bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet. Ye shall rise up from me and go your ways. And they said, Nay, we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and turned them unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and made lots of them, and they did well. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house around, all the people from every corner. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, Where are the men? Bring now unto us that we may go. And Lot went out the door unto them and shut the door down. And he said, Let me have Therefore, he shadow. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came into sojourn, he need to be a judge. Now we will and we press sore upon me in the rock, keep near to the The men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find them. And the men said unto Lot, Have you here any besides? Son-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city, bring them out of this place. We will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh. And Yahweh has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy the city. But he esteemed it as one that Lot to his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, and the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take your woman and your two daughters which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, upon the hand of his woman, upon the hand of his two daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth and set him about the city. And it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Jordan. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold now, your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest an evil take me and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. He said unto him, See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, but I will not overthrow this city which you have spoken. But make haste, escape thither, for I cannot speak with you until you have conquered with me. And therefore the name of the city is called Selah. The sun was risen upon the earth, and Lot entered into Selah. And Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah, and was covered in fire, and Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the surrounding garden, and all the inhabitants of the cities, that which were below the ground. But as one looked back from behind him, she became a salt. Abraham had to the place where the Spirit before him. He looked toward Sodom, to all the land of the city, and behold, so every country up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the servant, but Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Samar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him. When he feared to dwell in Samar, he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. The firstborn said unto the other, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after him. Come, let us make our father one, and lie with him. We have made preserved seed of our father. We made your father one, and the firstborn with you. Today with your father, and you perceive not which way down, or which way is. And it came to pass on the morrow, the firstborn said unto him, Behold, I lay yesterday with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also. We go in and lie with him. And we made preserved seed for our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and drank with him. And he perceived not which of them which he arose. Thus were both the daughters of God as a child and the father. And the firstborn of their son called his name Moab. The same as the father of Lord being which was the name. She also bore a son and called his name Moab. The same as the daughter of the children of God which was the name. And Abraham said of El-Sarah, his woman, She is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. When Elohim came to Abimelech in the tree by night and said to him, Behold, you are but a dead man. The woman which you have taken, whether she is a man. But Abimelech had not come near her. He said, Adonai, will you slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister. And she herself said, He is my brother. And the integrity of my heart witnesses the wickedness. Elohim said unto me, Yea, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I you not to touch her. Now therefore, you say, He is a prophet, who shall fear, who shall fear, whoever you start not, you shall surely die, you and all that are yours. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all the news of his ears, and the men were sore afraid. And Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What have you done unto us? And what have I offended you? Brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin. You have done deeds which we have not allowed to be done. Abimelech said unto Abraham, What saw you in this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of the Lord is not in this place, and they will slay me for my woman's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, and not the daughter of my mother. And she became a woman. It came to pass, all of the houses of my father's house, and I said unto her, This is your kindness which you shall show unto me. I know the place where you shall come, and say unto me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and servants, and gave them unto Abraham, which stood with Sarah. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before you, dwell where it pleases you. And to Sarah he said, Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to you a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with you, and with all other, thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech and his woman, and his maidservants, and they bore children. For Yahweh had fast closed up the womb of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah. Genesis 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bore Abraham a son in his old age. He said to her, And Abraham called the name of his son Sarah bore to him Yitzchak. And Abraham circumcised his son Yitzchak when 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Yitzchak was born unto him. And Sarah said, Elohim has made me to laugh, so that all here will laugh with me. And she said, who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children of suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the children grew, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Yitzchak was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, Mitzrayim, which she had born unto Abraham mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this woman and her son, for the son of his bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Yitzchak. The thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. Elohim said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in your sight, because of your marvel, and all that Sarah has said unto you, hearken unto her voice. And Yitzchak shall receive you, and also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is received. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder. And the child sent her away, which he had hardly been wine of Beersheba. When the water was spent, she cast the child before the shrubs. And she went and sat down over against him a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. Elohim heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of Elohim called to Hagar out of the heavens and said unto her, what ails you, Hagar? Fear not. Elohim has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hands, for I will make him a great nation. And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a pool of water, and she went and filled the water with water, and gave her a drink. And Elohim was with the lad, and he dwelt in the wilderness, and became a watcher. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Haran, and his mother took him a woman out of the land of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass at that time, that Abimelech, the chief captain of his host, was smitten by Abraham, saying, Elohim is with you, all that you do. Now therefore I swear unto you here by Elohim that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto you, you shall do unto me, and to the land wherein you serve me. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of the well of water, which Abimelech circumcised. And Abimelech said, I know not who has done this thing, neither did you tell me, neither yet heard I of it but today. Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, both of them cut a covenant. And Abraham said, 7 of you may have the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what mean these 7 ewe lambs which are set by themselves? And he said, these 7 ewe lambs shall you take in my hand, which will be a witness unto me that I have done this well. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore both of them. Thus they cut a covenant with Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Picol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Palestine. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, called there the name of Yahweh and Elohim. And Abraham sojourned in the Palestine land 30 years. Genesis 22. And it came to pass after these things that Elohim did try Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham, and he said, here I am. And he said, take now your son, your young Yitzchak, whom you love, and get you into the land of my nation, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell you. And Abraham rose up and saddled his ass, and took his and Yitzchak his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place which Elohim was told. Then on the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw Abraham said to his servant, "Arise and ask, and I and the lad will worship and come again to you." And Abraham took the wood of an offering and laid it upon Ishmael his son, and he took the wood fire in his hand. And Ishmael spoke to Abraham's father and said, "My father." He said, "Here I am, my son." He said, "Behold the fire and the wood. Where is the bread of the offering?" And Abraham said, "My son, how long you will provide yourself with food for a while?" So they went both of them to the place which Elohim had told them. And Abraham built an altar there and laid it on the water. And bound Ishmael his son and laid him on the altar of water. Then Abraham stretched forth his hand and took his son. And the angel of God called unto him out of the heavens and said, He said, "Here I am." He said, "Lay not your hand upon the lad, neither be faithful unto him. Now I know that you are a so you have not withheld your son, but keep him from him." Abraham lifted up his eyes, and behold, behind him a ram caught him licking by his horns. Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up for a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh Yireh. And he said to his servant, "Yahweh shall be saved." And the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of the heavens and said, "I myself have I sworn, says Yahweh, because you have done this thing for me, you have not withheld your son, your king, that your blessing will bless you, and multiply your seed as the stars of the heavens, as the sands upon the seashore. Your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because they will obey your voice." So Abraham returned unto his own people, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and not far from Beersheba. That is told the prophet, saying, "Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children which were not before, whose firstborn was Hebrew, and Kemuel, the father of Amram, and Kesed, and Cosmo, and Pildash, and Elaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rivkah. These 8 went to and bare to him 4, and his concubine was Tamar. She bore also Terah, Gamma, Lahash, and Akkad. Genesis chapter 4. And Sarah was 7. And 7 years into the 4. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died and begat Abraham stood up before his dead and spoke unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my Lord. You are a mighty prince among us, the choice of our sepulchres and burying your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephraim the son of Issachar, that he may give me the key of Machpelah, which he has, receiving any of his field, as much money as is worth he shall give me for possession of the burying place of the dead. And Ephraim dwelt among the children of Heth, and Ephraim the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of the city, saying, Nay, my Lord, hear me. The field I gave you, the cave that is therein, give it to me. In the presence of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people. And he spoke unto Ephraim in the audience of the land, saying, But if you will give me shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and you? There, Abraham hearkened unto Ephraim. Abraham prayed to Ephraim the silver, which he had named in audience of the sons of heaven, 400 shekels of silver, carrying the field of Ephraim, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in the borders round about, which unto Abraham for possession of the heavens of the children of heaven, for all that were in the sea. And after this, Abraham prayed Sarah, saying to heaven, made sure unto them for possession of the trees of the sons of heaven. I will make you swear by Elohai of heaven and Elohai of the earth, that you shall not take a woman unto my son and daughters of Canaanim, along with my bride. You shall go unto my country, unto my kindred, and take my the servant said, perchance the woman will not be willing to follow you into this land, lest I need to bring your son again unto the land of his kindred. And Abraham said unto him, beware that you bring not my son thither again. Yahweh Elohai of heaven, which took me from my father's house, from the land of my kindred, and which spoke unto me, and that swore unto me, saying, unto your seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a woman unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham's master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels, and the camels of his master, and departed, and all the way to the coast, and to Mara and Haran, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down about the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that we were about to draw water. And he said, O Yahweh Elohai, your master, Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day. You shall come as behold, I stand by the well of water, and the water of the sea is full of water. And when it pass, I shall say, let down the children, I pray you, and she shall say, and I will give your camel also. Let the same be she that wanted for your circumcision. Thereby shall I know that she will show your kindness. And it came to pass before he had done speaking, that behold, there came out, and was born to Bethuel, the son of she went down to the well, the servant ran to the door and said, let me pray, give her a little water, and she said, drink. She hastily went over and she had I will draw water from the camels also. So I put she was the it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets from her hands, and 10 shekel pieces of gold. And he said, daughter, tell me, these are from your father's house for us to lodge in. And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Rabbi, which she bore unto me. And she said, moreover unto me, give me straw and coffee, and man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh. And he said, blessed blessed be Yahweh of Ohio, Master Robert, who has not left justice for his mercy and his truth. I being today, Yahweh led me to the house of it came to pass when he saw the beauty of the faces of his and he said, Come in, you blessed of Yahweh. Wherefore stand you without? For I have prepared the house in order for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he girded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and he said, I will not leave you until I obtain my hand. He said, I have never understood you. Yahweh, bless my master. So I drank and she made me camels to drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, Daughter of Bethuel, the poor's son. Milcah bore unto him. And I put the earring upon her face and her bracelets and and I bowed down my head and worshipped him. And blessed Yahweh of Ohio, the master of Milcah, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brothers and daughter unto his son. And now, if you find the fish tell me, if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban answered and said, He receives from Yahweh. You cannot speak unto me God. Behold, these guys before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as Yahweh has spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard the words, he worshipped Yahweh and bowed himself to the earth. The servant brought forth tools of silver, he also gave to her brother and to her mother precious things. He said, Send me away to my master. And her brother and mother said, Let me go to my father's house. This time, and after that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not. See, Yahweh has prospered me. Send me away to the master. And he said, We will call him in to inquire of him. And they called Rivkah and said unto her, Will you go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rivkah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. They blessed Rivkah and said unto her, You are our sister. And mother of thousands of millions, who let her seed possess the game of those which hate them. And Rivka arose and danced, and looked upon the kings and all of them. The servants of Rivka fled. And Yitzchak came away without the blemish of life. He dwelt in the country of Gath. And Yitzchak went out to that city to fear Haman. He lifted up his eyes and saw and Rivka lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Yitzchak, she bowed and offered him. For she had said to the servant, "What man is this that thou walkest in the midst of us?" And the servant said, "It is my master." Therefore she took the veil and covered herself. The servant told Yitzchak all things that he had done. And Yitzchak brought her into his mother's Sarai's tent, and took Rivka and Yitzchak. Yitzchak was comforted after the corruption. Genesis chapter 25. Yoshan begot Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Dedan were Asherim, Letushim, and the sons of Ephraim and Ephraim, Eldah, Eldah, and Eldah gave all that he had to Yeshua. All the sons of the concubines which David had, of the gifts, sent away Yeshua's son, while he yet lived, to the east country. These the days of the years of his wife Ishmael, 103 score years. And Abraham gave up his wife, Isaac, and Ishmael. And the sons of Ishmael married the daughters of the field of Ephraim, the son of Sarah. Abraham purchased for the sons of Heth. There was Abraham and Sarah. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham, that the Lord blessed his son Yeshua. Yeshua brought up now of the dead and saw the Lord. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son. Hagar, Israel, Sarah's handmaid, went to Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadar, Tema, Yetur, Lafish, and Kedama. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up his beloved and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Mitzrayim, as you go towards Asherah, and he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Yitzchak, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Yitzchak. And Yitzchak was 40 years old when he took Rivkah to be his woman, the daughter of Bethuel, the Arabi of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban the Aram. And Yitzchak entreated Yahweh for his woman because she was barren. And Yahweh was entreated of her, and Rivkah his woman conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, "If it be so, why am I thus?" And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from your generation. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out. His hands took hold on Esau's heel. His name was called Yaakov. Yitzchak was 80 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew. Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Yaakov was an upright man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzchak loved Esau because he did eat of his venison. Rivkah loved Yaakov. And Yaakov besought pottage. And Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Yaakov, feed me, I pray, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore his name was called Edom. And Yaakov said, sell me this day your birthright. And Esau said, behold, I am about to die. What profit shall this birthright do to me? And Yaakov said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and he sold the birthright unto him. Then Yaakov gave Esau bread and pie for his and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised him. Genesis chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land beside the firstborn that was in the days of Abram. And Yitzchak went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistines, to Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said, go not down into Mitzrayim. Well, which I shall tell you of, sojourn in this land, and with you, and I will bless you, and unto you and unto your seed I will give all these countries. And I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham your father. And I will make your seed to multiply as the stars of heaven. And I will give unto your seed all these countries, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and did guard my watch, my commandments, my statutes, and my Torah. And Yitzchak dwelt in Gerar. And none of the place asked him his woman, and he said, she is my sister. For he feared to say, she is my mother, lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rivkah, because she was fair to me. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out a window and saw, and behold, Yitzchak was sporting with Rivkah his woman. And Abimelech called Yitzchak and said, behold, of a surety she is your woman, and how said you she is my sister? And Yitzchak said unto him, because I said, lest I die for her. And Abimelech said, what is this you have done unto us? For our people might lightly have bind with your woman, and you should have brought guiltiness upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, he that touches this man or his woman shall surely be put to death. Then Yitzchak sowed in that land, and received in the same year the man waxed great, and went forward, until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants, and the Palestinian community. All the wells which his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Palestinian stopped and filled them with earth. Abimelech said unto Yitzchak, go from us, for you are much mightier than we. And Yitzchak departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Tamar, and Yitzchak dug wells in the water, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father. And the Philistines stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the name by which his father had called them. And Yitzchak's servants dug in the valley and found there a well spring of water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Yitzchak's herdmen, saying, the water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they dug another well and strove for that also, and he called the name of it Sigma. Then he removed from thence and dug another well, that they strove not. He called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, for now Yahweh has made room for us, that we shall be fruitful in our land. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. And Yahweh appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am Elohai of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and I will bless you, and multiply your seed for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there, and called upon the name of Yahweh. He pitched his tent there, and there Yitzchak's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and plays off one of his friends, Pico, the chief captain of his army. And Yishik said to them, "Wherefore come ye to me, seeing me have sent me away from you?" They said, "We saw certainly that Yahweh was with you." And we said, "Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and you, and let us cut the covenant with you, that ye will do us no hurt, and you will not touch us, as you have done us. You have sent you away in peace. You are now blessed in Yahweh. Take the peace to the king of the praise." And I rose up early in the morning and swore to one another, "It shall some good, even departed from peace." And it came to pass the same day that Yishik's servants came, told him concerning the well which they had done, and said unto him, "Here is the water." And he called it Shabbat. Therefore the same there in Shabbat to this day. We saw this one people until the return to the and all of them agreed last month my daughter born 15. This one pass, and Yishik was old. His eyes were dim, so that he could not see. And now when he saw his eldest son, he said unto him, "My son." He said unto him, "Behold, here I am." He said, "Behold now, I am old, I live not the day of my death. Now therefore take the bread, and let this plates of bread go out to the field and take these fields. And eat this evening, such as I love, and to the bread. And this soul will bless you. And behold, the bird which was made Esau his son. Esau went to the field to find his son which he had made. And this hope Esau said, "Behold, I heard your father speak unto Esau your brother, saying, Bring me some venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless you before Yahweh before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock, and fetch the meat from thence as you communicate to the house, and I will make you savory meat for your father, such as he lives. You shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, that he may bless you before his death." Behold said to Rivka his mother, "Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a sweet bird. My father perchance will free me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and I will bless him." And his mother said to him, "Upon me be your curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me." And he went, and he fetched, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rivka took goodly raiment for her eldest son Esau, and and she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon his neck. And she gave the savory meat, the bread which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said, "My father." And he said, "Here I am. Who are you, my son?" And Jacob said unto his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you. Sit, eat my medicine, and your soul will bless me." And she said unto his son, "How is it that you have found this good for my son?" He said, "Because Yahweh Elohim provided to me." And she said unto Jacob, "Come here, I pray you." And he said, "Let me eat my very son, Esau." And his father and said, "The voice of the Lord is Esau." This is brother Esau's voice. So he blessed him. And he said, "Are you my very son Esau?" He said, "I am." And he said, "Bring him into me. Thou wilt be my son for the soul will bless you." And brought him near to him, and brought him wine. And his father, she said, to listen. He came near and kissed him. He smelled the smell of his finger. Blessed him and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of the Therefore I never give you the kingdom of heaven. If I was on earth, let me serve you, which is my master. Lord of your brethren, let your brother's son God bless you. First of everyone that blesses you, bless you. Blesses you. And it came to pass that the son of Egypt commanded him to bless him. Lord, he said, scarce though out from the presence of his father, that he saw his brother keeping his things unto him. He also received and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise, and listen, that your soul be blessed. And Yitzchak his father said unto him, who are you? And he said, I am your son, your firstborn, my son. And Yitzchak trembled very exceedingly and said, who? There is he who is taking medicine, father's food. Now be from all of them, blessed. Yea, he shall be blessed. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with their cry. He said unto his father, bless me. And also the father. And he said, your brother came with subtlety and was taken away with blessing. He said, is not he rightly named Yaakov? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright. Behold, now he has taken away my blessing. And he said, do not reserve the blessing for me. And Yitzchak answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made you my lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants. With grain and wine do I sustain him. And what shall I do now unto you, my son? And Esau said unto his father, have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, and me also, my father. Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Yitzchak his father answered and said, behold, your brother shall be fast in the earth, and the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you eat, and you shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass when you shall have the you shall break his yoke off of them. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother. These words of Esau, the elder's son, were told to Rivkah, and she secretly called Jacob, the younger son, and said unto him, behold, your brother Esau has touched me, and comforts himself for the purpose of temptation. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice and arise. Flee to Laban from there to Haran. Tarry with him a few days until your brother's anger from you, and you forget that which you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rivkah said to Yitzchak, I am weary of my life with the daughters of Heth. She calls to the women of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land. What good shall my life do to her? Genesis 28. And Yitzchak called Yaakov, blessed him, and charged him, and said, you shall not take the daughters of the wives, and out of the house of the his father, and take him among the friends and daughters of the wives of the brother. Else shall God bless you, make you fruitful, multiply you, and you may be a multitude of people. And give you the blessing of Abraham and to trace you with you, which may inherit the land of the first, as Elohim gave you to Abraham. And Yitzchak sent away his father from Hill to Haran, son of Rabbi, Esau saw that Jacob blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan to take him a home from thence. And as he blessed him, he charged, saying, you shall not take him. daughters of Kenan. And then Yaakov obeyed his father Laban and gone to Padan Aram. And Esau seen that the daughters of Jacob pleased not against his father. Then went Esau unto Ishmael. So he went to the wilderness of Ham. But Halach, the daughter of Ishmael, the son and the sister of Abigail, was his woman. Jacob went out of Beersheba unto his land. And he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took the stones out of that place and put them for his pillows, and for the door of the sea. And all the latter set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And all the beams of the face of the same. Behold, Yahweh stood above him and said, I am Yahweh, the high above the Father, and the high priest. Shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west, to the east, to the north, and to the south. And in you and in your seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with you, and will guard you in all places where you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you above. And Jacob woke out of his sleep, and he said, surely Yahweh is in this place, and I think we not. He was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of Elohim. This is the gate of heaven. Jacob rose and prayed for him. He smelled the air with pillows, and set it up on pillows, and poured oil upon top of it. And all the people of that place praised God. And the people of the city praised him. I told the vow to God, saying, that will be done with the right hands for the Lord. And give bread to me, until I come again to my father's house in peace. And shall cook this stone, which I have set for a pillar, shall be known as his house. And of all this you shall give me, you shall give to me. Genesis. Then Jacob went his journey, and looked, and behold, lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep going by. Out of that well they watered the flocks, and great stones upon the goat's mouth. And therefore all the flocks gathered, and rolled the stones from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep. And the stone again upon the goat in his place. And Jacob said unto them, my brethren, whence be ye? And they said, of Haran were we. And he said unto them, know ye that Laban, the son of Beor? And they said, we know him. And he said unto them, is he well? And they said, he is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep. And he said, lo, it is yet high day, and there is a time when the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and milk the feet. And they said, we cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the goat's mouth, and water the sheep. And while he yet spoke with them, Rachel came from among the sheep, for she kept them. It came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his brother, the sheep of Laban, his mother. And Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the goat's mouth, and watered the flock. Jacob kissed Rachel, and rose up his face, and wept. Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and he was witness, and she ran to him. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. Laban said to him, surely you are bone of my flesh, and you have lived in this place. Laban said to Jacob, because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for naught? years for Rachel and daughter. Laban said, "It's better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me." And Yaakov served 7 years for Rachel. They seemed unto him but a few days, for the love that he had unto her. And Yaakov said unto Laban, "Give me my woman, for my days are fulfilled that I may go in unto her." And Laban gathered together all the men of the place and made a feast. And it came to pass when the evening, he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he took her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah and Zilpah to live for him. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, "What is this you have done unto me? Did I not serve you for Rachel? Wherefore then it will beguile me?" And Laban said, "It must not be so done in your country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and I will give you this also for the service which you shall serve me yet 7 other years." And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to be his wife also. Laban gave Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went there also unto all Rachel. He loved also Rachel more than Leah. And she had been yet 7 years. And when Yaakov saw that Leah was pregnant, Rachel was very sad. And Leah conceived her son, and called his name. And she said, "Surely Yaakov has lost my situation. Now therefore I will remain alone." And she also commanded him more son, and said, "Because Yahweh has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me a son also." And she called his name Shimon. And she conceived again more son, and said, "Now is time to me, because I have borne 3 sons. Therefore this is my fault." She said, "Now will I praise God. Therefore she called his name. When Rachel saw that she had no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, "Give me children, or else I die." And Jacob said, "Am I an Elohim's slave, who has withheld me from giving you?" And she said, "Behold, my maid Bilhah, go unto her, and she shall bear upon me, so that I also should be children." And she gave Bilhah his handmaid to Jacob, and Bilhah conceived and bare Jacob a son. And Rachel said, "Elohim has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son." Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bare Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, "With great wrestlings I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed." And she called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left Mary, she took Zilpah, her maid, and gave her to Jacob. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore a son. And Leah said, "A troop comes," and she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a second son. And Leah said, "Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed." And she called his name Asher. And when the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said unto Leah, "Give me, I pray you, your son's mandrakes." And she said unto her, "This is so small hours, take it back to the would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" Rachel said, "Therefore he shall lie with his wife and your son's mandrakes." And Jacob came out of the field, and Leah went unto him and said, "You must come in unto me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." And I was ready. Elohim hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived and bore a son. And Leah said, "Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maid to my maid." And she called his name He said, Elohim has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, and said, Yahweh shall add to you another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, Yaakov said unto Laban, send me away, and I will go into my own place and to my own children. Give me my woman and my children, whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know my service which I have done to you. And Laban said unto him, I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that Yahweh has blessed me for your sake. And he said, appoint me your wages, and I will give you. And he said unto him, you know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. Yahweh has blessed you since my coming. And now when shall I provide for the home of your house also? And he said, what shall I give you? And Yaakov said, you shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and guard your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, and it shall come from my hire before your face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen before me. And the one said, behold, I would that my day according to your word. Here the big she-goats that are being straight and spotted, and all the she-goats that are speckled and spotted, and everyone that has some white, and all the ground among the sheep, gave them into the hand of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Yaakov. And Yaakov fed the rest of Laban's flock. Yaakov took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, piled white streaks in them, and green and white appeared betwixt the rods. And he set the rods which he had filled before the flocks, the gutters and the watering troughs. The flocks came to drink. They should conceive, they came to drink. The flock conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle until straight and speckled and spotted. And Yaakov did separate the males, and set the faces of the flocks towards the good street, and all the ground of the flock in the barn. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not into his cattle. And it came to pass that whensoever the strong cattle did conceive, that Yaakov laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle and the cows, that they might conceive in the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in, so the feebler of the rods, and the stronger of the rods. The man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and servants, and camels, and asses.
Just Roberts.
I apologize for that. Genesis 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Yaakov was taken away from him, because of that which was their fathers had begotten him. And Yaakov beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not before him. And Yaakov said unto Yaakov, return unto the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and will be with you. And Yaakov sent and called Rachel and Leah, and Bilhah and Zilpah, and said unto them, I see as your father's countenance that it is not toward me, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And you know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, but Elohim suffered not to hurt me. And he said, does the speckle show me your weight and all the cattle were speckled? And he said, does the green streak show me you're higher than for all the cattle rings? Thus Elohim has taken away the cattle of your father. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, and it lifted up my eyes and saw the green. And behold, the green was on the cattle, the green streak speckled and crimson. And the angel of Elohim spoke to me, saying, Yaakov, and said, here am I. And he said, lift up now your eyes and see all the branches leaping upon the cattle, the green streak speckled and crimson, for I have seen it all the things does unto you. And I am the Elohim who bring out the Jew and now arise and get you out of the woods. And Rachel lay and said unto him, is there yet any portion of your inheritance for us in this father's house? We not counted of them strangers, for he has told us and has quite devoured it also our women. For all the riches which Elohim has taken from our father and our children. Now let whatsoever Elohim has said unto you. Then Yaakov rose up and said to his son, this woman is one camel, all the cattle is and Laban went to shear the sheep, and Rachel had stolen the teraphim that were her father's. And Yaakov stole away and unawares to Laban the Aramean, in that he had told him not that. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and set his face to the mountain, and it was told Laban the third day of the month. Elohim came to Laban in a dream by night, and said unto him, take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, neither to his brother. And Laban overtook Yaakov. Now Yaakov had pitched his tent in the mountain, and Laban and his brethren pitched the mountain Gilead. Laban said to Yaakov, what have you done that you have stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters and captives to Egypt? Wherefore did you flee away secretly and stood away from me and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away and heard the song of the tabernacle of heart, and have not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? Now therefore show me some peace, and not in the power of my enemies. And now it needs be done, because you swore long after your father's house, yet wherefore have you stolen it from my own field? And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, because I was afraid, for I said perchance you would take it from my daughters and your daughters. Whosoever you find in the Elohim, whether not then, for our brethren, discern what is yours to me and take it. For Yaakov did not embrace the story. And Laban went into Yaakov's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the maidens of his tent, but found them not. And he out of Laban's tent, and into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken it to teraphim, and then the camels were and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, and found them not. And she said to her father, let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before you. The custom of women is upon you, and he said, found not the teraphim. And Yaakov was wroth, and showed to Laban. And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, what is my transgression? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued after her? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may be judged. This 20 years have I been your she-goats have not passed me up, and the rams here flock after my night. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto them, and for the loss of my hand did you require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day that the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle. You have changed my wages 10 times. Except the Elohim my father, the Elohim Abraham, your Yitzhak had been with me. Surely you had sent me away now. Elohim has seen my affliction, and the labor of my hands and rebuked you yesterday. And Laban answered and said to Yaakov, these daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all the seed is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto these children which they have won? Now therefore, let us cut a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you. And Yaakov took a stone and set it up for a pillar. And Yaakov set it unto his brother Yasher stone, and they took stones, and made a heap, and they did eat thereupon the heap. And Laban called it Yagar, so Yaakov called it Galeed. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and you this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galeed. In Mitzvah, for he said, Yahweh will watch between me and you when we are absent one from another. You shall afflict my daughters, or you shall take other women besides my daughters, and no marriage with us. See Elohim is witness betwixt me and you. And Laban said to Yaakov, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar which I have cast betwixt me. This heap be witness, this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and you shall not pass over this heap, and this pillar unto me. The Elohim of Abraham, and Elohim of Korah, and Elohim their father, judge betwixt us. And Yaakov swore by the fear of his father, and said, Then Yaakov offered sacrifice upon the mountain, and called his brother to eat bread, and they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mountain. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and thus did Laban departed and returned unto his people. Genesis chapter 13. And Yaakov went on his way. When Yaakov saw them, he said, This is Elohim's host. And he called the name of that place Machpelah. And Yaakov sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir in the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall you speak unto my lord Esau, your servant Yaakov, says thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there unto him. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants, and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord that I may find grace in your sight. And the messengers returned to Yaakov, saying, We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to you, and 400 men with them. Then Yaakov was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided his people that was with him, and of his flocks, and of his herds, and his camels, into 2 bands, and said, If Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Yaakov said, O Elohim, my father Abraham, and Elohim, my father Isaac, Yahweh, which said unto me, Return unto your country and to your kindred, and I will do with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have showed unto your servant. For with my staff I passed over this garden, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me and the mother with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good, and make it your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother. 200 she-goats, and 20 she-goats, 200 30 milch cans, and colts, 20 kine, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 20 lambs. And every man of his servants, every drove by himself, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt the road and the road. And he commanded him the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meets you, and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where go you, and whose are you before you? Then you shall say, They be your servant Yaakov's, and it is the present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also he will find it. And so command ye the second and the third, and of all that follow the road, saying, On this manner shall the seed of Esau will find them. And seeing the moreover, behold, your servant Yaakov is behind us. For he said, I will be a second and present, and afterward he will receive his name. So when the president and he rose up that night, and took his 2 women and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford, and he took them and sent them over the road, and sent them to Edad, and Yaakov was left alone. And there wrestled a man with him to break his neck. When he had saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Yaakov's thigh, and was out of joint as he wrestled with him. He said, Let me go, for the day breaks. And he said, I will not go. He said, What is your name? He said, Yaakov. And he said, Your name should be called no more Yaakov, but Yasrael. For as a prince have you power to Elohim and men that have prevailed. And Yaakov asked him and said, Tell me, I pray you, your name. And he said, Wherefore is it that you ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Yaakov called the name of that place Peninnah. for I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Israel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Yashrael did not notice nor shrank upon the hollow of the thigh to this day, because he touched the hollow of Yaakov's thigh and saluted and shrank. And Yaakov lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah and unto Rachel and unto his handmaids. And he put the handmaids with the children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph innermost. And he passed over the Jordan and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him in the place, and he fell on his neck and kissed him, and he wept. And he lifted up his eyes and saw him coming to him, and the children. He said, Who are those men? He said, The children of Elohim is gracious to give you your servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also and her children came near and bowed themselves after them. And Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. He said, What do you mean by all this growth which I did? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that you have it to yourself. And Yaakov said, Nay, I pray you. Now I have found grace in your sight. You receive my present at my hand. Therefore I say, praise and glory to his name. Take, I pray you, my blessing and trust. Help me and dealt graciously with me, because I have enough. If you are executors of me, let us take our journey, let us go, and I will go before you. And he said, Let us take our journey, let us go, and I will go before you. And he said unto him, My Lord knows that the children are tender, and flocks and herds, and keep the yard. And the mansion over driving one day of all the flock of God. Let my Lord, I pray you, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children be able to do. So I come into my land to see you. And Esau said, Let me now be with some of the little men with me. And he said, What need? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way to the city, and Yaakov returning to the city, and he built a house and made silver for his cattle, therefore the name of that place is called Silver. And Yaakov came to Shechem from the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, and he came from Paddan Aram and pitched his tent before the city. And he brought up the parcel of the field which he had spread his tent, and at the hand of the children of Shechem's father, 400 for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar and called it El Elohai Yashrael. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, when she bore the Yaakov, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Shemor, the Shibbi, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Yaakov, and he loved the damsel, and spoke kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spoke unto his father, Hamor, saying, Give me this damsel to be my woman. And Yaakov heard that he had defiled with Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Yaakov held his peace until they were gone. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Yaakov to commune with him. And the sons of Yaakov came out of the field when they had heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because they brought folly in Yashrael and lying with Yaakov's daughter, which they ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with him, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you give him to be his woman. And make ye marriages with us, and giveth your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get your possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brother, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what shall you say unto me, and I will give? Ask me never so much dowry and gifts, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me, to give me a damsel to be my woman. And the sons of Yaakov answered Shechem and his Hamor, his father, said, Because he was defiled with Dinah his sister. And they said unto them, We cannot do this thing, to give her sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughter unto you, and we will take your daughter to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take it our daughter, and the words will be Shechem, our son. And the young man preferred not to do this thing, because he had life Yaakov's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem, the son, came to the gate of their city, and the city error circumcised. You shall not eat their cattle or their substance in every beast of their yards, only let us consent with them, and they will go with us. Unto Hamor and unto Shechem the son, hearken all that went out of the gate of the city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of the city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Yaakov, Simon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went out. The sons of Yaakov came upon the slain and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and all their women took they captive, and spoiled it, even all that was in their house. And Yaakov said to Simon and Levi, Yet have troubled me to make distinct among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot? Genesis 30. And Elohim said unto Yaakov, Arise, go up to Bethel, and make there an altar unto Elohim that appeared unto you, like in the face of Esau your brother. Then Yaakov said to his household, and to all that wing strength and lie there among you, and change your garments. And let us arise and go to Bethel, and will make there an altar unto Elohim, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Yaakov all strength and Elohim which were in their hand, and all their faith, and Yaakov hid them under the yoke by Shechem. And they journeyed into Elohim, the cities which were round about them, and they did not pursue after the son of Yaakov. So Yaakov came to Luz, he built there an altar and called it El Bethel, there Elohim appeared that this nurse died. She was buried in Bethel. And Elohim appeared unto Yaakov and Elohim said unto him, Your name shall not be called Yashrael shall be called. And he called it his name Yashrael. And Elohim said unto him, I am El Shaddai, and multiply. The nation and the company of nations shall be of you. The king shall come out of your loins. And if the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac to you, I will give it. And to your seed after you will I give it to you. And Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with them. And Yaakov set up a pillar in the place where he talked with them, even a pillar of snow. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Yaakov called unto the name of the place where Elohim spoke with them, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass when she was in hard labor that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, ye shall have a son. And it came to pass as her soul was departed, that she died, and that she called his name Benoni. His father called him Benoni. And Rachel died, and she was buried in the way of the path. And Yaakov set a pillar upon the grave, and Yashrael journeyed and spread his tent beyond it, and they fell ahead. And it came to pass, Yashrael dwelt in that place, Now the sons of Yaakov, the sons of Leah, the sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin, the sons of Bilhah, and Rachel's handmaid, and the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Yaakov, born to him who had the ram. And Yaakov came unto Eliezer, his father, gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob were married. Genesis 36. Now these are the generations of Esau. Esau was married to the daughters of Canaan, and from Adah, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and Oholiab, the daughter of Elah, the daughter of Moses, one of the and born unto him in the land of Edom. And Esau tooketh his woman, and of his sons, and of his daughters, and of all the persons of his house, and of his cattle, and of all his beasts, and of all his substance, which he had gotten in the land of Canaan, and committed the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For the riches were more than that they might dwell together in the land wherein they were strangers, could not bear them both because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir, and Esau his meat. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of Edom in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the woman of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basemath, the woman of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Taman, Omar, Saphon, and Natham, and Canaan. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz and Amalek. And these were the sons of Adah, Esau's. And these were the sons of Reuel, Nacath, and Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's. And these were the sons of Oholibamah, the daughter of Adah, the daughter of Esau's woman, and she bore to Esau and Ish, and at Yahalan, and at Korah. And these were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Taman, Duke Omar, Duke Zapho, Duke Canaan, Duke Korah, Duke Natham, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that come from Eliphaz and Edom. These are the sons of Adah. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nacath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shema, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came from Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's woman: Duke Ish, Duke Yahalan, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came from Oholibamah, daughter of Adah, Esau's woman. These are the sons of Esau, who was Edom. These are the sons of Seir, the Hori, who inhabited the land of Lotan, and Shobal, and Tizbon, and Dishon, and Etzer, and Dishon. These are the dukes of Horium, and the children of Seir, in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Arai, and Aman, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Elion, Menakath, and Ebal, Shephi, and Onah. And these are the children of Gibeon, both Ayah and Anah. And this was Anah that founded the wheels in the wilderness, and he fed the asses of Tizim on his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon, and Lotan, the daughter of Anah. And these are the children of Dishon: Himdan, Eshbon, and Ephraim, and Haran. These the children of Etzer are these: Bilhan, and Zabon, and Akon. The children of Dishon are these: Dukes of Arah. These are the dukes that came of the Turim: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Sivon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishon, Duke Etzer, Duke Dishon. These are the dukes that came of Hori among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before they reigned any king except for Joshua. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Ben-Habah. And Bela died, and Yobad, the son of Zerah, of Zerah, reigned in his stead. And Yobad died, and Shushan, the land of Taman, reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, son of Hadad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. The name of his city was David. And Hadad died, and son of Masareka reigned in his city. And Solomon died, and Shaul, Rehoboth, by the river, reigned in his stead. And Shaul died, and Baal Shalon, the son of Achbor, reigned in his stead. Baal Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, and Adar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was his woman's name was Beth-Hatabel, and the daughter of Metred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Dukes Timnah, Duke Eliah, Duke Yetheth, Duke Oholibamah, Duke Elah, Duke Peon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Taman, Duke Ditzer, Duke Magdiel, Duke Uram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possessions. He is Esau, the father of the Edomite. Genesis chapter 37. And Yaakov dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaakov: Joseph being 17 years old, was feeding his flock with his brethren. The lad was with the sons of Bilhah, the sons of Zilpah, his father's woman. And Joseph brought it unto his father their equal. And Yashrael loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told his brethren, and they hated him yet. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. Behold, your sheep stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheep. And his brethren said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And they dreamed yet another dream, and told it to his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. Behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father came to him and said unto them, What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brethren bow down ourselves to you? And his brethren envied his father. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yashrael said unto Joseph, Not your brethren feed the flock in Shechem. Come, and I will send you unto Shechem. He said, Let me hear about it. He said unto him, Go, I pray you, and see whether it will be well with your brethren, and well with your flocks, and bring me word again. So he went. So he sent him out of the valley of Chevron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What do you seek? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They departed hence. For I heard you say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren and found them. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said unto him, Behold, this dream is over. Come now, therefore, let us slay him and cast him into some cave. We will say, Some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him. I am dead, might bring him out of their hands, and deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass when Joseph was coming to his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat, and the coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty, and there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, the company of Ishmael came from Gilead, their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry down to Mitzrayim. And Yehudah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midian merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned into the pit, and beheld Joseph was not in the pit. And he returned into his clothes, and he returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed him the goats, and dipped the goat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be your son's coat or not. And he knew it. And he said, It is my son's coat, and he said to him, Joseph is without doubt and ran to pieces. And Yaakov rent his clothes, and sackcloth upon his head, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to comfort them. And he said, For I will cast him to you, my son. Thus his father went. And immediately he sold him into Mitzrayim unto Potiphar, the officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the boat. And it came to pass in that time that Joseph returned to his servant, and he saw their daughter, the servant king, firstborn was wicked wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh slew him. And Yehuda said unto Onan, Go in unto your brother's woman, and marry her, and raise up seed to your brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's woman, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehuda to Tamar, to his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at your father's house, until Shelach my son be grown. For he said, Lest perchance he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in the process of time, the daughter of Shelach, Yehuda's woman, died, and Yehuda was coming. He went up into his sheep shearers to Timnath, and he and his friend Uriah the Adulamite. And he was told Tamar, saying, Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off of her, and covered with a veil, and wrapped herself in satin over the place which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelach was grown, and she was not given unto him to be his woman. When Yehuda saw her, he brought her to me, and thought her to be a harlot, and she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray you, let me come in unto you, for he knew not that she was his daughter. And she said, What will you give me that you may come in unto me? And he said, I will send you a kid from the flock. And she said, Will you give me a pledge till you send me? And he said, What pledge shall I give you? And she said, Your signet, your bracelets, your staff, and your hand. And he gave it to her. Gave it unto her. And she arose from the way and lay by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her feet. And Yehuda sent him the kid by the hand of his friend, to receive his pledge from his hand, and he found her not. Then he asked the man of the place, saying, Where is the harlot that was over by the wayside? And he said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Yehuda and said, I cannot find her. And also the man of the place said, There is no harlot in this place. And Yehuda said, Let her take it to her husband. And she, I sent you some here, and you have not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after, that he told me to say, Tomorrow your daughter and also child by mortal. And said, Bring up the she was brought forth, she was sent to her father-in-law, saying, God commanded me to are my child. And she said, Discern, I pray you, the signet and bracelets and said, And Yehuda acknowledged it and said, Yet the more righteous woman is that I gave her not to Shelach my son, and he knew her again. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass as he drew back his hand, and behold, the brother came out, and she said, Having broken forth, this breach be upon you. Therefore his name is called Perez. And afterward came out his brother, that had a scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Sarai. Genesis chapter 30. And Joseph was brought down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, brought him from the king's condition, which had brought him down. And Yahweh was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, who was in the house of his master. And his master saw it, that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all of him prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and made him overseer of his house, and all that he would put in his hand. And it came to pass in the time that he made him overseer in the house, and all that he had, and Yahweh blessed him in his house. And Joseph said, And the blessing of Yahweh was upon all that he had in the house of Yahweh. And he left all that he had against his hand, and he knew not often that he was taking bread to eat. And Joseph was in the first of all things. And it came to pass after the same of the master woman cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, Why me? But he refused. And said unto his master, My master knows not what is in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I. Neither has he kept anything from me, because he heart how then I do some great wickedness and sin against heaven. And it came to pass as he spoke to Joseph day by day, that darkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house of his mistress, and wrote to another woman in the house of Pharaoh. And she called him by the garment, saying, I have and the best is wrong with you, and got him out. pass when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and fled forth. She called him to the house and spoke to him, saying, See, you brought me a greeting. This is monstrous. And came unto the light of the bride of God. And it came to pass when he heard that lift up my voice and cried, and left his garment in her hand and fled and died. She laid up his garment by her, and said, she spoke unto the Lord, saying, Great servant, you have brought unto us deliverance to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the word of this, she spoke unto him, saying, After this manner did your servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him in prison, in the place where he was found. He was there in prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. The keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand and all the prisoners that were in the prison, that whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him, and that which he did, Yahweh made him to prosper. Genesis chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Mitzrayim and his baker had offended the Lord, the king of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth against two of his officers, against the chief of his butlers, and against the chief of his bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard was charged with Joseph with him, and he served them, and they continued to seize him in a ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them. Each man was dreaming one night, each man according to the interpretation of the dream. The butler and the baker were bound. Joseph came unto them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked of Pharaoh's officers that were with them, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? They said unto him, We have dreamed, there is no interpreter. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell me then, I pray you. The chief butler took his dream to Joseph and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me. And in the vine were three branches, and it was as though it budded. And her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took it. Pressed in Pharaoh's cup, and gave it to Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of the three branches and 3 days. And in 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head and restore it. After the former manner, when you were his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness, I pray you unto me. Make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of his house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing, that they should put me in this dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket on my head. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast with all the servants, and lifted up his head from off the chief baker among the servants. And he restored the chief butler unto the butlership again, and he gave the cup to Pharaoh's hand. But he came to the chief baker and said to Joseph, as he had to and did not the chief butler remember Joseph. And it came to pass at the end of the 2 years that Pharaoh dreamed, and beheld, he stood by the river. And behold, there came about the river 7 gold every time and back west. And they kept 7 other times out of the river, no favor, and stood by the other time upon the bank. And the ill favored much kind of the 7 well favored on the back line. So Pharaoh slept and drank the second time, and 7 years of grain stock. All 7 years last year, his meats were after 7 years devoured, 7 trained years in Pharaoh. The passing morning, the waters covered with sin, called wife thereof, Pharaoh and his dream. There was none that could interpret with me and the chief baker. We dreamed a dream of one night. I and he dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man in a green, a servant to the captain of the guard. He told him that he interpreted his dreams according to each man according to his dream. It came to pass as he interpreted his dreams, so it was. Me, he restored to my office and emptied me. Then Pharaoh sent and called with Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. He shaved himself, changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it. Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, it is not in me. Elohim shall give Pharaoh the days of peace. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, in my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river. Behold, there came up out of the river 7 kinds of fat flesh, and well-favored, and they fed them. Behold, 7 other kinds came up after them, ordinary, ill-favored, and meat flesh, such as I had never saw in any dream for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kind did eat up the first 7 fat kinds. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning, so I heard. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 years come up in one stalk, full and good. Behold, 7 years withered thin, last year, and finished from the after. But then he devoured them the 7 years, and I took this Joseph said unto Pharaoh, the dream of Pharaoh is one. Elohim has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 kind are 7 years, and 7 good years are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kind that come up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty years last in peace, which shall be 7 years. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. Oh, what Elohim will come to you, and shows unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, and there shall rise after the 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim. Famine shall consume the land, and the plenty shall not be known in the land by the reason of the famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was double unto Pharaoh twice, and because the thing is established by Elohim will surely bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Mitzrayim, and the 7th place. Let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them guard food in the cities, and that food shall be restored in the land against the 7 years of famine, and shall be in Mitzrayim. The land very dry. The thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of the servants. And Pharaoh said unto the servants, can we find such one as this, a man in whom our Elohim is? And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, for as much as Elohim has showed you with all this, there is none such discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be full. Only in the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, see, I have set over you all the land of Israel. Parents have brought the ring in his hand, and one Joseph's hand, and the best and fine linen, and the gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride on the 2nd chariot which he had, and they cried before him, bowed the knee, and he made him ruler over all the land of Israel. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, now you shall command those of the slave, and this way all the land of Israel. Pharaoh called Joseph's name, so that he gave him to be his woman. Then he said, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of God. And Joseph went out for all the land of Israel. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Israel. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and throughout all the land of Israel. And the 70th year, Pharaoh brought forth by hand. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Israel, and laid up the food for the city of the field, which was round about every city, laid he up in the city. And Joseph gathered grain as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left nothing for it without him. And as Joseph was born to his sons before the years of famine came, and Sinat, the daughter of Potiphar, the priest of God, bore unto them. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Lanasha, for he said, he has made me forgive my toil through all my father's house. And at the name of the second he called Mitzrayim, for Elohim was called Mitzrayim, inflated by affliction. In the 7 years of plenty that was the land of Mitzrayim for Egypt, the 7 years of famine began to come, according to as Joseph had said, and the famine was in all the land, and all the land of Mitzrayim for bread. And when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all Mitzrayim, go and tell Joseph what he says to you do. And the famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold it to Mitzrayim. The famine was waxed sore in the land of Mitzrayim. And all the countries came into Mitzrayim to Joseph to buy grain, because that the famine was so sore in all the lands. Genesis 42. Now when Yaakov saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Yaakov said unto his sons, why do you look one upon another? And he said, behold, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Get ye down hither, and buy for us these things, that we may live with you. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But at the end of it, Joseph's brother, Yaakov sinned not with his brethren, for he said, lest perchance mischief befall him. And the sons of Yashriel came to buy grain among the Tebes. And he was the subordinate of Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him faces. Joseph saw that his brothers made himself strange and spoke roughly. And he said unto them, whence come ye? And they said, from the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew that his brethren they knew the food. And Joseph remembered the dream which he dreamed of them, and he said unto them, they are spies to see if the nakedness of the slave is come. And they said unto him, nay, my food is by food, for your servants come. They are all one man's sons, they are the true men, and your servants are the spies. And he said unto them, nay, but to see the nakedness of the land which are come. And they said, your servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan, and behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. And Joseph said unto them, this is that I spoke unto you, saying, ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother, and ye shall be kept in prison, that your word may be proved, whether there be any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely ye are spies. And he put them all together into work 3 days. And Joseph said unto them the 3rd day, this do and live, for I feareth Elohim. If you be true men, let one of your brethren be found in the house of your prison, and go to carry grain for the famine of your houses. But bringeth your youngest brother unto me, so shall your word be verified. He shall not die, if they did so. And they said one to another, we are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw this anguish. We saw the anguish of the soul, when he besought us, and we could not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered him, saying, spoke I not unto you, saying, do not sin against the child, and you would not hear? Therefore, behold, all his blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spoke unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them and wept, and returned to them again. And communed with them, and took from them Shema, and bound him before their eyes. Joseph commanded to fill up their sacks with grain, and restore every man's money into his sack, and give them provision for the way. And thus did he unto them. And they laden their asses with the grain, and departed thence. As one of them opened up the sack, and gave his ass for vendor in the inn, he spied his money, and behold, there was in the sacks enough. He said unto his brethren, my money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, what is this that Elohim has done unto us? And they came unto Yaakov their father in the land of Canaan, and told him all Israel that befall unto them, saying, the man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly unto us, and took us for spies into the country. And we said unto him, we are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, the sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take it to the family of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me, then I shall know that ye are no spies, and ye are true men. And so will I deliver you with your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Yaakov saw their father, said unto them, me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Shimon is not, and he will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me. And Reuben spoke unto his father, saying, Slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not unto you, if I bring him not to you, deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, his husband, his sheep shall fall him by the way, and he go, and shall you bring down into my grave here the sorrow of the sheep. Genesis chapter 4. And the famine was sore in the land, and it came to pass when they had eaten of the grain which they had brought out of Israel, the father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. And Yehudah spoke unto them, saying, The man solemnly protested unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send them, we will not go down. The man said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother. And Yashrael said, Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother? They said, The man asked us strangely of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him according to the tenor of his word. We certainly know that he would say, Bringeth your brother down. And Yehudah said unto Yashrael his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die. Both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him, and of my hand shall you require him, if I bring him not unto you, and set him before you, then let me bear the thing forever. For example, we have things down and God said, You must be so now, you men, make the hope, the best furnace of the land, carry down the man of present, a little bomb, a little money, spices, and myrrh, nuts, and all this. They take a double money in their hand and run to the product out of their sacks, carrying it in their hand, and chance to this number of sight. Take it, your brother, and arise, go again, and El Shaddai to you, send away your other brother, and then you men, I need to read my children tonight. And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin rose up and went down to Mitzrayim and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin, he said to the ruler of the house, Bring these men home and slay, and make ready, for the house, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the men did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. The men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house. They said, Because of the money that was returned in our sacks the first time we brought it. Then they seized the man and just all about us and take us to bondage. And here the steward of Joseph's house spake to me with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we came indeed down the first time to buy food, and it came to pass, we came to the end. We opened our sacks, and behold, every day's money was not in the sacks. Our money was wait, we had brought it again to our and other money was brought down in our hands by us. He said, These things fear not, your elder and the father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money, and he brought it chiming out like it. And the man brought it into Joseph's house, and he gave him water, and washed his feet, and he dressed him. And they made ready the present against Joseph, and came at noon, they had heard that they should eat bread. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him near. He asked them to love her and said, Is your father well? The old man of whom you spoke, is he yet alive? And they answered, Your servant our father is in good health, he is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother. And then he answered his mother and said, This is your younger brother. He said, I will give you gracious unto my son. And Joseph made haste, for his heart was in upon his brother, and stopped him. And he washed his face and went out to the face and proclaimed himself and said, Set on bread. He said on the word, and by himself, and by himself, Mitzrayim, which did eat with them, by themselves, because Mitzrayim might not eat bread, and break that is the abomination of Mitzrayim. And they sat before him the first one, according to the word, and he was waiting. taxes. And when they were gone out of the city and not yet far off, Joseph said unto the stewards, follow after the men, overtake them, saying to them, wherefore have you reported me? Is not this it, my Lord, praised over my lives? Ye have done evil in such a way. And he overtook them, and he spoke to them the same word. Therefore says my Lord these words, far be it that your servants should do according to the same. Behold, the money which was found in my sack found, brought again unto you out of the way of me. How then should he steal out of the Lord's house? With whomsoever of your servants it be found, both let him die and you also. He said, now also let me bring your word to you now to my servant. And they stayed with him down every man in the sack to the ground, every man in the sack. What shall we speak, or how shall we speak ourselves? Unless it is found out the iniquity of your servants, behold, hear my poor servant, also now. And he said, far be it that I should do so. And if it is he who comes out, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get up, peace, then you gave ear to him and said, O my Lord, let your servant, I pray you, speak the word of my Lord's ears. Let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh. My Lord asked his servant, saying, have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, we have a father, and an old man, and a child of his old age. His brother is dead, and he is none left. His father loves him. And he said unto your servant, bring down unto me that I may set on my father. And we said unto my Lord, let him not be with his father, for if he should be with his father will die. And you said unto your servants, except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when he came up unto your servant, my father was told him, and our father said, go again and buy us a vessel. And we said, we will not go down, for our youngest brother is no more down, and not see the man's face, except our youngest brother. And your servant, my father, said unto us, ye know that my Lord bore me 2 sons, and one bound from me, as if surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not cease. If you take this also from me, and mischief befall him, he shall bring down his my gray hairs, and sorrow to Sheol. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, that is sin, and his life is bound up with blood. It shall come to pass, when you see the blood of this, he will die. And your servant shall bring down his gray hairs to your servant our father, and sorrow to Sheol. For your servant became surety for the man with the lad, saying, if I bring him not unto you, then I shall bear him away to my father forever. Now therefore I pray you, let your servant abide so that the bond is not broken, let the lad go up with his brother. And how shall I go to my father, and the lad not with me? Thus perchance the sin of evil shall not be this. And Joseph did not refrain himself before all who stood by him, but he cried with every man. And then he cried, because every man go out from him. There stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Mitzrayim in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren, come near to me, I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom you sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore be not grieved nor angry with yourselves, and ye sold me hither, for no one has sinned before you to preserve life. For these 2 years you came minimally, yet there are 5 years in the which then there shall neither be hearing nor harvest. Now will you send me before you to preserve your posterity and to save your life by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me, but Elohim, and he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and the Lord of all his house, and the ruler throughout all the land of Israel. Haste ye and come to my father, and say, thus says your son Joseph, Elohim has made me, the Lord of Israel, come down to me, tarry not. And ye shall go on the land of Goshen, and ye shall be near unto me, you and your children, and your children, and your children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all your your household, all you back when the slaughter. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother, and my mouth speaks unto you. You shall tell my father all my glory in Mitzrayim, and all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste to bring down my father. He fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them, and after that, his brother talked with him. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come, and it pleased Pharaoh well. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, say unto your brethren, this do ye, lateth your beasts, and go, get you in the land of Canaan. Taketh your father and your household, and come unto me, and I will give you the land of Israel, and now you are commanded this to you. Take your wagons out of the land of Israel. Also regard not your son, and go out of the land of Israel. The children of Joshua did so, and Joseph gave them wagons according to the and to his father he said, after this manner, 10 asses laden with good things from Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses laden with grain. So he sent his brother away, and they departed. And he said unto them, see that ye fall not out by the way. And they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came into the land of Canaan, and took Eliab their father. And Saint Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim, not his heart of faith, for he believed in God. And they told him in all the words of Joseph which he had said unto them. And he exalted the wagon and put him and carried him. The Ruach of Yaakov, their father, revived. And Yashrael said, yes, and Joseph, my son, is yet alive, and I will go and see him before I die.
Genesis 46. And Yashrael took his journey with all he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto Elohim, his father. Elohim spoke unto Yashrael in the visions of the night, and said, Yaakov, Yaakov. And he said, Here am I. And he said, I am El, the Elohai of your father. Fear not to go down into Mitzrayim, for I will there make of you a great nation. And I will go down with you into Mitzrayim, and I will also surely bring you up again, and Joseph shall put his hand upon your eyes. And Yaakov rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Yashrael carried Yaakov their father, and their little ones, and their women, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And he took their cattle and their goods which they had gotten from the Canaan, and came into Mitzrayim. Yaakov and his seed with him, his sons and his sons to him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Mitzrayim. And these are the names of the children of Yashrael which came into Mitzrayim: Yaakov and his sons, Reuben, Yaakov's firstborn. And the sons of Reuben, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, Carmi. And the sons of Shimon, Yamin, Ohad, and Yakin, and Sochon, Shaul, the son of a Canaanite. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Yehuda, and Shelach, Eretz, and Zerach. And and Uman died in the Canaan. The sons of Peretz, Hezron. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Pua, and Yod, and Shimon. The sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Elion, and Yachael. These be the sons of Leah, which she bore unto Yaakov, Dan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and daughters were 30. And the sons of Gad, Siphon, Haggai, Shudai, and Etzbon, and Eri, and Arodai, and Arelai. The sons of Asher, Yimna, Yitzchak, and Yishbai, and Berai, and Serach, her sister. The sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malkiel. These are sons of Zilpah, Lavan to Leah his daughter, who gave to Leah his daughter. These she bore unto Yaakov, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Yaakov, Joseph, him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Echai, Rosh, Nim, and Shupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born to Yaakov. All the souls were 14. The sons of Dan, Cushi, the sons of Naphtali, Yachzeel, and Unai, and Yetzer, and Shile. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, and she bore these unto Yaakov. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Yaakov to Mitzrayim, which came out of his loins, besides Yaakov's children, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Yaakov, which came into Mitzrayim, 10. And he sent Yehuda before him to tell Joseph to direct his face into Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot and to meet Yashrab his father to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, and he wept in his neck. And Yashrab said unto Joseph, now, let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are alive. And Joseph said unto his brethren and to his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, my brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me. And the men are shepherds, for their trade has been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, what is your occupation? And you shall say, your servant's trade has been about cattle from our youth even until now, both we and also our fathers, that you may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is the nation unto the Genesis 47. And Joseph came and told Pharaoh, and said, my father and my brethren, and their flocks and herds, and all that they have, are come out of the land of Canaan, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren, what is your occupation? And they said unto Pharaoh, your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said moreover unto Pharaoh, for to sojourn in a land where we can come, for your servants have no pasture. For the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we pray you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen. And Pharaoh spoke unto Joseph, saying, your father and your brethren will come unto you. The land of Mitzrayim is before you, and the best land will make your father and your brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen will you dwell. And if you know any man of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. And Joseph brought Yaakov his father, and set him before Pharaoh, and Yaakov blessed him. And Pharaoh said unto Yaakov, Joseph, the days and the years of my life which I have years, few and evil have the days and the years of my life been, and taken as the days and years of my life of my fathers, and the days and the years of my nation. And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh, and went up from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren, and gave them possession in the land of Mitzrayim, and the best of the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brethren, and all his father's house, and went according to the commandments. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan fainted because of the famine. And Joseph gathered all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, for the grain which they brought. And Joseph brought the money into his house. And when money failed in the land of Mitzrayim, all the Mitzrayim came to Joseph and said, give us bread, for why should we die in their presence, for the money fails? And Joseph said, give your cattle. Give them all your cattle. And they brought their cattle to Joseph. Joseph gave them money in exchange for horses, and flocks, and cattle, and herds, and asses. And then all their cattle. When that year was ended, they came unto him the second year, and said unto him, we will not gather for you. How that our money is spent. My Lord also has our herds and cattle. There is not aught left to be sold on all these lands. Wherefore shall we die before your eyes, and buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh, and give us seed that we may live and not die, the land may be desolate. And Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim from Pharaoh, and the Mitzrayim sold every man his field because of the famine prevailed. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Mitzrayim, even to the other end thereof. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. Then Joseph said to the people, behold, I have bought you this day in your land from Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that you will give the fifth part to Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own. First seed of the field, for them of your household, and for your needs. And they said, we have saved our lives. Let's find grace in the sight of God. We will be Pharaoh's servants. And Joseph made a law in the land of Israel unto this day that Pharaoh should have a fifth part except the land of the priests which became Pharaoh's. And Yashrael dwelt in the land of Israel in the country of Goshen, and they had possession of the sea. And Yaakov lived in the land of Israel 17 years, so the whole age of Yaakov was 147 years. And the time drew nigh that Yashrael must die. And he called his son Joseph and said to him, if now I have found grace in your sight, to be created again my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me, bury me not in the land of Mitzrayim, but I will lie with my fathers. Ye shall carry me out of Mitzrayim and bury me in their burying place. They said, Joseph said, and he said, swear unto me. They swore unto him. And Yashrael bowed himself that it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, behold, your father is sick. And he took him with him, his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Yaakov and said, behold, your son Joseph comes unto you. And Yashrael strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. And Yaakov said unto El Joseph, El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me, and said unto me, behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will make of you a multitude of people, and will give this land to your seed after you, an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto you in Israel before I came into Israel, are mine. As Reuben and Shimon, they shall be mine. And your issue, which you begin after them, shall be yours, and shall be called after them inheritance. As for me, when I came from Padan Aram, Rachel died with her body in the land of Canaan, yet there was a woman and I buried her there. The same is the And Yashrael beheld Joseph's sons and said, Joseph said to his father, these are my sons, who has given me this place. He said, bring them and pray unto me, and I will bless them. And the eyes of Yashrael were dim, so that he could not see. And he brought them near to him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. Yashrael said unto the Joseph, I had not thought to see this. And Joseph brought them out from the trees, and he bowed himself and his face to the earth. And Joseph took them of Ephraim and Israel, which was right hand, Manasseh and his left hand, which was right hand, and brought them near unto him. And Yashrael stretched out his right hand and laid it upon his head, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, guiding his hands away from Manasseh. And he blessed Joseph and said, Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Yitzchak did walk, Elohim, which defended all my life unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named among them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Yitzchak, and let them grow to a multitude of seed. And when Joseph saw that his father had laid his right hand upon the table, it displeased him. He held up his father's hands with him, his head into Manasseh's head. And Joseph said to his father, let's see. This is the first one. Put your right hand upon his head. His father rose and said, and no, he shall also be called. He also shall be and his seed shall be Genesis 49. And Yaakov called unto his sons and said, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall in the last days. Gather yourselves together, you the sons of Yaakov, hearken unto El, Yeshua, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, you shall not accept, because he went up to your father's bed and defiled it. He went up to my couch. Shimon and Levi, brethren, instruments of cruelty and their habitations. My soul, come not into their seat, unto their assembly, my honor, me without united. For in their anger they slew men, and in their self-will they dealt. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, and scatter them in Yeshua. Yehuda, you are he, your brethren shall praise. Your hand shall be in excellent movements. Your father's children shall bow down. Yehuda is a lion to love, prey with son. You are gone up. He stooped down. He couched as a lion, and as a who shall rouse him up. The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a Torah giver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, until him shall be gathered. Binding his foal into the vine, and his ass's colt into the choice one. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in grapes. His eyes shall be red with the wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. He shall be a haven for ships, and his water shall be on the side of it. Issachar was a strong asses, couching down between two burdens. And he saw that the rest was good. The land that was pleasant for a bow of the shoulders was Dan shall judge his people, as one of the tribes of Yashua. Dan shall be certain on the way, and adder in the path that bites the horse's heels, so that his rider shall go backwards. I have waited for you on your shoe. Gad, a troop shall overcome him. He shall overcome the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat. He shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind focus. He gives goodly words. Yosef is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches were born. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bow alone in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty Elohim Yahweh. Thence the shepherd, the stone of Yashua. Even by the Elohim of your father who shall help you, and by El Shaddai who shall bless you with blessings from heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies under, blessings of the breasts and the blessings of your father have been, blessings of the generous and the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Yosef, and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. And Yamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Yashua, and this is it that their father spoke to them and blessed them, every one according to his blessing. He blessed them. And he charged them, and said unto them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Bethel, in the cave that is the field of Makpelah, which is before Mamre in the land of Canaan, which Absalom prophet There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Yitzchak and Rivka, and there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Chet. And when Yaakov had made and commanding his sons, he gathered up his food and of his rough, and was gathered up. And Yosef fell upon his father's face and wept upon him, and kissed him. And Yosef commanded his servants, the physicians, to behold his wife, the physicians to behold his wife. And 40 days were fulfilled. And so on the day that the days of Yosef were born for him, his working 10 days. shall you bury him? Now therefore, let me go up, I pray you, and bury my father, and I will come again. And Pharaoh said, Go up, bury your father, according as he made you swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim. And all the house of Joseph and his brethren and his father's house, only their little ones and their flocks and animals, they lived in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of the Tide, which is beyond the Arno, and there they mourned with great and very sore lamentation. He made a warning for his father's 7 days. When the inhabitants of the land the Canaanim saw the mourning in the floor of the Tide, they said, This is or for the name of it was called Aga the Three, which is named. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave by the field of Mamre, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of the burying place of Ephron the Hittite before the father. And Joseph returned into Mitzrayim, he and his brother, and all that went up with him to bury his father after the death of his father. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph never chanced to hate us, and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him. He sent a message to Joseph, saying, Your father is dead, saying, So shall you say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray you them, the transgression of your brethren, and their sin, for they did evil unto you, for they did unto you evil. And now I pray you, forgive the transgression of the servants of Elohim your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke unto him. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face. And they said, Behold, we be your servants. And Joseph said to them, Fear not, for am I in the presence of me? As for you, how do you go against me? Elohim meant it to good, to bring it down to you, to prophesize and this day, to see which will live. Now therefore, fear ye not, perish not, and your little ones be comforted, so will bring it to them. And Joseph dwelt in Mitzrayim, he and his father's servants, and Joseph returned to Egypt. Joseph suddenly gave his children over to Goshen. The children also of Rabbi, son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees. Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land to the land of Jeshurun, Yitzchak, Yaakov. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Yisrael, saying, He will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my beds. So Joseph died, and returned to Egypt, and involved him. That's what there's the end of Genesis. Now we will go into Shemot, Exodus. Exodus 1. Now these are the names of the children of Yisrael which came into Mitzrayim. Every man in his household came with Yaakov. Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. All the souls that came out of the loins of Yaakov were 70 souls. For Joseph was in Mitzrayim already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Yisrael were fruitful, and produced that children, and multiplied, and waxed exceedingly mighty, and legs. Now there arose up a new king in Mitzrayim, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, The children of Yisrael are more and mightier than we. Come on, let's deal wisely with them, lest they multiply and it come to pass that if there falls out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. The more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied, and they were grieved because the children of Yisrael. And the Mitzrayim made the children of Yisrael to serve them, and they made their lives bitter with mortification, and did all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them servants. And the king of Mitzrayim spoke to them in Levites, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, the name of the other was Puah. And he said, Ye do the office midwives and said unto them, Why have ye done this thing? This saved the men of Judah. And the midwives said to Pharaoh, Because the Ibrite women are not as the Mitzri women. They are lively, and are delivered before the midwives come in unto them. Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. It came to pass, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he made miracles. And Pharaoh had charged all his people, saying, Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. Exodus 2. There went a man of the house of Levi, and took to him his worthy daughter to be born. And the woman conceived, and bore a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed with slime and pitch, and put the child therein, and she led him in the ways by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off, to wait what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself in the river, and her maidens walked along the riverside. And when she saw the ark in the reeds, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, it made wet. And she had compassion for it, and said, This is what the rain shall be. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go call to the nurse of the woman, that she may nurse the child? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the maid went and called the child to life. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, Take this child and nurse it for me, and I will give you wages. And the woman took a child and nursed him. And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said, Because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren with their burdens, and he spied of Mitzrayim, and smiting of the evening, one of his brethren, and he looked this way and that way. He saw that there was no man, he slew the Mitzrayim, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the igers strove together. He said unto him that did wrong, Wherefore smite you your fellow? He said, Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Intend you to kill me as you did the Mitzrayim? Moshe feared and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by the well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away, and Moshe stood up and helped them water the flock. And when they came to Pharaoh, their father, he said, How is it that you are come so soon today? And they said, A Mitzrayim delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said to his daughters, Where is he? Why is it that we have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moshe was content to dwell with him, and he gave Moshe Zipporah his daughter. And she bore him a son, and he called his name Gershom. And he said, I am a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in the process of time, the king of Mitzrayim died, and the children of Yashua sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried. Their cry came up into Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groaning, and Elohim remembered his covenant of Abraham, with Yitzchak, with Yaakov. Elohim looked upon the children of Yashrael, and Elohim respected them. Exodus chapter 3. Now, Moshe kept the flock of Yithro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountains of Moab. And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of the bush, and he looked, and behold, the thorn bush burned with fire, and the thorn bush was not consumed. Moshe said, Now turn aside and see this great sight. Why the thorn bush is not burned? And Yahweh saw that he had turned aside to see. Elohim called him out of the midst of the thorn bush and said, Moshe, Moshe. He said, Here, my Lord. He said, Draw not nigh hither, and put off your shoes from off your feet, because whereon you stand is holy ground. Or he said, I am the Elohai of your father, Elohai of Abraham, Elohai of Yitzchak, and Elohai of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid. And Yahweh said, Very surely some of the flesh of the people, which are in Mitzrayim, have heard their cry tribe will reach them with taskmasters for their souls. And I come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and to bring them up out of the land unto a large unto a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, the Jebusite. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me. Ye have also seen the oppression of the Mitzrayim oppressed them. Come now therefore, and I will send you unto Pharaoh, to bring forth the children of Israel out of Mitzrayim. Moshe said unto Elohim, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Mitzrayim? He said, certainly, this shall be a sign unto you that I have sent you. You have brought forth the people out of Mitzrayim, and you shall serve Elohim Israel. Moshe said unto Elohim, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, Elohim of your fathers has sent me unto you. And they shall say to me, what is his name? What shall I say unto them? Elohim said unto Moshe, Ahayah, Asher, Ahayah, I am that I am. And he said, thus shall you say unto the children of Israel, Ahayah, I am, I sent me unto you. And Elohim said unto Moshe, thus shall you say unto the children of Israel, Yahuwah Elohim your fathers, Elohim Abraham, Elohim Yitzchak, Elohim Yaakov, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my mention to all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, Yahuwah Elohim your fathers, Elohim Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done unto you in Israel. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Israel to the land of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, the Jebusite, to a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken to your voice, and ye shall come, you and the elders of Israel, unto the king of Mitzrayim. Ye shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohim of the Hebrew has met with us. Now, let us go, we beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness. That we may sacrifice to Yahuwah Elohim. And I am sure that the king of Mitzrayim will not let you go. No, not by my hand. And I will stretch out my hand and smite the Mitzrayim with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. And it shall come to pass that when you go, you shall not come empty. And every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourns in her house jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And you shall put them on your sons, on your daughters. And you shall spoil Mitzrayim. Exodus 4. And Moshe answered and said, but behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, when they will say, Yahuwah has not appeared unto you. Yahuwah said to him, what is that? He said, rod. He said, cast it on the ground. He cast it on the ground and became a serpent. And Moshe fled from before it. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, put forth your hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and became a rod in his hand. And they may believe that Yahuwah Elohim your fathers, Elohim Abraham, Elohim Yitzchak, and Elohim Yaakov has appeared unto you. And Yahuwah said unto him, put now your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom. He took it out, and behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, put your hand into your bosom again. And put his hand into his bosom again. And behold, it was turned again, and after this they refreshed. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you, neither hearken to the voice of the first son, that they will believe the voice of the latter son. And it shall come Lord says to his servants, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. He also has made me to who makes the dumb, the deaf, the seeing, the blind, the deaf, the eye, the dumb, another can go, I will be with your mouth and teach you what to say. You shall say. And he said, oh my honor, send them my people that they hey, he said, is not Aharon the Levite your brother? I know that he will speak well. And also, behold, he comes forth to meet you. And when he sees you, he gladdens his heart. And you shall speak of him, and put the words in his mouth, and with his mouth teach him what you shall do. And he shall be your spokesman to the people. He shall be even as he shall be to you instead of a mouth, and ye shall be to him instead of Elohim. And ye shall take this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs. And Moshe went and returned to Yethro, his father-in-law, and said unto him, let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren which are in Mitzrayim, and see whether they may be alive. And Yethro said to Moshe, go in peace. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, go, return into Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead which sought for life. Then Moshe took his women and his sons, and set them upon a ass, and returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Moshe did purpose when Yahweh said to Moshe, when you go to return to Mitzrayim, say that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I put in you. I will harden his heart, and he shall not let me go. And we shall say to Pharaoh, thus says Yahweh, Yashrael is my son, even my firstborn. But I say unto you, let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your son, even your firstborn. And it came to pass by the way of me, that Yahweh met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone, and cut off the horns of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said, surely let a man guard me. Then she said, let a man you are, because of the circumcision. Yahweh said unto Aaron, go into the wilderness to Moshe. And he met him in the mount of the and kissed him. And Moshe told Aharon all the words of Yahweh who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe and Aharon went and gathered together all the elders of Israel. Aharon spoke all the words which Yahweh spoke to Moshe, and did the signs and ceremonies. The people believed. When they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Israel, that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped him. Exodus 5. And afterward Moshe and Aharon went in and told Pharaoh, thus says Yahweh Elohai of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast until the wilderness. Pharaoh said, who is Yahweh, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I know not Yahweh, neither will I let Israel go. He said, Elohai of the Hebrew has been with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Yahweh, lest he fall upon us with pestilence, or sword. The king of Mitzrayim said unto them, wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens? And Pharaoh said, behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters and their officers, saying, ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for yourselves. And the tale of the bricks which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim. Let their more work be laid upon them, and that they may labor therein. Let them not regard vain words. Their taskmasters and the people know. Their officers they spoke, saying, thus says the Lord, I will not keep you straw. Go, get you straw where you can find it, yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Mitzrayim to gather stuff and straw. And the taskmasters hastened them, saying, fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Yashrael, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had sent over them, were beaten and demanded, wherefore have you not fulfilled your task of making brick both yesterday and today as heretofore? The officers of the children of Yashrael came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, wherefore deal ye thus with your servants? There is no straw given unto your servants. They say to us, make brick, and all your servants are weak. But the fault is in your own people. And he said, You are idle, ye are idle. Therefore you say, Let us go and do sacrifice to Yahweh. Go therefore now and work. There shall no straw be given you, yet ye shall deliver the table of bricks. And the officers of the children of Yashrael did see that they were in evil case after it was said, You shall not finish off your bricks of your daily tasks. And they met Moshe and Aaron, who stood in the way, as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto him, Yahweh are you judge because you have made our sin war in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants to put a sword in their hand to slay us. And Moshe returned to Yahweh and said, Adonai, wherefore have you suddenly betrayed this people? Why is it that you have said that? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak to him, he has done evil to this people. Exodus chapter 6. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe, Now you shall see that I will do with Pharaoh. The strong hand shall he let them go, and the strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. Elohim spoke unto Moshe and said unto him, I am Yahweh, for I appeared unto El Yitzchak, and El Yaakov, and El Shaddai. By the name of Yahweh was I to them. And I have also established my covenant to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Yashrael, whom the Mitzrayim keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Yashrael, I am Yahweh. I will bring you out of the bondage of Mitzrayim, and I will bring you out of the bondage, and I will be to you with a stretched out arm, with great judgments. And I will take you to be a great people, and I will be to you Elohim, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh. I give you which brings you out from the burdens of Mitzrayim. And I will bring you unto the land of Israel, which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Yaakov, and I will give it to you for a heritage. I am Yahweh. And Moshe spoke to us, spoke to the children of Yashrael, Yahweh spoke to And Moshe spoke before Yahweh, saying, Behold, the children of Yashrael are hearkening. How then shall Pharaoh hear him and circumcise his lips? Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, and gave him a charge unto the children of Yashrael, and unto Pharaoh king of Mitzrayim, to bring the children of Yashrael out of the land of Mitzrayim. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Yashrael, Chanok, and Palu, Chetzron, and Carmine. These be the families of the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohad, and Yakin, and Socham, and Shaul, and the son of a Gerani woman. These were the families of Shimon, and these were the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations: Gershon, Kohath, Merari. And he was the life of Levi 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Libni, Shimon, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, Yitzhar, Hebron, and Uzziel, in the years of the life of Kohath. The sons of Merari, Machlai, and Mushi. These are the families of Levi, according to their generations. And Amram took Jochebed, his father's sister, to be his wife, and she bore him Aharon and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Yitzhar, Korach, and Nepheg, and Zikri. And the sons of Uzziel, Mishael, and Elishaphan, and Chitron. Aharon took him, Elishaphan, the daughter of Aminadab, his sister, Nachshon, to be his wife. And she bore him Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons of Korach, Achir, and Elkanah, Of Vaisachaf, these are the families of Korchai. And Eleazar, Aharon's son, took him one of the daughters of Pethuel to be his woman, and she bore him Penecha. These are the heads of the fathers of Levi, according to their families. These are that Aharon and Moshe, Yaakov said, bring out the children of Yashrael from the land of Mitzrayim according to their armies. These are they which spoke to Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring out the children of Yashrael from Mitzrayim. These are that Moshe and Aharon. It came to pass on that day, Yaakov spoke to Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim. And Yaakov spoke to Moshe, saying, I am Yaakov, speaking unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, all that I say unto you. And Moshe said before Yaakov, behold, I am Moshe, circumcised lips, how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Exodus chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, see, I have made you a Melchizedek, and Aharon your brother shall be a prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aharon your brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Yashrael out of this land. I will harden Pharaoh's hearts, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring forth my armies, and my people, the children of Yashrael, out of the land of Mitzrayim by great judgments. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahweh, when I stretch forth my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring out the children of Yashrael among them. And Moshe and Aharon did as Yahweh commanded them, so did they. And Moshe was 80 years old, and Aharon 80 and 3 years old, when they spoke unto Pharaoh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aharon, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, show a miracle for you, and then you shall say to Aharon, take your rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moshe and Aharon went unto Pharaoh, and they did so as Yahweh commanded. Aharon cast down his rod before Pharaoh, 4 serpents, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men, the sorcerers, and the magicians of Mitzrayim. They also did the enchantments. And they cast down every man his rod, and it became serpents. Aharon's rod swallowed up the gods. He hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he hearkened to the gods that as Yahweh had said. That wasn't a Moshe and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. Get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goes out into the water, and you shall stand by the river's brink, against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shall you take in your hand. And you shall say unto him, Yahweh Elohai of Ukraine has sent me unto you, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness, and behold, to you. Thus says Yahweh, in this you shall know that I am Yahweh. I will smite you with the rod that is in my hand, and I will not judge you. And they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and shall stand, and the Mitzrayim shall love it to drink. Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, say unto Aharon, take your rod, and stretch out your hand upon the waters of Mitzrayim, upon their streams, upon the rivers, upon the ponds, upon all the rivers of water, that they may go all that they may blood, all the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe and Aharon did so. Yahweh commanded them to lift up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the side of Pharaoh, and the side of the serpents, and all the waters that were in the The fish that was in the river died, and the river stayed, and the Mitzrayim did not drink the water. There was blood dropped all over the Mitzrayim. The magicians of Mitzrayim did see the Mitzrayim did see the Pharaoh took the people to his house, and he did his sins by the house of his house. All the Mitzrayim dug the ground and dropped the water, and they did not drink. 7 days Exodus chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, thus says Yahweh, let my people go, that they may serve me. And if you refuse to let them go, I will smite all your borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into your ovens and your eating troughs. And the frogs shall come up both upon you and upon your people and your servants. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, say unto Aaron, stretch forth your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Mitzrayim. And Aharon stretched out his hand over the waters of Mitzrayim, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their chariots and brought up the frogs from the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon and said, entreat El Yahweh that he may take away the frogs from me and my people, and I will let the people go. And they made you sacrifice unto Yahweh. And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, glory over me, when shall I entreat for you and for your servants, and for your people to destroy the frogs from you and from your houses, that they may remain in my world? He said tomorrow. He said, be it according to your word, that you may know that there is none like unto Yahweh. The frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in you. And Moshe and Aaron went out from there, and Moshe cried unto Yahweh because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. Yahweh did according to the will of Moshe. The frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, out of the fields. They gathered them together upon the land, and they did stink. But when Pharaoh saw that there was investment, he hardened his word and said, and Yahweh said to Moshe, say unto Aaron, stretch out your rod and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And he did so. For Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast, and all the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not, because so there were lice upon man and upon beast. And the magician said unto Pharaoh, this is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hardened his Yahweh and said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he comes forth to the water, and say unto him, thus says Yahweh, let my people go, and they may serve me. Else, if you will not let my people go, I will send swarms of flies upon you, upon your servants, and upon your people, and to your houses, and the houses of the Mitzrayim shall be full of swarm of flies, also the ground whereon they are in Mitzrayim. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am Yahweh in the midst of it. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this shall this be. And Yahweh did so, and there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Mitzrayim. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and for Aharon and said, go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land. And Moshe said, it is not right so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of Mitzrayim to the Yahweh. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of Mitzrayim before your eyes, and God stillness? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to Yahweh as he commanded us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to Yahweh in the wilderness. Only you shall not go before the tree. And Moshe said, behold, I go out and I will entreat the Yahweh that the swarms of flies may depart from his servants and from his people. Let not Pharaoh take deceit from them, and let them go to sacrifice, and not let them go to sacrifice to Yahweh. And Moshe went up from there and entreated Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and he removed the swarms of flies from his servant and from his people, and he ate not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he Exodus chapter 1. Then Yahweh said to Moshe, go in unto Pharaoh, Pharaoh and tell him, Thus says Yahweh Elohim, let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahweh is upon your cattle which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous pestilence. And Yahweh shall sever between the cattle of Yashrael and the cattle of Mitzrayim. There shall nothing die of all that is the children of Yashrael. And Yahweh appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow Yahweh shall do this thing in the land. And Yahweh did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Mitzrayim died, and the cattle of the children of Yashrael died. And Pharaoh said to him, There is not one of the cattle of Yashrael is dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, he did not let them go. And Yahweh said unto Moshe and to Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes in the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it toward the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in the Mitzrayim, and it shall be a boil breaking forth the plains upon man, and upon beast throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh. Moshe sprinkled it up towards the heavens, and it became a boil breaking forth the plains upon man, and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the furnace. The boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Mitzrayim. Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, hardened the Moshe. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Rise up early, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Yahweh, let my people go, and my servants. I will at this time send all my plagues upon your servants and upon you. You may know that there is none like me. For now I will stretch out my hand that I may smite you, people, pestilence, and nation off of you. And in very deep cause I will visit you, to show you my power, that my name yet, as yet, exalt you yourself against my people. Tomorrow, about this time, I will cause it to rain very great hail, such as has not been experienced before in Israel. Said therefore, gather together, and all the cattle, and every beast and shepherd, and it shall be, the hail shall come down on you. He that feared, servants of all men, his servants of his cattle, his witnesses, and you are not servants of his cattle, stretch forth your hand towards the heavens, and make a command, all the men of Israel, man, beast, Moshe stretched forth his rod toward the heavens, and the sun appeared to be, and the fire ran along the so there was hail, fire, and the surgeons of his and their hail, smoke, and all that was in the field, made a feast, and hail, and smoke, and Pharaoh sent all the Moshe and Aharon and said to them, I have sent this to you. Yahweh is righteous, and I am with you. Entreat no ill. There be no more mighty great to you, no let them go, they shall stay. And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands until I come. And the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how the earth is Yahweh's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you have not yet feared Yahweh. And the flax and the barley was smoked, and the barley was in the ear, and the flax was burnt. But the wheat and the rye were not smoked, for they were not grown up. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hand to the Yahweh. The thunders and the hail ceased, and the rain was gone. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more and hardened his heart. He and his servants, the heart of Pharaoh tell in the ears of your son and your son's son that what things I have brought into this world, and my signs which I have done among them, that you may know how I am with you. And Moshe and Aharon came unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus says Yahweh, how long will you refuse to humble yourselves before me? Let my people come that they may serve me. Else, if you refuse to let my people be done, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locust into your hosts, and they shall cover the face of the earth, and one cannot leave the sea, and they shall eat the hay of the horses' feet, the grains of the hay, and ye shall eat every tree which grows in the and he shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Mitzrayim, which your fathers have seen since the day you were brought to this day. He turned himself. And Pharaoh said to him, how long shall this man be spared from the sin? And go, ye serve Yahweh like him. Know ye not that Mitzrayim is destroyed? And Moshe and Aharon were brought again to Pharaoh, and he said to them, go, serve Yahweh like. Who are they that shall go? And Moshe said, we will go with our young, and with our old, with our sons, and with our daughters, with our flocks, and with our herds. We go, for we must hold a feast unto you. And he said to them, let Yahweh be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now ye, that ye are men, and serve Yahweh, for that ye did desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahweh said to Moshe, stretch out your hand on the land of Mitzrayim for locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Mitzrayim, and eat every herb of the land, even all that is the hand is left. And Moshe stretched forth his rod over the land of Mitzrayim, and Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night, and when it was morning, the east wind brought the locust. The locust went up over all the land of Mitzrayim and rested on the coast of Mitzrayim. Very great were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall there be any such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and did eat of every herb of the land, and fruit the trees which the hail had left, and there remained not any green thing in the trees or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon in haste, and he said, I have sinned against Yahweh and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray you, my sin only this once, and entreat Yahweh that he may take away from me this death. And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts, and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust on all the coast of Israel. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, stretch out your hand toward the heavens, there may be a darkness over the land of Mitzrayim, even darkness which may be felt. And Moshe stretched forth his hand toward the heavens, and there was a thick darkness over the land of Mitzrayim 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place. And all the children of Israel for 3 days. And Pharaoh called on Moshe and said, go ye, serve Yahweh, let your flocks be this day, and let your little ones also go with you. And Moshe said, you must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice. Our cattle also shall go with us, and there shall not a hoof be without its own. Thereof must we take to serve But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, get you from me, take heed to yourselves, see my face no more. For that day you shall see my face, and you shall die. Moshe said,
said unto Moshe, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon his reigning, afterwards he will bring it when he shall let you go, altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, that let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And Yahweh gave favor in the sight of the man Moshe was very great in the land of Israel, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants and in the sight of the people. And Moshe said, Thus says Yahweh, about midnight will I go out into the midst of the all the firstborn of the land of Israel shall die. Firstborn of Pharaoh, even unto the firstborn of and of the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Israel. Not like themselves but against the Get you out, and all the people that follow you. After that, I will go out from Pharaoh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wondrous deeds will multiply in the land of Israel. And Moshe and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and what hearkened Pharaoh's heart, that he would not let the children of Yasharel go out of his land. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and Aaron in the land of Mitzrayim, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the assembly of Yasharel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And if a household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or the goat or from the beast. Ye shall take it up until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole multitude of the assembly of Yasharel shall kill it in the evening. They shall take the blood, they shall strike it on the two side posts, and on the upper doorposts of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in the night, roast with fire, and matzah, unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat not of it raw, nor sausage, at all with water, but roast with fire, and with his legs, and the purpose thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. That which remains of it until the morning shall ye burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahweh's Pesach. For I will pass through the land of Israel this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Israel, and against all the tribes of my excellence, just as I am in blood. The blood shall be for a mark upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over. The plague shall not be upon you to destroy you. When I smite the land with its slain. And This day shall be unto you on the morn. You shall keep a feast to Yahweh out your generation. You shall keep it a feast by ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat matzah. Even the first day you shall put away leaven out of your house. Whosoever commences from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Yeshua. And in the first day there shall be a holy Sabbath. 7 holy Sabbaths. No man of these shall be done. Save that which every man must do. That shall be made right. And ye shall guard the means of life. This self-same have I brought your armies out of the land. Therefore shall you guard his name. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at evening, shall ye eat matzah until the 21st day of the month at evening. 7 days shall there be no chametz found in your houses. For whosoever eats that which is with chametz, even that soul shall be cut off from the assembly of Yasharel. Whether he be a stranger or born in the land, he shall eat nothing with chametz. In all your habitations shall ye eat matzah. Then Moshe called for all the elders of Yasharel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill Pesach. He shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel in 2 sideways with the blood that is in the basin. None of you shall go out at the door of your house until the morning. For Yahweh shall pass through your smiting when you see the blood on the lintel and on the 2 side posts. Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. And you shall guard this thing for an ordinance to you and your sons forever. And it shall come to pass when ye are come to the land which Yahweh will give you according as he hath promised, that ye shall guard this service. And it shall come to pass when your children ask you, what mean ye by this service? That ye shall say, this is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Pesach, to pass over the houses of the children of Yasharel in Mitzrayim, when he smote Mitzrayim, and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and the knees. The children of Yasharel went away, and did as Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aaron. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn of the land of Mitzrayim, the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, unto the firstborn of the captives that was in the earth. All the firstborn of the captives. Pharaoh rose up in the night, and he and all the servants, and all the Mitzrayim. There was a great cry in Mitzrayim. There was not a house where there was not one. He called for Moshe and Aaron by night, and said, rise up, get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Yasharel, and go and serve Yahweh, as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Mitzrayim were urgent upon the people, they might send them out in haste, for they said, we be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes on their shoulders. And the children of Yasharel did according to the word of Moshe, and they bound and borrowed of Mizraim jewels of silver and jewels of gold and rings. Yahweh gave favor in the sight of Israel, so that they transferred to them such things as they required, and they spoiled the children of Israel journeyed from Ramek to Sukkot, about 6,000 on foot that were men beside children. A mixed multitude went up also with flocks and herds, very much cattle. And they baked matzah cakes, the dough which they brought forth out of Israel did not leaven, because they were thrust out of the not clear, neither had they prepared for themselves. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel dwelt in the land came they and their father was 430 years. It came to pass at the end of 430 years, even the self-same day, came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Mizraim. It was a night to be much observed unto Yahweh, bringing them out of the land of Mizraim. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed for all the children of Yasharel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Moshe and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Pesach. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man's servant that is bought for money, when ye have circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be. You shall not carry forth aught of flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall you break a bone thereof. And all the assembly of Yasharel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you, and will keep the Pesach of Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised. Then let him come near and keep it. He shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One Torah shall there be to him that is holy, and unto the stranger that sitteth among them. Thus did all the children of Yasharel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aaron, son of Hur. And it came to pass the selfsame day that Yahweh did bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Israel. Exodus 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opens the womb among the children of Yasharel, both man and of beast. And Moshe said, remember this day the came to Israel out of the house of God, by strength of hand, Yahweh brought me out, but shall no commence. She swore unto your father, give you land flowing with milk and honey. You shall keep his service in this month. 7 days you shall eat matzah, and in the 7th day there shall be a feast to Yahweh. Matzah shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall be no chametz seed, neither shall there be leaven seed with you in all his works. And you shall show your son in that day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Israel. It shall be as a sign upon your hand, and a memorial between your eyes, that Yahweh's Torah may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand that Yahweh brought me out of Israel. You shall therefore guard his ordinances and the time. It shall be that Yahweh shall break his neck, and all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. It shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say unto him, By strength of hand Yahweh brought us out of Mitzrayim from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn of the land of Mitzrayim, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrificed to Yahweh all that was Baals, but all the firstborn of my children I redeemed. And it shall be for a mark upon your hand, and for frontlets between your eyes, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Israel. And it came to pass that Pharaoh had your but not true the way of the land of the Philistines, although it was evil. For Elohim said, Lest perchance the people repent and deceive more. But Elohim led the people about through the way of the Red Sea. The children of Yasharel went up harnessed out of the land of Mitzrayim. Moshe took the bones of Yosef with him, where he had surely sworn the children of Yasharel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and shall carry you, and ye shall carry up my bones away next day. And they took their journey from Sukkot in the edge of the wilderness. And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud, and led them the way, to lead them the way. And by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, from before the people. And what spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and encamp before between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal Zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by Pharaoh shall say to the children of Yasharel, Tangle the land, the wilderness except the hills, and I will harden Pharaoh's heart. You shall follow after them, and I will be honored upon their and upon all his hosts. In this way they know that I am the Lord. And it was told the king of the tree, the heart of Pharaoh was turned against the people. They said, Why have we done this? And we have let Yasharel go so that he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. He took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Israel, and captains over every one of them. Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, soon after the children of Yasharel, and the children of Yasharel went out to make high camp. The Mitzrayim pursued after them all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, forced them into the army, and overtook them encamped by the sea. Besides 500 before prophets of God. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Yasharel lifted up their eyes, and the marched after them. They were sore afraid, and the children of Yasharel cried out unto Yahweh, and said, Because there were no graves in Israel, have you taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore have you dwelt with us, to carry us forth out of Israel? Is not this the word that we did tell you in Mitzrayim, saying, Let us alone that we may serve the Mitzrayim, for it had been better for us to serve the Mitzrayim than that we should die in the wilderness. Moshe said unto him, fear not, stand still and see the Yeshua of Yahuwah, which he will show you today. The Mitzrayim ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Yahuwah shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, wherefore cry you unto me? Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they go forward. But lift up your rod and stretch out your hand to the sea and divide it. The children of Yasharel shall go on dry ground, and I, behold, I will harden the hearts of the Mitzrayim, and they shall follow them, and I will give me honor upon Pharaoh and upon all his hosts, upon his chariots and upon his horsemen. The Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the angel of Elohim, which went before the camp of Yasharel, removed and went before them, and the pillar of cloud went from before their face and stood behind them. And it came to pass, and it came between the camp of Mitzrayim and the camp of Yasharel. And it was a cloud and a darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all the night. And Moshe stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahuwah caused the sea to go back strongly all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters divided. The children of Yasharel went in the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Mitzrayim pursued and went in after them in the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch, Yahuwah looked unto the host of Mitzrayim through the pillar of fire and the cloud, and troubled the host of Mitzrayim. It took off their chariot wheels, and they drove them heavily. So the Mitzrayim said, let us flee to the face of Yasharel, for Yahuwah fights for them against the Mitzrayim. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, stretch out your hand over the sea, the waters shall come again upon the Mitzrayim, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. And Moshe stretched forth his hand over the sea returned to his strength when morning appeared. The Mitzrayim fled against it, and Yahuwah overthrew the Mitzrayim against the sea, and the waters returned out of the chariots and all the hosts of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much now. The children of Yasharel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea. The waters were in all of them on the right hand and on the left. Thus Yahuwah saved Yasharel that day out of the hand of Mitzrayim. And Yasharel saw the Mitzrayim dead upon the seashore. And Yasharel saw that great work which Yahuwah did upon the Mitzrayim. He feared Yahuwah and believed Yahuwah and served him.
Yeah, I'll just keep it reading.
Okay.
It's exciting. It's just
Then sang Moshe and the children of Yasharel this song to Yahuwah. And he spoke, saying, I will sing unto Yahuwah, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and the rider is enthroned into the sea. Yahuwah Yah is my strength and song, and he has become my Yeshua. He is my help, and I will prepare him a habitation. My father's Elohai, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host has he cast into the sea. His chosen captains are also drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, is become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has dashed in pieces the enemy. In the greatness of your excellence, in the greatness of your excellence, have you overthrown them that rose up against you. You set forth your wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. Floods stood upright as a heap. Depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied among them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You flew with your ruach, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mud. Who is like unto you, Yahweh, among the elders? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praise, doing wonders? You stretch out your right hand, the earth swallowed you. You, in your mercy, have led forth the people which you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength into your holy habitation. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold of the inhabitants of Helishdah. The dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of your arm, they shall be as still as a stone. Till your people pass over, O Yahweh. Till the people pass over, which you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which you have made for you to dwell in the sanctuary of Yahweh, which your hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever. When the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots, and with his horsemen into the sea, and Yahweh brought again the waters of the sea upon them. And the children of Yashar went on dry into the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her timbrels and Miriam answered them, sing ye unto Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and the rider is thrown into the sea. So Moshe brought Yasharel from the sea and went out into the wilderness of Shur. They went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink the waters anymore, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. The people murmured against Moshe, saying, what shall we drink? He cried unto Yahweh, and Yahweh showed him a tree, which when he had cast it into the waters remained sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance. There he proved them, and said, if you will diligently hearken unto upon the Mitzrayim, for I am Yahuwah Rabbi. And they came to Elim. There were 12 wells of water and 10 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. So 60. And they took their journey from Elim. And all the assembly of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai. On the 15th day of the second month, after they departed out of the land, the whole assembly of the children of Israel were in place. Would Elohim, we had died by the hand of Yahuwah, the land of Mitzrayim, and we sit there, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread, for ye have brought us forth this wilderness, till this peace unto you. Then said Yahuwah to Moshe, behold, I will bring bread into thy place. Go out and gather a certain great every day, that I may prove them. Together they will walk in my Torah, and it shall come to pass on the 16th day they shall prepare. When it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather the days. Moshe and Aaron said unto the children of Yasharel, that when ye shall know that Yahuwah has brought you out of Egypt, then you shall know that Yahuwah has brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. In the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahuwah. For he that hears your voice of Yahuwah, and what ye are, that ye know against us. Moshe said, this shall be Yahuwah. When Yahuwah shall give you a blessing, and you want to bread to the Lord, then Yahuwah hear your against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. Moshe spoke unto Yahuwah, saying unto all the assembly of the children of Israel, come here before Yahuwah, for he has heard your murmurings. And it came to pass that Yahuwah spoke unto the whole assembly of the children of Israel, and looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yahuwah appeared in the cloud. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at eve ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. Ye shall know that I am Yahuwah will make it. And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up, and they covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay around about the host. When the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. The children of Yasharel saw it, and said one to another, it is manna, for they knew not what it was. Moshe said unto them, this is the bread which Yahuwah has given you to eat. This is the thing that which Yahuwah has made. Gather of it each man according to his own, and make according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. The children of Yasharel did so, and gathered all, some more and some less. And when they did eat it out, eat it with Gomer, gathered every man according to his evil. Moshe said, let no man eat until the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moshe. But some of them left of it until the morning. It was red worms and stank, and Moshe was wroth. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his need. And some waxed hot and melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day, they gathered twice yesterday, 2 hours for 1 man. All the rulers of the assembly came to and said unto them, this is that which Yahweh said, tomorrow is the rest of the whole Shabbat. Make that which is wrong, make today. And that which remains over, lay up before you. And it did not stink. They said, eat that today, for today is the Shabbat of Yahuwah. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days shall she produce. 6 days ye shall gather it. But on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be no food. And it came to pass, there went out some of the people on the 7th day, for to gather it. Therefore said unto Moshe, how long will you need to guard my commandments and my Torah? See, that Yahweh has given you the Shabbat. Therefore, he gives you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Yeshua called the name thereof Manna. It was like glory, like the face of it was like and Moshe said, this is the thing which Yahweh commands, fill it all kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Mitzrayim. Moshe said unto Aharon, take a pot, and fill an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahuwah, to be kept for your generations. As Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so Aharon laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Yasharel did eat manna 40 days, 40 years, until they came into the land of Hebron. They did eat manna until they came into the borders of the land of Canaan. Now an omer is the 10th part of an ephah. And all the assembly of the children of Yasharel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin. After their journeys, according to the commandment of Yahuwah, they pitched in there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide Moshe, saying, give us water that we may drink. And Moshe said unto them, why chide ye me? Wherefore kept Yahuwah people murmured against Moshe and said, wherefore is it that you have brought us up out of Mitzrayim to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moshe cried unto Yahuwah, saying, what shall I do to these people? They eat only Maka. Because of the chiding of the children of Yasharel, and because they tempted Yahweh, saying, is Yahweh among us or not? Then came Amalek and fought with Yasharel and directed their Moshe said unto Yahushua, choose us out men and go out and fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahushua did as Moshe had said to him, and fought with Amalek, and Moshe and Aaron went up on the top of the hill. And it came to pass when Moshe held up his hand that Yasharel failed, and when he let down his hand, Amalek Moshe's hand was stumbled, staying up his hands, one on one side and the other on the other side, and his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. Apologize. Pause just a moment.
I believe you just started at 17 too.
Okay, so 17:3, or 17:2. Word for the child of Moshe saying, give us water that we may drink. Moshe said unto them, I tried you, wherefore ye took Yahweh. And he thirsted there for water, and the people murmured against Moshe and said, wherefore is it that you have brought us up out of Mitzrayim to kill us, our children, and our cattle with thirst? Moshe cried unto Eliyahu, saying, what shall I do with this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, go not before the people, and take with you the elders of Yasharel and your rod, or with you smoking them, take in your hand and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that you may drink. And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Yasharel. And he called the name of the place upon them, Miracle, because the legion of the children of Yasharel, because they tempted Yahweh, saying, Zephon, this or not. Then came Amalek and fought with Yasharel and Rephaim. And Moshe said unto Eliyahu, choose us out men and go out and fight with Amalek tomorrow. I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahushua did as Moshe had said unto him, and fought with Amalek. And Moshe, Aharon, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Yasharel prevailed. But when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moshe's hands were heavy, and they took the stone and put it under him. And he sat thereon, and Aaron, Aharon, and Hur stayed up his hands, but the one on the one side, and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Yahushua discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, write this for a memorial in the Sefer, and rehearse it in the ears of Yahushua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens. And Moshe built an altar and called the name of Yahweh Yahweh my man. For he said, because Yah has sworn, and Yahweh will have borne Amalek from generation to generation. Exodus 18. When Yitro, the priest of Midian, Moshe's father, heard of all that Elohim had done for Moshe and for Yasharel his people, and that Yahweh had brought Yasharel, yet Yitro, Moshe's took Moshe's woman after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of one was Gershom, for he said, I had lived in alien in a strange land, and the name of the other was Eliezer, for Elohai, my father, said he was my help and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Yethro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and his woman to Moshe into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mountain of Elohim. And he said unto Moshe, I, your father-in-law Yethro, come unto you and your woman and your 2 sons with her. And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance and kissed him. And they asked each other for their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yahweh had done with Pharaoh and to Mitzrayim for Yeshurun's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yahweh delivered them. And Yitro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yahweh had done to Yeshurun, whom he had delivered out of the hand of Mitzrayim. And Yitro said, Blessed be Yahweh, who has delivered you out of the hand of Mitzrayim, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of Mitzrayim. Now I know that Yahweh is greater than all of them, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly he was not them. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for them. And Aharon came, and all the elders of Yeshurun to eat bread with Moshe, his father-in-law. And it came to pass in the morrow that Moshe sat to judge the people. The people stood by Moshe from morning to the evening. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that you do to the people? Why sit you yourself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning until evening? And Moshe said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come to me to inquire of him. When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another. And I do make them know the statutes of Elohim and his Torah. And Moshe's father-in-law said unto him, The thing that you do is, you will surely wear away, both you and this people that is with him. For this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice, and I will give you counsel, and Elohim shall be with you. Be for the people to Elohim, and you may bring the causes unto Elohim. And you shall teach them the ordinances and the Torah, and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, and rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. Let them judge the people at all seasons. It shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, and every small matter they shall judge. So it shall be easier for yourself, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do this thing, Elohim command you so, then you shall be able to endure, and all this people shall go to their place in peace. So Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father, and did all that he had said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Yeshurun, and made them heads of the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people in all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moshe let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Exodus 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of Yasharel were gone forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai, for they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Yasharel camped before the mountain. And Moshe went up unto Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shall you say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, You have seen what I did unto the Mitzrayim, and how I bore you on eagle's wings. So, now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and guard my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me among all people, for all the earth is mine. You shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak unto the children of Israel. And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moshe returned the words of the people to Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and leave you forever. And Moshe told the words of the people to Yahweh. Yahweh said unto Moshe, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And ye shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that you not go up into the mountain, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mountain shall surely be put to death. There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. A beast or man, it shall not live. If the shofar sounds long, they shall come unto the mountain. And Moshe went down from the mountain to the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the third day, come not ready. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud upon the mountain, and the voice of the shofar exceeding loud, so that all the people was in the camp, trembled. And Moshe brought forth the people out of the camp to the They stood at another part of the mountain. The Mount Sinai was altogether smoke, because Yahweh descended with fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked greatly. And when the voice of the shofar sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moshe spoke, and Elohim answered him by a voice. Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai, on the top of the mountain, and Yahweh called Moshe up to the top of the mountain. Yahweh said unto Moshe, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto El gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also which come near to El Yahweh sanctify themselves, lest Yahweh break on them. And Moshe said unto El Yahweh, The people cannot come to Mount Sinai, for you charge us, saying, Set bounds about sanctify it. And Yahweh said unto him, Away, get you down, and you shall come up, you, and Aharon with you. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto El Yahweh, lest he break forth upon them. So Moshe went down to the people and spoke unto them. Exodus 20. And Elohim spoke all these words, saying, I am Yahweh Elohim, which have brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make unto you any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down yourself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh Elohim, am jealous now, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generations of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me, and guard my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahweh Elohim in vain, for Yahweh and guiltless that takes his name in vain. Remember the day of the Shabbat to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and toil. The seventh day is a Shabbat. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the day of the Shabbat and called it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yahweh gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not break your wedlock. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not lust after your neighbor's house. You shall not lust after your neighbor's woman, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's. All the people saw the thunderings, the lightning, the noise of the shofar, and the mountain smoking. When they saw it, they were so afraid. And they said unto Moshe, Speak with us, we will hear. Not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said to the people, Fear not, for Elohim has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moshe drew near the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Thus you shall say to the children of Israel, You have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me Elohims. Neither shall you make unto you Elohim gold. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon your offerings and your peace offerings, your sheep, your oxen, in all places where I record my name, I will come unto you, and I will bless you. And And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not eat of the hewn stone. For if you lift up your tool upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up by steps into my altar, that your nakedness be not discovered. Okay. Jeremy, you ready to take the 21?
Yeah. Now these are the judgments which ye shall set before them. If you obtain in every servant 6 years shall he serve, and in the 7th year he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his woman shall go out with him. If his master have given him a woman, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master and my woman and my children, I will not go free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges, and he shall also bring him to the door or unto the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man surrender his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she pleases not her master, has betrothed him to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed, to surrender her unto a strange nation, and he shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another woman, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall not be diminished. And if he do not these 3 unto her, then shall she go out free without money. And if he smites a man so that he dies, he that smites a man so that he dies shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor, to slay him with guile, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. And he that smites his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. If men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keeps his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be innocent, only shall he pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be Notwithstanding, if he continue to die, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished according as the woman's man will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judge determines. And if any mischief follow, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. If a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, then he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. And if an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten. But the owner of that ox shall be innocent. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past, and it has been testified to his owner, and he has not kept him in, but that he has killed a man or a woman, that ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. If there be laid upon him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good and give the money unto the owner, and the dead beast shall be his. And if the ox of one man hurts the ox of another, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also shall be divided. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, the dead shall be his own. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep, and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and being smitten that he die, there shall be no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, it shall put in his piece, and shall feed another man's field. Feed in another man's field. Of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of grain or the standing grain or field be consumed therein, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to guard, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief not be found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of transgressions, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, that which another challenges to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judge shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man unto his neighbor, if a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or a beast to guard, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahweh be between the both, that he not his hand unto his neighbor goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which is torn. If a man ought of his neighbor, and if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. If the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a hired thing, it came for his hire. If a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her that be his wife. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lie with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifices unto any Elohim, save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger nor oppose him, for ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. And my wrath will wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword. And your women shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people that is poor by you, you shall not be to him. You shall not be to him as an user. Neither shall you lay upon him usury. If you at all take your neighbor's raiment to pledge, you shall deliver him by the sun goes down. By that the sun goes down. But that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, I shall hear him, for I am gracious. You shall not revile the Elohim, or curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruits, or of your liquors. The firstborn of your son shall you give unto me. Likewise shall you do with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall be damned. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. shall be holy, and ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is tore of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. You shall not raise a false report. Put not your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shall you speak in a cause to decline after many to pervert judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that he is under his burden, and would forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in his cause. Keep far from a false matter. The innocent and righteous slay you not, for I will not justify the wicked. You shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. You shall not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. In 6 years you shall sow your land, and shall gather in the fruit thereof. For the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie still. The poor of your people may eat, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with your vineyard, with your olive oil. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may rest, and that the son of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be guarded, and make no mention of the name of other Elohim, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. You shall eat matzah unleavened 7 days, as I command you. In the time appointed in the month of Rabbi, for in it you came out of Mitzrayim, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of Katsir, the first fruit of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the feast of Akfi, which is in the end of the year, when you have gathered in the labors out of your field. Three times in the year, all your males shall appear before Adonai Yehovah. And you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with commence, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yehovah Elohim. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to guard you in the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon the transgressions. My name is in him. But If you shall indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto your enemies, and an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you and bring you unto the Ibarim, the Hippim, the Perazim, and the Kennedim, the Hippim, and the Yebusim, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their Elohim or serve them or do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve Yahweh Elohechem, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. There shall nothing cast their young, there shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in your land. The number of your days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before you, and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come, and I will make all your enemies turn their backs on you. I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivi, the Kennedy, the Hivi from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, unless the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against you. But little and little, by little and little, I will drive them out before you, until you be increased and inherit the land. And I will set your bounds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Philistine, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out. You shall cut no covenant with them, nor with their Elohim. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their Elohim, it will surely be a snare unto you. And he said unto Moshe, Come up unto El Yahuwah, you and Aharon, and Nadav, and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Yasharel, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come El Yahuwah, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moshe came and told the people all the words of Yahuwah, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice, saying, All the words which Yahuwah has said will we do. And Moshe wrote all the words of Yahuwah and rose early in the morning and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Yasharel. And he set young men of the children of Yasharel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahuwah. And Moshe took half of the blood and put it in a basin, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the sefer of the covenant and read it in the audience of the people, and they said, All that Yahuwah has said, be. Moshe took the blood and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold the blood of the covenant, which Yahuwah has cut with you concerning these words. Then went up Moshe and Aharon and Nadav and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yasharel, and they saw the Elohai of Yasharel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were, the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Yasharel he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim and did eat and drink. Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Come up to me into the mount and be there, and I will give you sapphire stones, and the Torah and the commandments which I have written, that you may teach them. And Moshe rose up, and his minister Yahusha, and Moshe went up into the mount of Elohim. And he said unto the elders, Tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Hori are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. Moshe went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount, and the glory of Yahweh abode upon Mount Sinai. And the cloud covered it 6 days, and the seventh day he called unto Moshe out of the midst of the cloud. And in the sight of the glory of Yahweh, in the sight of the glory of Yahweh was like devouring fire on the top of the mountain, in the eyes of the children of Yasharel. Moshe went into the midst of the cloud, and got him up into the mount, and Moshe was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring me an offering of every man that gives it willingly in his heart, he shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall give, which ye shall take of them: gold, silver, and brass, and purple, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram's skin dyed red, and badger skin, and shittim wood, for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod, and the breastplate, and let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I show you, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall it be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, within and without shall ye overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be on one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with it. And you shall put the staves in the rings by the ark, by the sides of the ark, and the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, and they shall not be taken from it. You shall put into the ark the testimony which I shall give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold of beaten work, shall you make them in the 2 ends of the mercy seat, and make 1 cherubim on one end, and the other cherubim on the other end, even of the mercy seat. Even of the mercy seat shall he make the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. The cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put the mercy seat above the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, between the 2 cherubim which are upon the ark of the testimony, and of all the things which I will give you in commandment unto the children of Yasharel. shall also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of a handbreadth round about, and you shall make a gold crown to the border thereof round about. And you shall make for it 4 rings of gold, and put the 4 rings in the 4 corners thereon, the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for the places for staves to bear the table. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table be formed with them. And you shall make the dishes thereof, and the spoons thereof, and the covers thereof, and the bowls thereof, to cover withal of pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table showbread before me always. You shall make a menorah, 7 branch. You shall make a menorah of pure gold, of wheat work shall the menorah be. His shaft and his branches, and his bowls, and his knobs, and his flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side. 3 bowls made like onions, with a knob and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knob and a flower, so that the 6 branches that come out of the menorah, so that in the 6 branches that are come out of the menorah, and in the menorah shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knobs and their flowers, and there shall be a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the menorah. Their knobs and their branches shall be of the same. All of it shall be one wheat work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps thereof, that they shall light the lamps, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall be maken, with all the vessels. And look that you make them after their pattern, which was shown you in the mount. Yeah,
Thank you, brother.
you want me to stop?
Yeah, you're gonna have Justin take over here. Thank you, brother.
Moreover, you shall make it the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine swine linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, cherubim of cunning work shall you make them. And the length of one curtain shall be 8 and 20 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains shall have 1 measure. And 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. You shall make the loops of blue upon the edge of one of the curtains from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shall you make it in the uttermost edge of another curtain from the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second. The loops may take hold one another. And you shall make 50 taches of gold and couple of the curtains together with the taches, and shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of gold of goat's hair to be the covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make it. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And you shall couple with the 5 curtains by themselves, and at the 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double with the 6 curtains in the forefront of the tabernacle.
attaches of brass, attaches them to the loops, coupled with the tent together that it may be warm. In the remnant that remains of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remains shall hang over the back side of the tabernacle. And a cubit on one side and a cubit on the other side of that which remains is the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on the side, and on the side the cover. And you shall make a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering above the badger skins. And you shall make it the boards of the tabernacle of shittim standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of the board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shall you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And you shall make it the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards on the south side southward. And you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards. 2 sockets under one board for 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side there shall be 20 boards. And the 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward you shall make, and 2 boards shall you make for the corners of the tabernacle on the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both, and they shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall make 8 boards in their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of one side of the tabernacle, and the 5 bars of the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the board shall reach from one end to end, and you shall overlay the boards with gold, and make it the rings of gold for places for the boards. And you shall overlay the bars with gold, and you shall rear up at the tabernacle, fashion thereof, and show you in gold. And you shall make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twine linen, with honey work, and cherubim shall it be. Sorry, guys. Exodus chapter 2. Or also, you shall hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold upon the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up in the veil under the taches, that you may bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put a mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set at the table without the veil, and at the menorah 7 branches candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make a hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twine linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold. And you shall cast 5 sockets of brass. Exodus chapter 27. And you shall make it an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make the horn so that upon the 4 corners thereof his horn shall be of the same, and you shall overlay it with brass. And you shall make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof you shall make of brass. And you shall make it for a grate of network of brass. And upon the net shall you make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear. Hollow with board shall you make it, as it is showed to you in the mountain, so shall they make it. And you shall make it the court of the tabernacle for the south side southward. There shall be hanging for the court 5 twine linen of 100 cubits long on one side. And the 20 pillars thereof and the 20 sockets shall be of brass, and hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side, in the length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and its 20 pillars and the 20 sockets of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hanging 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be a hanging of 20 cubits, of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twine linen, wrought with needlework, and their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver, their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits of 5 twine linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the
tabernacle, and all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. And you shall command it the children of Yashrael that they bring you pure olive oil beaten from the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In their tabernacle of the assembly without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order from evening to morning before Yahweh. It should be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Yashrael. Exodus 28. And take unto you Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, from among the children of Yashrael, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, Abiyahu, Eleazar, Ithamar, Aaron's sons. You shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, for glory and for beauty. You shall speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the Ruach Chokamah. They may make it Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, an ephod, and a robe, an embroidered coat, a turban, and a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take of gold, and of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine linen. And they shall make it an ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine linen, with cunning work. It shall have the two shoulder pieces thereof joined at the two edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the belt of the ephod which is upon it shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen. And ye shall take and the two onyx stones, and engrave on them the names of the children of Yashrael, 6 of their names on one stone, and at the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their work. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shall you have engraved the 2 stones with the names of the children of Yashrael. You shall make them to be set in ouches of gold. And you shall put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Yashrael. And Aaron shall bear the name for Yahweh upon his 2 shoulders memorial. You shall make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends. Of wreathen work shall you make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod you shall make it: of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shall you make it. 4 square it shall be beamed up. The span shall be the length thereof, and the span shall be the breadth thereof. You shall set it at the setting of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row a ligur, an agate, and an amethyst. In the fourth row a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold, and they're included. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Yashrael, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Everyone with his name shall they be according to their 12 tribes. You shall make upon them the breastplate, chains with the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. And you shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold. And you shall put it the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And you shall put it the 2 wreathen chains of gold on the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And at the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains you shall fasten the 2 ouches, and put on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate and the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold you shall make, and you put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart thereof, or against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they shall bind it thereof with the rings of the ephod which the lace of blue, that may be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Yashrael in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the holy place for memorial before Yahweh continually. And ye shall put in the breastplate of judgment at the Urim and at the Tumiim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart, when he goes in before Yahweh. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Yashrael upon his heart before Yahweh. And ye shall make it the robe of the ephod of all blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it. In the midst thereof it shall have a lining of woven work round about the hole of it, as it were the hole of a harper hoop, that it be not red. And beneath upon the hem of it ye shall make pomegranate, 8s of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon them of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron's minister, and his son when he goes out into the holy place before Yahweh. When he comes out, then he dies on. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, engraved upon it like the engravings of a signet. Kodesh Yahweh, holiness to Yahweh. You shall put it on a blue lace, and
and it may be upon the turban, upon the forefront of the turban it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things which the children of Yashrael shall hallow all their holy gifts, and shall be always upon the forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahweh. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the belt of needlework. And for Aaron's son you shall make coats, and you shall make for the belts and bonnets, and you shall make for glory and for good. And you shall put them upon Aaron your brother, and at his sons with them, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness from the loins, even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons, when they come in unto me, and unto the tabernacle of the assembly. When they come near to the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him. Exodus 29. And this is the thing that ye shall do unto them that hallow them. To minister unto me in the priest's office, take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and matzah cakes tempered with oil, and matzah wafers anointed with oil, with wheaten flour shall you make them. You shall put them into one basket, bring them in the basket, with the bullock and the 2 rams. And at Aaron and his sons you shall bring it to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and you shall wash them with water. You shall take it the garments and put upon it Aaron the coat, and at the robe of the ephod, and at the ephod, and at the breastplate, and gird it with the belt of the ephod. And you shall put the turban upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the turban. Then shall you take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And you shall bring it to sons, and put coats upon them. And you shall gird them with belts, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause the bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the assembly, and Aaron and his sons shall put in their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And you shall take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour it the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take it the fat that covers the inwards, and the of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But if the flesh of the bullock, and if his skins, and if his dung, you shall burn with fire without the camp. It is an offering. It is a sin offering. You shall also take it 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall slay it the ram, and you shall take it his blood, and sprinkle it round about the altar. And you shall cut it the ram in pieces, and wash inwards and his legs, and put them in unto his pieces and unto his head. And you shall burn it the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahweh. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take it the other ram, and Aaron and his sons, and shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shall you kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle with the blood upon the altar round about. And you shall take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointed oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also, you shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covers the inwards, and at the caul above the liver, and at the 2 kidneys, and at the fat that is upon them, and at the right shoulder, where it is a ram of consecration, and 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of boiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of matzah that is before Yahweh. And you shall put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And you shall receive them on their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take it the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify it the breast of the wave offering, and at the shoulder of the heave offering which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Yashrael, for it is a heave offering. It shall be a heave offering from the children of Yashrael of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahweh. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days. And he comes into the tabernacle of the assembly to minister in the holy place. And he shall take it the ram of the consecration, and receive his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and eat the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And they shall eat those things there wherewith the atonement was made, to
consecrate and sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto the morning, then ye shall burn it the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shall you do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I command you. 7 days shall you consecrate. Ye shall offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement, and ye shall cleanse the altar when you have made an atonement for it. Ye shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days ye shall make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which ye shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day continually. If the one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at the evening. And with the one lamb, a 10th of flour mingled with the 4th part of hin beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine for a drink offering. And if the other lamb you shall offer at evening, it shall do thereunto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of assembly for Yahweh, where I will meet you, to speak there unto you. And there I will meet the children of Yahshua. And the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my word. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the assembly, and at the altar I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Yahshua, and I will be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahweh Elohim, that brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that I may dwell among them. I am Yahweh Elohim. And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon it. Of shittim wood shall you make it. The cubit shall be the length thereof. Oh, sorry, Exodus. This is Exodus 30. Sorry. And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Shittim wood shall you make it. The cubit shall be the length thereof, and the cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. And the horn thereof shall be of the same. You shall overlay it with pure gold, with the top thereof, with the sides thereof round about it, with the horns thereof. And you shall make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shall you make to it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof upon the 2 sides of it shall you make it. And they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And you shall make it the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet you. And Aaron shall burn therein sweet incense every morning when he dresses the lamps, and he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lights the lamps at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. You shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall you pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement on the horns of it once in a year, without the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once in a year shall you make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, when you take the sum of the children of Yashriel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul to Yahweh. When you number them, that there be no plague among them, when you number them. This shall they give. Everyone that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. The shekel is 20 crores. A half shekel shall be the offering of Yahweh. Everyone that passes among them that are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering unto Yahweh. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give it the offering unto Yahweh to make an atonement for your soul. And ye shall take the atonement money of the children of Yashriel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Yashriel before Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, then shall you also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And you shall put it between the tabernacle of the assembly and the altar, and you shall put water therein. For Aaron and his son shall wash at their hands, and at their feet thereat. When they go into the tabernacle of the assembly, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister to burnt offering made by fire unto Yahweh. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. It shall be a statute forever to them, even to him, and to his seed throughout their generations. Moreover, Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, take also unto you the principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon, half so much, and even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus, 250 shekels, and of cassia, 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of oil olive again. And ye shall make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be a holy anointing. And
And you shall anoint the tabernacle of the assembly therewith, the ark of the testimony, and the table, and of all the vessels, and the menorah, and his vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering, with all his vessels, and the laver, and his foot. And he shall sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touches them shall be holy. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall speak unto the children of Yashrael, saying, This shall be a holy anointing equivalent to me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall you make any other like it after the composition of it. It is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compounds any like it, or whosoever puts any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Take unto you sweet spices, staccadim, and oncha, and galbanum, and these sweet spices, pure frankincense. Of each shall be a light weight, and ye shall make it a perfume, a confection, after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And ye shall beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the assembly, where I will meet with you. It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which ye shall make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto you holy for Yahweh. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people. Exodus 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, See, I have called by the name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Uri, of the tribe of Yehudah. And I have filled him with the Ruach Elohim, in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in the cutting of stone to set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And behold, I have given with him Aholiab, son of the tribe of Dan, and in the hearts of all that are wise hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make it all that I have commanded. At the tabernacle of the assembly, and at the ark of the testimony, and at the mercy seat that is thereupon, and at the furniture of the tabernacle, and at the table, and at his furniture, and at the pure menorah, with all his furniture, and at all the altar of incense. And at the altar of burnt offering, with all his furniture, and at the laver, and at his foot. And at the cloths of service, and at the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and at the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office, and at the anointing oil, and at the sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded you, shall they do. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak also unto the children of Yashrael, saying, Truly as my Shabbat ye shall guard. Where is the sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yahweh, Mekadishim, Yahweh, who sanctifies you. You shall guard it this Shabbat, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defiles it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh it is the Shabbat of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever does any work in the Shabbat, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Yashrael shall guard the Shabbat, to keep it the Shabbat, throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Yashrael forever. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, but on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. He gave unto Moshe, when he had made an end of communing with him upon the mountain of Sinai, 2 sapphires of testimony, and sapphire stones written with the finger of Elohim. Exodus 32. And when the people saw that Moshe delayed to come down out of the mountain, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron and said unto him, Make us Elohim which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what has become of them. And Aaron said unto them, Break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your women, and of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people broke off the golden earrings which were in the ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned them with the engravings after he had made it with the golden calf. And they said, These be your Elohim, O Yashrael, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar. And Aaron made proclamation and said, Tomorrow is a feast to Yahweh. And they rose up early on the morrow and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. The people sat down to eat and to drink, and they rose up to play. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Go, get you down for your people, which you brought out of the land of Mitzrayim, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them.
They have made them a molten calf and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be your Elohim, Yashrael, which have brought you up out of the land of Israel. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, I have seen it this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and I may consume them, and will make of you a great nation. And Moshe besought Yahweh Elohim and said, Yahweh, why does your wrath wax hot against your people, which have brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim with a great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Mitzrayim speak and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against your people. Remember Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yashrael, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self, and said unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And Yahweh repented of the evil which he had thought to do unto his people. And Moshe turned and went down from the mountain, and the two sapphires of testimony were in his hand. The sapphires were written on both their sides, on one side and on the other were they written. And the sapphires were the work of Elohim, and the writing was the writing of Elohim, graven upon the sapphires. And when Yahushua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moshe, There is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for me to overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass as soon as he came nigh to the camp, and he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moshe's anger waxed hot. And he casted the sapphires out of his hand, and broke them beneath the mountain. And he took it the calf which he had made, and burned it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Yashrael to drink it. And Moshe said unto Aaron, What did this people unto you? That you have brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, Let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. You know it, the people, that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, Make us Elohim, which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what to do with them. And I said unto them, Whosoever has any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Moshe saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. Then Moshe stood in the gate of the camp and said, Who is on Yahweh's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. He said unto them, Thus says Yahweh Elohim Yashrael, that every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from the gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man of his brother, and every man his companion, and every man of his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moshe, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moshe had said, Consecrate yourselves today to Yahweh, even every man upon his son, and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. They came to pass on the morrow that Moshe said unto the people, Ye have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up to Yahweh. Perchance I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moshe returned unto Yahweh and said, This people have sinned a great sin, and have made them Elohim of gold. Yet now if you will forgive their sin, and if not blot me, I pray you out of this effort which you have done. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my sin. Therefore now go, lead the people unto the place which I have spoken unto. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. And Yahweh plagued the people because they made it the calf which Aaron had made. Exodus 33. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Depart and go up hence, you and the people which you have brought up out of the land of Mitzrayim, unto the land which I swore to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, saying, Unto your seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanite, and the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivi, and the Jebusite, unto the land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of you, for you are a stiff-necked people, lest I consume you in the food. And when the people heard the evil report, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornaments. For Yahweh said unto Moshe, Say unto the children of Yashrael, You are a stiff-necked people. I will come up in the midst of you in a moment, consume you. Therefore now put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you. And the children of Yashrael stripped themselves of the ornaments by the mountain forever. And Moshe took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, far off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the assembly. And it came to pass that everyone which sought Yahweh went out unto the tabernacle of the assembly, which was without the camp. And it came to pass when Moshe went out unto the tabernacle that all the people rose up, stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moshe, until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass as Moshe entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended, stood at the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh was talking to Moshe. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe face to face, as a man speaks unto a friend. And he turned again into the camp, but his servant Yahusha, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moshe said unto Yahweh, See, you say unto me, Bring up this people, and you have not let me know if whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I pray you, if I have found grace in your sight, show me your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And he said, My presence shall go with you, and will give you rest. And he said unto them, If your presence go not with me, carry us not of hence. For wherein shall it be known here that I and your people have found grace in your sight? Is it not in that you go with us? So shall we be separated, I and your people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, I will do in this thing also that I have spoken. For you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. And I said, Beseech you, show me if your glory. And he said, I will make you all my goodness pass before you. And I will proclaim the name of Yahweh before you, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. And he said, You cannot see in my face, for there shall be no man see me in. And Yahweh said, Behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand upon a rock. It shall come to pass when my glory passeth by, that I will quickly have left the rock, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away my hand, and you shall see it in my back parts, and my face shall not be seen. Exodus 34. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Hew you 2 sapphire stones, like unto the first, and I will write upon these sapphires the words that were in the first sapphires, which you broke. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me at the top of the mountain. And no man shall come up with you, neither let any man be seen for all the mountain, neither let the flocks or the herds feed before the mountain. And he hewed 2 sapphire stones, like unto the first. Moshe rose up early in the morning, and went up to Mount Sinai, as Yahweh had commanded him. And he took in his hand 2 sapphire stones. And Yahweh descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of Yahweh. And Yahweh passed by before him, and proclaimed, Yahweh, El, merciful and gracious, long-suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, though by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the children's children, the 3rd and 4th generation. And Moshe made haste and bowed his head toward the earth and worshiped. He said, If now I have found grace in your sight, O Adonai, let my Adonai, I pray you, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people. And pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. And he said, Behold, I cut a covenant before all your people. I will do wonders, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation. And all the people among you, where you are, shall see it, the work of Yahweh. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with you. Guarded that which I command you this day. Behold, I drive you out before the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivi, and the Jebusite. Take heed to yourself, lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you go, lest it be for a snare in the midst of you. But you shall destroy the altars, and break at their images, and cut down their Asherah poles. For you shall worship no other El. For Yahweh, Yahweh is jealous, is my name. He is a jealous God. Lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go whoring after their Elohim, and do sacrifice to their Elohim, and one call you and eat of his sacrifice, and take up their daughters unto your sons, and their daughters go whoring after their Elohim, and make your sons go whoring after their Elohim. You shall make no molten of Elohim. The feast of matzah shall you guard. 7 days shall you eat matzah, as I command. In the month of Aviv you came out of Mitzrayim. All that opens the womb is mine, and every firstling among your cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of your ass you shall redeem of the land. And if you redeem him not, then you shall break his neck. And the firstborn of your son shall you redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In earing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of Ketzer, of the first fruits of the wheat harvest, the feast of a seed gathered at the year's end. Thrice in the year shall all the men's children appear before Adonai Yahweh, the Elohai of Yashrael. For I will cast out the nations before you, and enlarge your borders. Neither shall any man desire your land, but you shall go up to appear before Yahweh Elohai thrice in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice of leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of Pesach be left until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahweh Elohim. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, write these words, for after the tenor of these words I cut a covenant with you and with Yashru. And he was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the sapphire the words of the covenant, 10 devarim, the commandments. And it came to pass when Moshe came down from Mount Sinai with 2 sapphire testimony in Moshe's hand. When he came down from the mount, that Moshe knew not the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. And when Aaron and all the children of Yashrael saw Moshe, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him. And Moshe called unto them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the assembly returned unto him, and Moshe talked with them. And afterwards all the children of Yashrael came nigh, and he gave them a commandment, if all that Yahweh had spoken with him at Mount Sinai. Until Moshe had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. When Moshe went in before Yahweh to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And he came out and spoke unto the children of Yashrael, which he was commanded. And the children of Yashrael saw the face of Moshe, that the skin of Moshe's face shone. And Moshe put the veil upon his face until he went in to speak with them. Exodus 35. And Moshe gathered all the assembly of the children of Yashrael together, and said unto them, these are the words which Yahweh was commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be to you a holy day, which shall of rest to Yahweh. Whosoever does work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Shabbat. And Moshe spoke unto all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, saying, this is the thing which Yahweh commanded, saying, take ye from among you and offer it unto Yahweh. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring in the offering of Yahweh, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram skins dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate. And every wise-hearted among you shall come, and make it all that Yahweh was commanded. At the tabernacle, at his tent, and at his covering, at his taches, at his boards, at his bars, at his pillars, and his sockets, at the ark and at the stage thereof, at the mercy seat, and at the veil of the covering, at the table and at the stage, and at all the vessels, and at all the showbread, at the menorah, 7-branched candlestick, also for the light, and at this furniture, and at this lamps with the oil for light, and at the incense altar, and at the stage, and at this anointing oil, and at the sweet incense, and the hanging, and at the hanging of the door, at the entering of the tabernacle. At the altar of burnt offering with his brazen grate, at his stage, and at all his vessels, at the laver, and at his foot, at the hangings of the court, his pillars, and their sockets, and their hangings of the door of the court, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords, the clothes of service to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest office. And all the assembly of the children of Yashrael departed from the presence of Moshe. And they came every one whose heart stirred him up, and every one whom his ruach made willing, and they brought Yahweh's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the assembly, for all his service and for the holy garments. And they came both men and women, and as many as were willing hearted, and brought bracelets and earrings and rings and tablets and all jewels of gold, and every man offered offering of gold unto Yahweh. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and red skins and rams, badger skins brought them. Everyone that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought us Yahweh's offering. Every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought it that which they had spun, both of the blue and of the purple and of the scarlet and of the fine linen. And all the women whose hearts stirred them up in wisdom spun and goat's hair. And the rulers brought it the onyx stones, the stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate, and the spice and the light, the anointing oil, and the sweet incense. And the children of Yashrael brought a willing offering as Yahweh, every man and woman, whose heart made them willing to bring for all manner of work which Yahweh commanded to be made by the hand of Moshe. And Moshe said unto the children of Yashrael, see, Yahweh is called by name, Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hori, of the tribe of Yehudah. He has filled him with the Ruach Elohim in wisdom and understanding and in knowledge and all manner of workmanship. And to
devised curious works to work in gold and silver and in brass, and in the cutting of stones to set them in and carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he has put it in his heart that to teach both he and Aholiab, the son of Achimah of the tribe of Dan, them as he filled with wisdom of heart, to work all manner of work of the engraver, of the cunning workman, of the embroiderer, in blue and in purple, scarlet and in fine linen, and of weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Exodus 36. Then wrought Bezalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man whom Yahweh put wisdom and understanding, know how to work in all manner of work for service of the sanctuary, according to all the Yahweh commanded. And Moshe called Bezalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man whose heart Yahweh put wisdom, even everyone whose heart stirred him up to come up to work in it. And they received of Moshe all the offerings the children of Yashrael had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary to make it withal. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise men that brought in all the work of the sanctuary came, every man for his work which they had made. And they spoke unto Moshe, saying, the people bring much more than enough for the service of the work which Yahweh was commanded to make. And Moshe gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing it. For the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twine linen and blue and purple and scarlet, with cherubim of cunning work made in them. The length of the curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of the curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains one into another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one into another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain, from the selvage of the coupling. Likewise he made on the uttermost side of another curtain, the coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain, which was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. And he made 50 taches of gold, and coupled up the curtains one to another with the taches, so it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains of goat hair for the tent, for the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. The 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled at the 5 curtains by themselves, and at the 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain with the coupling, and 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain, which couples the second. And he made 50 taches of brass to couple with the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering of badger skins above that. And he made it the boards of the for the tabernacle of Shittim standing up. The length of the board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of the board was 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made it the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards from the south side southward. Where he made under the 20 boards 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards. And there are 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards. And 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle on 2 sides. And they were coupled beneath, coupled together at the head thereof to one ring. Thus he did to both of them, both of their boards. And there were 8 boards in their sockets, with 16 sockets of silver, under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of Shittim wood, 5 for the boards on one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the board on the other side of the tabernacle, 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle on the side westward. And he made it the middle bar to shoot it through the boards from one end to the other. And he overlaid the boards with gold. He made it the rings of gold to be placed over the bars, and he overlaid the bars with gold. And he made it the veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twine linen. With cherubim he made it of cunning work. He made thereunto 4 pillars of Shittim, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And he made a hanging for the tabernacle, and there were blue, purple, and scarlet, and fine twine linen of wood. And the 5 pillars of it and their hooks, and he overlaid their chapters and their pillars with gold, and their 5 sockets were of brass. Exodus 37. Bezalel made it the ark of Shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. And he overlaid it with pure gold within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it. And he made the staves of shittim wood and overlaid them with gold. And he put the staves into rings by the sides of the ark to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold, 2 cubits and a half is the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubim of gold, beaten of 1 piece made he them, and on the 2 ends of the mercy seat. 1 cherub on the end on this side, and another cherub on the other end on that side. Out of the mercy seat made he the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim spread out their wings on high, covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their faces one to another, even to the mercy seat. Seaward were their faces of the cherubim. And he made it the table of shittim wood, 2 cubits was the length thereof, and 1 cubit the breadth thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of a handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold to the border thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. Over against the borders were the rings, the places for the staves to bear at the table. And he made it the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold, and to bear at the table. And he made it the vessels which were upon the table, and the dishes, and the spoons, and the bowls, and its covers, to cover with all the pure gold. And he made it the menorah, the pure gold, the beadwork. Made it the menorah, his shaft, and his branches, bowls, his knobs, and his flowers were of the same. And his 6 branches going out the sides thereof, 3 branches of the menorah out of one side thereof, 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side thereof. 3 bowls made after the fashion of the almonds upon a branch, the knob and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almonds in another branch, the knob and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the menorah. And in the menorah were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knobs and his flowers. And the knob under the 2 branches of the same, and the knob under the 2 branches of the same, and the knob under the 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knobs and their branches were of the same. All of it was 1 bead work of pure gold. And he made it his 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his snuff dishes of pure gold. Of the talent of pure gold made he it, and all the vessels thereof. And he made it the incense altar of shittim wood. For the length of it was a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit. It was 4 square, and 2 cubits was the height of it. The horn thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, both at the top of it and the sides thereof round about, and the horns of it also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold for it, under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, 2 places for the staves to bear it withal. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid it with gold. And he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. Exodus 38. And he made it the altar of burnt offerings of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits the breadth thereof. It was 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof. And he made the horns thereof, the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same, and he overlaid it with brass. He made it all the vessels of the altar, the pots, and the shovels, the basins, and the flesh hooks, and the fire pans. All the vessels thereof made he of brass. And he made it for the altar of brazen grate of network under the compass thereof, beneath and in the midst of it. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of brass, so to be placed for the staves. And he made it the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put the staves into the rings on the side of the altar to bear it withal. He made the altar hollow. And he made it the laver of brass at the foot of it of brass, and the looking glasses of the women assembling, which assembled at the door of the tabernacle of assembly. And he made it the court on the south side southward. The hangings of the court were of fine twine linen, and 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their resin sockets were 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side, the hangings were 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20. Hooks of pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits. Their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the east side, eastward 50 cubits. The hangings at one side of the gate were 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and in that hand, were the hangings of 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. All the hangings of the court round about were of fine twine linen. And the sockets for the pillars were of brass, the hooks of pillars and their fillets of silver, and the overlaying of their chapters of silver. And all the pillars of the court were fillets of silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework of blue.
and scarlet, fine twined linen, and 20 cubits was the length, and the height of the breadth was 5 cubits, answerable to the hangings of the cord. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of brass 4, their hooks of silver, and the overlays of their chapiters, and their fillets of silver. And all the pins of the tabernacle in the court round about were of brass. This is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moshe, for the service of the Levite by the hand of Ithamar the son to Aaron the priest. And Bezalel the son of Uri, the son of Hori, of the tribe of Yehuda, made all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. With him was Aholiab, son of Achimach, the tribe of Dan, an engraver and cunning workman, an embroiderer in blue, and in purple, and scarlet, and fine linen. All the gold that was occupied for the work, and all the work of the holy place, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents, and 730 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver of them that were numbered of the assembly was 100 talents, and 1,715 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Of Becca, for every man that is a half shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for everyone that went to be numbered 20 years old and up, for 600,000 and 3,550 men. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast at the sockets of the sanctuary, and the sockets of the veil, and 100 sockets of the 100 talents, the talent for a socket. And of the 1,770 and 5 shekels, he made hooks for the pillars and overlaid their chapiters and fillets. And the brass of the offering was 17 talents and 2,400 shekels. And therewith he made of the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the brazen altar, and the brazen gate for it, and all the vessels of the altar, and at the sockets of the court round about, and at the sockets of the court gate, and at all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. Exodus 39. In a blue and purple and scarlet, they made clothes of service to do service in the holy place. They made it the holy garments for Aaron, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. He made it the ephod of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And they did beat it the gold into thin plates, and cut it into wires to work it in the blue, and in the purple, and in the scarlet, and in the fine linen for cutting work. They made shoulder pieces for it to couple it together by the two edges was coupled together. And the belt of his ephod was that was upon it was of the same, according to the work thereof, gold, blue, purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they brought up the onyx stones, closed in ounces of gold, graven as signet are graven with the names of the children of Yashrael. And he put them on the shoulder of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial to the children of Yashrael, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made it the breastplate of cunning work, like the work of an ephod, gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. It was 4 square they made it the breastplate, double a span with the length thereof, the span of the breadth thereof being double. And they set it in 4 rows of stone. The first row was a sardis, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This was the first row. The second row an emerald, and a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row a ligure, and an agate, and an amethyst. In the fourth row a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in ounces of gold in their enclosures. And the stones were according to the names of the children of Yashrael, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of the signet, everyone with his name according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon the breastplate chains and ends of the ring of work of pure gold, and they made 2 ounces of gold, and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings at the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 wreathed chains of gold, and the 2 rings on the end of the breastplate. And at the 2 ends of the 2 wreathed chains they fastened the 2 pouches on the shoulder piece of the ephod. And they made 2 rings of gold and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate upon the border of it, which was on the side of the ephod inward. And they made 2 other golden rings and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the fourth part of it, over against the undercoupling thereof of the belt of the ephod. And they did bind at the breastplate by his rings, and the rings of the ephod with the lace of blue, that it might be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loose from the ephod, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made it the robe of the ephod of woven work of all blue. And there was a hole in the midst of the robe, is the hole of a habergeon, the band round about the hole, that it should not be rent. And they made upon the hems of the robe pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet and twined linen. And they made bells of pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates upon the hem of the robe, round about between the pomegranates.
a bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe to minister in as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they made it the coats of fine linen, of woven work for Aaron and for his sons, and the turban of fine linen, and the bonnets of fine linen, and linen breeches of fine twine linen, and the belt of fine twine linen, and of the in purple, scarlet, and needlework as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they made it the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, and wrote upon it writing like the engravings of a signet, Kodesh El Yahweh. And they tied unto it a lace of blue to fasten it on high upon the turban as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Thus was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent, the assembly finished. The children of Yashrael did according to all Yahweh commanded Moshe, so did they. And they brought the tabernacle unto Moshe, and the tent, and all the furniture, and its taches, and boards and bars, and its pillars and its sockets, and the coverings of the ram skin dyed red, and the coverings of the badger skin, and the veil of the covering, and the ark of the testimony, and the staves thereof, and the mercy seat, and the table, and the vessels thereof, and the showbread, and the pure menorah, and with the lamps thereof, even with the lamps to be set in order, and all the vessels thereof, and the oil for light, and at the golden altar, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and at the hanging for the tabernacle, the brazen altar, his grave of brass, and his staves, and all his vessels, and the laver, and his foot, and the hangings of the court, and his pillar, and the sockets, and the hanging for the court gate, and this court, and this pen, and all the vessels and service of the tabernacle for the tent of assembly. And the cost for the service to do service in the holy place, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and his son's garments to minister in the priest's office, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. So the children of Yashrael made it all the work. Moshe did look upon all the work, and behold, they had done it as Yahweh commanded. Even so, had they done it, and Moshe blessed them. Exodus 40. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, on the first day of the first month shall you set up the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly. And you shall put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. And you shall bring it to the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And you shall bring it the menorah, and light, and the lamps thereof. And you shall set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put it the hanging of the door of the tabernacle. And you shall set up the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly. And you shall set up the ladder between the tent of the assembly and the altar, and you shall put water therein. And you shall set up the court round about, and hang up the hangings of the court gate. And you shall take it the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that is therein, and shall hallow it, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. And you shall anoint the altar and the burnt offering, and all the vessels, and sanctify the altar, and all shall be an altar most holy. And you shall anoint the laver and his foot, and sanctify it. And you shall bring it Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and wash them with water. And you shall put upon him Aaron the holy garments, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall bring it his sons, and clothe them with coats. And you shall anoint them as you anointed their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. Their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus did Moshe according to all that Yahweh commanded him, so did he. And it came to pass in the first month of the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And Moshe reared up at the tabernacle, and fastened at the sockets, and set up the cords thereof, and put at the bars thereof, and reared up the pillars. And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent above upon it, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he took and put the testimony into the ark, and set up the stands of the ark, and put it in the mercy seat above upon the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set up the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the table into the tent of the assembly upon the side of the tabernacle north without the veil. And he set the bread in order upon it before Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the menorah in the tent of the assembly over against the table, on the side of the tabernacle south. And he lighted the lamps before Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the golden altar in the tent of the assembly before the veil. And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle. And he put the altar of the burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle, the tent of the assembly, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the meat offering, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he sat at the lever between the tent of the assembly and the altar, and put water there, and washed the altar. came near to the altar they washed, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he reared up at the court, round about the tabernacle of the altar, and set up at the hanging of the court gate. So Moshe finished the work. Then a cloud covered the tent of the assembly, and the glory of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. And Moshe was not able to enter into the tent of the assembly, because the cloud abode thereon, and the glory of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up over the tabernacle, the children of Yashua went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud was not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. The cloud of Yahweh was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was upon it by night, the sight of all the house of Yashrael throughout all the journeys.
Thank you, brother. Okay, now we are ready to go into Vayikra, Leviticus. Leviticus 1:1. And Yahweh called unto Moshe and spoke unto him out of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering to Yahweh, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd and of the flock. If his burnt offering be a burnt sacrifice of a herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. And he shall kill the bullock before Yahweh. And the priests, Aharon's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood round about on the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into his pieces. And the sons of Aharon, the priest, shall put fire upon the altar, and lay the wood and burn upon the fire. And the priests, Aharon's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, the fat, in order on the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water. And the priest shall burn all on the altar to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering be of the flocks, namely of the sheep or the goats, for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish, and he shall kill it on the side of the altar and offer it before Yahweh. And the priest, Aharon's son, shall sprinkle his blood round about the altar, and he shall cut it into his pieces, with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. When he shall wash the inwards and the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all, and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to Yahweh be of fowls, then he shall bring his offering of turtles or young pigeons. And the priest shall bring it unto the altar, and wring off his head, and burn it on the altar, and the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. And he shall pluck away his crop of his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part, by the place of the ashes. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but it shall not divide it asunder. The priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. Leviticus 2. And when any will offer a meat offering unto Yahweh, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, and frankincense thereon, and he shall bring it to Aharon's sons, the priests. And he shall take thereout his handful of the flour thereof, and of the oil thereof, and all the frankincense thereof, and the priest shall burn the oil of it on the altar, to be an offering made by fire of the sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the remnant of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. And if you bring an oblation of a meat offering, bake it in the oven. It shall be matzah cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, or matzah wafers anointed with oil. And if your oblation be a meat offering bake it in a pan, it shall be of fine flour, fine unleavened, mingled with oil. Fine flour unleavened, mingled with oil. You shall part it in pieces and pour oil therein. It is a meat offering. And if your oblation be a meat offering, bake it in the frying pan. It shall be made with fine flour. And you shall bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto Yahweh. And when it is presented unto the priest, he shall bring it unto the altar. And the priest shall take from the meat offering a memorial thereof, and shall burn it on the altar. It is an offering made by fire, a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And that which is left of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. No meat offering which ye shall bring unto Yahweh shall be made with leaven. For ye shall burn no leaven, nor any honey in any offering of Yahweh made by fire. As for the oblation of the first fruits, ye shall offer them unto Yahweh, but they shall not be burnt on the altar for a sweet savor. And every oblation of your meat offering shall be seasoned with salt, neither shall you suffer the salt of the covenant thereof to be lacking from your offering. With all your offerings you shall offer salt. And if you offer a meat offering of your first fruits unto Yahweh, you shall offer for the meat offering of your first fruits green ears of grain tried by fire, even grain meat of ears. And ye shall put oil upon it and lay frankincense thereon. It is a meat offering. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it, part of the meat grain thereof, and part of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Leviticus chapter 3. And if his oblation be a sacrifice, a peace offering, if he offer it of the herd, whether it be a male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall offer the sacrifice of the peace offering, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. The fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flakes, and the caul above the liver, which the kidneys, with the kidneys, he shall take away. And Aharon's sons shall burn it upon the altar, upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is upon the fire, and is an offering made by fire, a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering unto Yahweh be a flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offer a lamb for his offering, then shall he offer it before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons shall sprinkle the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering, or offering made by fire unto Yahweh, the fat thereof, and the whole rump it shall he take off hard by the backbone, and the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flakes, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is the food of an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And if his offering be a goat, then he shall offer it before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the sons of Aharon shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar well. And he shall offer thereof his offering, even the offering made by fire unto Yahweh. The fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flakes, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, and shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is a food of the offering made by fire, for a sweet savor. All the fat is Yahweh's. It shall be a perpetual state for all your generations throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood. Leviticus chapter 4. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a soul shall sin through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh concerning things which ought not to be done, and shall do against any of them, if the priest that is appointed do sin according to the sin of the people, then let him bring for his sin which he has sinned, a young bullock without blemish unto Yahweh for his sin offering. And he shall bring the bullock unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh, and shall lay his hand upon the bullock's head, and kill the bullock before Yahweh. priest that is anointed shall take of the bullock's blood and bring it to the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before him before the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of sweet incense before Yahweh, which is the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour all the blood of the bullock at the bottom of the altar of the offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bullock for the sin offering, the fat that covers the horns, and all the fat that is upon the horns, the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, the caul of the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. As it was taken off from the bullock of the sacrifice of peace offerings, the priest shall burn them upon the altar of the burnt offering. And the skin of the bullock, and all his flesh, with his head, and his legs, and his inwards, and his dung, even the whole bullock shall he carry forth of the camp into a clean place where the ashes are poured out, and burn him on wood with fire, where the ashes are poured out shall he be burnt. And if the whole assembly of Yahshua sin through ignorance, and the thing be hidden from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of God concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty, when the sin which they have sinned against is known, then the assembly shall offer a young bullock for the sin, and bring him before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the elders of the assembly shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before Yahweh, and the bullock shall be killed. And the priest that is anointed shall bring the bullock's blood to the tabernacle of the assembly, and the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood and sprinkle it 7 times before Yahweh, even before the veil. And he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar which is before Yahweh, that is in the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour out all the blood in the bottom of the altar, the burnt offering which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take all his fat from him and burn it upon the altar. And he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock of the sin offering. So shall he do with this. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. And he shall carry forth the bullock without the camp, and burn him as he burned the firstborn. It is a sin offering for the assembly. When a ruler has sinned and done somewhat through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh concerning things which should not be done, and is guilty. Or if his sin wherein he has sinned come to his knowledge, he shall bring his offering, the kid of the goats, a male without blemish. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the goat, and kill it in the place where they kill the burnt offering before Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out his blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall make an atonement for him as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. And if any one of the common people sin through ignorance, while he does somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh concerning things which ought not to be done, and be guilty, or if his sin which he has sinned come to his knowledge, then he shall bring his offering, the kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for his sin which he has sinned. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood thereof with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar, the burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor unto him. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. And if he bring a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it a female without blemish, and he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay it for the sin offering in the place where they kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof upon the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat of the lamb is taken away from the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he has committed, and it shall be forgiven. Leviticus chapter 5. And if a soul sin, and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, else, whether he has seen or known of it. If he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether a carcass of unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or a carcass of unclean creeping things, and it be hid from him, he also shall be guilty. Or if he touch the uncleanness of man, whatsoever the uncleanness of me, then man shall be defiled and follow. And if it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a soul swear, pronounce it with his lips to do evil, or to do good, whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with his lips, and it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh from his sin which he has sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats, for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. And if he be not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring for his trespass which he has committed 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons unto Yahweh, one for a sin offering and the other for a grain offering. And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and bring off his head from off his neck, but shall not divide it asunder. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering according to the manner, and the priest shall make an atonement for his sin, which he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he not be able to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for the sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a quart thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him as touching his sin, that he has sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him. And the remnant shall be the priest's as a meat offering. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, if the soul commit a trespass and sin through ignorance in the holy things of Yahweh, then he shall bring for his trespass unto Yahweh a ram without blemish out of the flocks, with your estimation by shekels of silver after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. And he shall make amends for the harm that he has done in anything, and shall add the 5th part thereto, and give it unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram and the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. And if a soul sin and commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commandments of Yahweh, though he knew it not, yet is he guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock with your estimation for a trespass offering unto the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance, wherein he erred and knew it not, and it shall be forgiven him. It is a trespass offering. He has certainly trespassed against him. Leviticus chapter 6. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, if the soul sin and committeth transgression against Yahweh, and lie unto his neighbor in that which was delivered him to keep, or in fellowship, or in a thing taken away by violence, or has deceived his neighbor, or have found that which is lost, and lies concerning it, and swears falsely, in any of these that a man does sinning therein, then it shall be, because he has sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore that which he took violently away, the thing which he has deceitfully gotten, or that which was delivered to him, or the lost thing which he found, or all that about which he has sworn falsely, he shall even restore to the principal. And he shall add a 5th part more thereto, and give it unto him whom it appertains in the day of his trespass offering. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, a ram without blemish out of the flock with your estimation, for a trespass offering unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh, and it shall be forgiven him from anything of all that he has done in trespassing thereon. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, command Aharon and his sons, saying, this is the Torah of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering because of the burning upon the altar all night until the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be burning it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen breeches shall he put upon his flesh, and take up the ashes which the fire has consumed, and burn offering of the altar. And he shall put his garments, put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes without the camel to the place. And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it, and it shall not go out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order upon it. And he shall burn thereon the fat of the beast. The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar, it shall never go out. And this is the Torah of the meat offering. The sons of Aharon shall offer it before the altar, and he shall take of it his handful of the flour and of the oil and all the frankincense which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar for the sweet savor, even the more than its order. And the remainder thereof shall Aharon and his sons eat with matzah unleavened bread, shall eat in the holy place, in the court of the tabernacle. They shall eat it, and shall not be naked. I have given it unto them for their portion of my offerings made by fire, that is most holy, as is the sin offering, and as the trespass offering. All the males among the children of Aharon shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generations concerning the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. Everyone that touches them shall be holy. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, This is the offering of Aharon and of his sons, which they shall offer to Yahweh the day when he is anointed, the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a meat offering perpetual, half of it in the morning and half thereof at night. In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baking you shall bring it in, and the baked pieces of the offering shall you offer for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest of his son that is anointed in his stead shall offer it. It is a statute forever unto you. It shall be wholly burnt. For every meat offering for the priest shall be wholly burnt. It shall not be defiled. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto Aharon and to his son, saying, This is the Torah of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed shall the sin offering be killed before Yahweh. It is most holy. The priest that offers it for sin shall eat it. In the holy place shall it be. In the court of the tabernacle of the assembly, whosoever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy. And when there is sprinkle of the blood thereof upon any garment, you shall wash that wrought sprinkle in the holy place. But the earthen vessel wherein it is sodden shall be broken, and if it be sodden in a brazen pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests shall eat thereof. It is most holy. And no sin offering whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the assembly to reconcile the fall in the holy place shall be. It shall be burned in the fire. Leviticus chapter 7. Likewise, this is the Torah of the trespass offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering shall they kill the trespass offering, and the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of it all the fat thereof, with the rump and the fat that covers the ligaments, the 2 kidneys and the fat that is on them, which is by the flakes, and the caul that is above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be holy place. It is most holy. As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one Torah. The priest that makes atonement therewith shall have it. And the priest that offers any man's burnt offering, even the priest shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering which he has offered, and all the meat offering that is baked in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan and in the pan, shall be the priest's that offers it. And every meat offering mingled with oil and dry shall the sons of Aharon have, one as much as another. This is the Torah of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto Yahweh. If he offer it for thanksgiving, then he shall offer it with the sacrifice of thanksgiving matzah, unleavened cakes mingled with oil, and matzah wafers anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil of fine flour fried. Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering chametz, leavened bread, with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for a heave offering unto Yahweh, and it shall be priests that sprinkles the blood of the peace offerings. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice, and on the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burned with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten all of the third day, it shall not be accepted. Neither shall it be imputed unto him that offers it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eats of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that touches any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. And as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof. But the soul that eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertain unto Yahuwah, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, the soul that shall touch any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or any unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which pertain unto Yahuwah, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashua, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat, of ox, or of sheep. And the fat of the beast that dies of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with the beast may be used in any other use, but ye shall in no wise eat it. For whosoever eats of the fat of the beast, in which men offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, even the soul that eats it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of beast, in any of your dwellings. Whatsoever soul be that eats any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashua, saying, He that offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings unto Yahweh shall bring his oblation unto Yahweh in the sacrifice of his peace offerings. His own hand shall bring the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. The fat breast it shall he bring, that the breast may be waved for a wave offering before Yahweh. And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aharon's and his sons. And the right shoulder shall you give unto the priest for the heave offering of the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aharon that offers the blood of the peace offerings, and the fat shall have the right shoulder, his part. For the wave breast and the heave shoulder have I taken from the children of Israel from off the sacrifices of the peace offerings, and have given them unto Aharon the priest, and unto his sons by a statute forever from among the children of Israel. This is the portion of the anointing of Aharon, and of the anointing of his sons out of the offerings of Yahuwah made by fire, in the day when he presented them to minister unto Yahuwah in the priest's office, which Yahuwah commanded to be given them of the children of Israel in the day that he anointed them by a statute forever throughout the generations. This is the Torah of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecrations, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings, which Yahuwah commanded Moshe in Mount Sinai, in the day that he commanded the children of Israel to offer their oblations unto Yahuwah in the wilderness of Sinai. Leviticus chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take Aharon and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and the bullock for a sin offering, and the 2 rams, and a basket of matzah, unleavened bread, and gather all the assembly together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. Moshe said unto the assembly, This is the thing which Yahuwah commanded to be done. And Moshe brought Aharon and his sons, and washed them with water. And he put upon him the coat, and girded him with the belt, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod upon him, and girded him with the belt of the ephod, and bound it unto him therewith. And he put the breastplate upon him. Also he put the breastplate on the Urim and the Thummim. And he put the turban upon his head. Also upon the turban, even upon his forefront, did he put the gold plate. The holy crown was Yahuwah, Moshe. And Moshe took the anointing oil, and anointed the tabernacle, and all that was therein, and sanctified them. And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all and all his vessels, both the laver and his foot, to sanctify them. And he poured of the anointing oil upon Aharon's head and anointed him to sanctify him. And Moshe brought Aharon's sons and put coats upon them, and girded them with belts, and put bonnets upon them, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the bullock for a sin offering. Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bullock for a sin offering, and he slew it. And Moshe took the blood and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his finger, and purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it to make reconciliation on it. And he took all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, the two kidneys, and their fat, and Moshe burned it upon the altar. But the bullock and his hide, and his flesh, and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camps, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the ram for a burnt offering, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram. He killed it. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moshe burnt the head, and the pieces, and the fat. And he washed the inwards and the legs in water, and Moshe burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he slew it. And Moshe took of the blood of it, and put it upon the tip of Aharon's right ear, upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And he brought Aharon's sons, and Moshe put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, and upon the thumbs of their right hands, and upon the great toes of their right feet. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he took the fat and the rump, and all the fat that was upon the inwards, the caul above the liver, and the two kidneys, and their fat, and the right shoulder. And out of the basket of matzah that was before Yahweh, he took one matzah cake, and a cake of wheat bread, and one wafer, and put the fat upon the right shoulder. And he put all upon Aharon's hands, and upon his sons' hands, and waved them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And Moshe took them from off their hands, and burnt them on the altar of the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor, as an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And Moshe took the breast and waved it for a wave offering before Yahweh. For of the ram of consecration, it was Moshe's part, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Moshe took of the anointing oil and of the blood which was upon the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aharon and his garments, and upon his sons, and upon his sons' garments with him, and sanctified Aharon and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And Moshe said unto Aharon and to his sons, boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and there eat it with the bread that is in the basket of consecrations, as I commanded, saying, Aharon and his sons shall eat it. And that which remains of the flesh and of the bread shall ye burn with fire. And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the assembly in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you. As he has done this day, so Yahweh has commanded to do, to make it atonement for you. Therefore shall you abide at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, day and night 7 days, and guard the watch of Yahweh. And then he died not, for so I am commanded. So Aharon and his sons did all things which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Leviticus chapter 1. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moshe called Aharon and his sons, and the elders of Yisrael, and he said unto Aharon, take a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering without blemish, and offer them before Yahweh. And unto the children of Yisrael you shall speak, saying, take ye a kid of the goats for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb both in the first year without blemish for a burnt offering. Also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings to sacrifice before Yahweh, and a meat offering mingled with oil, for today Yahweh will appear unto you. And they brought, which Moses commanded before the tabernacle of assembly, all the assembly drew near and said, and Moshe said, "This is the thing which Yahweh commanded that you should do, and the glory of Yahweh shall appear unto you." And Moshe said unto Aaron, "Go unto the altar and offer your sin offering and your burnt offering, and make an atonement for yourself and the people, and offer the offering of the people, make an atonement for them, as Yahweh has commanded." Aaron therefore went unto the altar and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aaron brought the blood unto him, and he did disfigure the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys and the caul of the liver of the sin offering he burned upon the altar as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the flesh and the hide he burnt with fire without the camp, and he slew the burnt offering. And Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood which he sprinkled round about upon the altar. And they presented the burnt offering unto him with pieces thereof, and the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. And he did wash the inwards and the legs, and burnt them upon the burnt offering on the altar. And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it, and offered for sin as the first. And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. And he brought the meat offering, and took a handful thereof, and burnt it upon the altar beside the burnt offering of the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He slew also the bullock and the ram for his sacrifice and peace offerings, which was for the people. And Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood which he sprinkled upon the altar round about, and the fat of the bullock and of the ram, the rump, and that which covers the horns, and the kidneys, and the caul of the liver. And they put the fat upon the breasts, and he burnt the fat upon the altar. And the breasts and the right shoulder Aharon waved for a wave offering before Yahweh, as Moshe commanded. And Aharon lifted up his hand toward the people, and blessed them, and came down offering of the sin offering, and the burnt offering, and the peace offerings. And Moshe and Aharon went into the tabernacle of the assembly, and came out, and blessed the people, and the glory of Yahweh appeared unto all people. And there came a fire from out before Yahweh, and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all people saw, they shouted. Leviticus 10. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aharon, took either of them his censer, and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before Yahweh, which he commanded them not. And there went out fire from Yahweh, and devoured them, and they died before Yahweh. Then Moshe said unto Aharon, "This is that Yahweh spoke, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come by me, before all people that will be glorified." And Aharon held his peace. And Moshe called Mishael and Elishaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aharon, and said to them, "Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp." So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moshe had said. And Moshe said unto Aharon and unto Eleazar and unto Ithamar his sons, "Uncover not your heads, neither rend your clothes, lest you die, lest the wrath come upon all people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Yahshua, bewail the burden which Yahweh has given you. And ye shall not go out from the tabernacle of the assembly, lest you die. For the anointing oil of Yahweh is upon you, and they did bring to Moshe. And Yahweh spoke unto Aharon, saying, "Do not drink wine or strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when you go into the tabernacle of the assembly, lest you die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. And that ye may put difference between holy and unholy, and between clean and unclean, and that ye may teach the children of Yashrael all the statutes which Yahweh had spoken to them by the hand of Moshe." And Moshe spoke unto Aharon and unto Eleazar and unto Ithamar the sons of Levi, "Take the meat offering that remains of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. And ye shall eat it in the holy place, because it is your due, and your sons' due, the sacrifices of Yahweh be by fire, for so I am commanded. And the wave breast and the heave shoulder shall ye eat in a place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they be your due, and your sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Israel. And the heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat to wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be yours and your sons with you by a statute forever, as Yahweh has commanded. And Moshe diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and his sons of Aaron, Moshe, the wife, saying, wherefore have ye not eaten of the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy? Elohim has given it to you to bear the iniquities of the assembly, to make atonement for them before Yahweh. Behold, the blood of it was not brought in with the holy place. You should indeed have eaten it in the holy places of it commanded. And Aharon said unto Moshe, behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their offering before Yahweh, and such things have occurred. And if I the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in sin? And when Moshe heard that, he was content. Leviticus chapter 11. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and to Aharon, saying unto them, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, these are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. And whatsoever parts the hoof, and is cloven-footed, and chews the cud among the beasts, that ye shall eat. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof, as the camel, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the coney, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the hare, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean to you. And the swine, though he divide the hoof and be cloven-footed, and he chews of the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh ye shall not eat, and their carcass shall you not touch. They are unclean to you. These shall you eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever has fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and the rivers, them shall you eat. And all that have not fins and scales in the seas, and in the rivers, and all that moves in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They shall even be an abomination unto you. You shall not eat of their flesh, but you shall have their carcasses in abomination. Whatsoever has no fins nor scales in the waters, that shall be an abomination to you. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not eat. They are an abomination: the eagle, ostrich, osprey, the vulture, the kite after his kind, every raven after his kind, the owl, the nighthawk, the cuckoo, the hawk after his kind, the little owl, the cormorant, and the great owl, the swan, the pelican, and the eagle, the stork, the heron after his kind, and the lapwing, and the bats. All fowls that creep going on all four shall be an abomination to you. Yet these may ye eat of every flying creeping thing that goes over the earth, which have legs above their feet to leap with all the earth. Even these of them you may eat. The locust after his kind, the bald locust after his kind, the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper, hopper after his kind. But all other flying creeping things which have 4 feet shall be an abomination unto you, and for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever touches the carcass of them shall be unclean until the evening. And whosoever bears aught of the carcass of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. The carcasses of every beast which divides the hoof and is not cloven-footed nor chews the cud are unclean unto you. Every one that touches them shall be unclean. And whatsoever goes upon his paws among all manner of beasts that go on all 4, those are unclean unto you. Whoso touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he that bears the carcass of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. They are unclean unto you. These also shall be unclean unto you among the creeping upon the earth, the weasel, the mouse, which runs after his kind, and the ferret, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole. These are unclean to you, and among all the creep. Whosoever touches them, when they be dead, shall be unclean until the evening. And upon whatsoever any of them, when they are dead, do fall, it shall be unclean, whether it be any vessel of wood, or raiment, or skin, or sack, whatsoever vessel it be, wherein any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean until the evening, so it shall be cleansed. And every earthen vessel, where into any of them falls, whatsoever is in it shall be unclean, and ye shall break it. Of all meat which may be that on which such water comes shall be unclean, and all drink that may be drunk in every such vessel shall be unclean. And everything whereupon any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean, whether it be oven, or ranges, or pots, they shall be broken down, for they are unclean, and shall be unclean unto you. Nevertheless, a fountain pit, wherein there is plenty of water, shall be clean, but that which touches their carcass shall be unclean. And if any part of their carcass shall fall upon any sown seed which is to be sown, it shall be clean. But if any water be put upon the seed, and any part of their carcass fall around, it shall be unclean to you. And if any beast of which ye may eat die, he that touches the carcass thereof shall be unclean until the evening. And he that eats of the carcass of it shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. He also that bears the carcass of it shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. And every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth shall be an abomination, and shall not be. Whosoever goes upon the belly, and whatsoever goes upon all four, or whatsoever has more feet among all the creeping things that creep upon the earth, them ye shall not eat, for they are an abomination. Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that moves, neither shall you make yourselves unclean with them, that you should be defiled thereby. For I am Yahweh Elohim. You shall therefore sanctify yourselves, and shall be holy, for I am holy. Neither shall you defile yourselves with any manner of thing that creeps upon the earth. For I am Yahweh Elohim, Yahweh that brings you up out of the land of Israel to be your Elohim. You shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the Torah of the beasts and of the fowl, and of every living creature that moves in the waters, and of every creature that creeps upon the earth, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, between the beasts that may be eaten and the beasts that may not be eaten. Now, Justin, I don't know if you want to just take over for 12, 13, 14, 15, because I think you said you might be heading out after about Leviticus. Do you want to go ahead and take those?
Yeah, I would. Finish up with Leviticus.
Or I think Jeremy's going to take over at, if he's still around, he's going to take over at 16, I believe. So he's get a couple more chapters in if you like.
Okay, that's fine. Let me know when he right.
So just pause it when you're done with 15 and see if Jeremy's ready.
Okay.
Excellent.
Leviticus 12. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, saying, If a woman have conceived seed and bore a male child, she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the days of separation for her infirmity shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised, and he shall then continue in the blood, purifying 3 and 30 days. He shall touch no hallowed thing, or come into the sanctuary until the days of purifying be fulfilled. When she bear a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of purifying 6 days. And when the days of purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly of the priests. They shall offer it before Yahweh and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the Torah for her that has borne a male or a female. And she be now able to
bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and Aaron, saying, when a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or a bright spot, and it be in the skin of his flesh, like the plague of leprosy, then he should be brought unto Aaron the priest, or unto one of his sons, the priest. Chapter 15, verse 3. And the priest shall look on it the plague in the skin of his flesh, and the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight will be deeper than the skin of his flesh. It is a plague of leprosy, and the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean. And if the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, and the sight be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, the priest shall shut up him that has the plague 7 days. And the priest shall look on him the 7th day, and behold, the plague in his sight be at stay, and the plague spread not in the skin. And the priest shall shut him up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on him again the 7th day, and behold, the plague be somewhat dark, and the plague spread not in the skin. The priest shall pronounce him clean. It is but a scab. He shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spread much abroad in the skin, after that he has been seen of the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen of the priest again. And if the priest see that, behold, the scab spreads in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is leprosy. When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the rising be white in the skin, have turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the rising, it is an old leprosy in the skin of his flesh. And the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy covereth all the skin of him that has the plague, from his head even to his foot, wheresoever the priest looks, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that has the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean. But when raw flesh appears in him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall see the raw flesh, and pronounce him to be unclean. For the raw flesh is unclean, it is leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turn again and be changed into white, he shall come unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the plague be turned into white, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. That has it the plague, he is clean. The flesh also, in which even in the skin thereof was a boil, it is healed. And in the place of the boil there be a white rising or a bright spot, white and somewhat reddish, and to be shown to the priest. And if when the priest sees it, behold, it be in the sight lower than the skin, and the hair thereof be turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy broken out. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hair therein, and it be not lower than the skin, but be somewhat dark, the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spread much abroad in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot stay in its place, and spread not, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Flesh of the skin, whereof there is a hot burning, and the quick flesh that burns have a white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white. And the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the hair in the bright spot turned white, it be in the sight deeper than the skin. It is leprosy, broken out and burned. Wherefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hair in the bright spot, and be no lower than the other skin, somewhat dark, the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And the priest shall look upon him the 7th day, and if it be spread much abroad in his skin, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy. But if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not in the skin, but if it be somewhat dark, it is a rising of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is the inflammation of the burning. If a man or a woman have a plague upon the head or beard, the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be sight deeper than the skin, and there be a yellow thin hair, the priest shall pronounce it unclean. It is a dry skull, even a leprosy upon the head and beard. And if the priest took it to the plague of the skull, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, the priest shall shut him up and the plague of the skull 7 days. And if in the 7th day the priest shall look on it the plague, and behold, if the skull spread not, and there be in it no yellow hair, and the skull be not in sight deeper than the skin, he shall be shaven. But if the skull shall be not shaved, then the priest shall shut him up that has in the skull 7 days. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on it the skull, and behold, if the skull be not spread in the skin, or or it be in sight deeper in the skin, the priest shall pronounce it clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the skull spread much in the skin after his cleansing, the priest shall look on him and behold, if the skull be spread in the skin, the priest shall not seek for yellow hair, he is unclean. But if the skull be in his sight at a stay, and that there is a black hair grown up therein, the skull is healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If a man also, or a woman, have in the skin of their flesh bright spots, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the bright spots in the skin of their flesh be darkish white, it is a freckled spot that grows in the skin, he is clean. And the man whose hair is fallen off his head, he is bald, yet he is clean. And he that his hair fallen off from the part of his head towards his face, he is forehead bald, yet he is clean. And if there be in the bald head or bald forehead a white reddish sore, it is leprosy sprung up in his bald head or his bald forehead. And the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the sore be white reddish in his bald head or in his bald forehead, as the leprosy appears in the skin of his flesh, he is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean. His plague is in his head. And the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent, and his head bare, and he shall put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, Unclean, unclean. All the days wherein the plague shall be in him, he shall be defiled. He is unclean, he shall dwell alone without the camp, shall his habitation be. The garment also that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it be woolen garment or a linen garment, whether it be of pork or linen or woolen, whether it is skin or anything made of skin. And if the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment or in the skin, either in the pork or in the wool or anything of skin, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be showed as unto the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague and show it up, that has it the plague 7 days. And he shall look upon it the plague 7 days. If the plague be spread in the garment, either is in the pork or in the wool or in the skin or in any part of the skin, the plague is a spreading leprosy, it is unclean. He shall therefore burneth the garment, whether the pork or the wool, or in linen, or anything of skin wherein the plague is, or is of spreading leprosy, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if the priest shall look and behold, the plague be not spread in the garment, either in the pork or in the wool, or anything of the skin, the priest shall command that they wash the thing wherein the plague is, and he shall shut it up 7 days. And the priest shall look on the plague after that it is washed, and behold, if the plague have not charged with its color, and the plague be not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in the fire, it is spread inward, whether it be bare within or without. If the priest look and behold, the plague be somewhat dark after the washing of it, then he shall rend it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the pork, or out of the wool. And if it shall appear still on the garment, either in the pork or in the wool, or anything of the skin, it is a spreading plague. You shall burn it. You shall burn it that wherewith the plague is with fire. And the garment, either pork or whatsoever thing of skin it be, which ye shall wash, and the plague be departed from them, and it shall be washed the second time, and it shall be clean. This is the Torah of the plague of leprosy, in a garment of woolen or linen, either in the pork or anything of skins, to pronounce it clean, or to pronounce it unclean. Leviticus 14. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, This shall be the Torah of the leper, and the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest. And the priest shall go forth out of the camp, and the priest shall look and behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed from the leper. Then shall the priest command that it be cleansed 2 birds alive, and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. And at the living bird he shall take it, at the cedar wood, at the scarlet, at the hyssop, and shall dip them, and at the living bird, and the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle upon him that is to be cleansed from the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce it clean, and shall let that living bird loose into the open field. He that is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, that he may be clean. And after that he shall come into the camp, and shall tarry abroad out of his tent 7 days. But it shall be on the 7th day that he shall shaveth all his hair off of his head, and at his beard, and at his eyebrows, even all the hair he shall have shaved off. He shall wash his clothes, also he shall wash his flesh in water, and he shall be clean.
And on the 8th day he shall take 2 lambs without blemish, and 1 lamb of the first year without blemish, and 3/10 deals of fine flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, 1 log of oil. And the priest that makes him clean shall present it to the man that is to be made clean, and does things before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall take it 1 he lamb in offering for a trespass offering, and 1 log of oil, and weigh them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he shall kill it in the sin offering, and in the burnt offering in the holy place. For as the sin offering is the priest, so is the trespass offering, it is most holy. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it on the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle up the oil with his finger seven times before Yahweh. And of the rest of the oil that is in his hand shall the priest put upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the blood of the trespass offering. And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall pour upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, and the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And the priest shall offer the sin offering, and make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed from his uncleanness. Afterward he shall kill it the burnt offering, and the priest shall offer it the burnt offering and the meat offering upon the altar, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, and he shall be clean. And if he be poor and cannot get so much, then he shall take 1 lamb for a trespass offering to be waved, to make an atonement for him, and 1/10 deal of fine flour mingled with oil for meat offering, and a log of oil. And 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to get. And the one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. And he shall bring them on the 8th day for his cleansing unto the priest at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh. And the priest shall take it the lamb of the trespass offering, and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them before the wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall kill the lamb of the trespass offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and put it upon the tip of the right ear, on the thumb of the right hand, on the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour out the oil into the palm of his own left hand, and the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Yahweh. And the priest shall put of the oil that is in his hand upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the place of the blood of the trespass offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, to make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And he shall offer the 1 of the turtle doves or the young pigeons, such as he gets, even as such as he is able to get. And 1 for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, with the meat offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed before Yahweh. This is the Torah of him who is plagued with leprosy, whose hand is not able to give or pertains to his cleansing. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, When ye are coming to the land of Canaan, which I give you for possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house in the land of your possession. And he that owns the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, It seems to me there is as it were a plague in the house. And the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest, go in unto the sea and the plague, that all that is in the house be not made unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to see at the house. And he shall look on it the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house, with hollow stakes, greenish or reddish, which in the sight are lower than the wall, the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. And the priest shall come again the 7th day, and shall look, and behold, the plague be spread in the walls of the house. The priest shall command that they take away the stones in which the plague is, and they shall cast them in the unclean place without the city. And he shall cause the house to be scraped and round about, and they shall pour out the dust that they scrape off without the city into an unclean place. And they shall take other stones and put them in the place of those stones. And he shall take other mortar, and he shall place her in the house. And if the plague come again and break out in the house, after that he has taken away the stones, and after he has scraped the house, and after he has placed her, and the priest shall come and look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the house, it is spreading leprosy in the house, it is unclean. And he shall break it the house, and the stones and the timber thereof, and the mortar of the house, and he shall carry them forth out
out of the city into an unclean place. Moreover, he that goes into the house, all the while that it is shut up, shall be unclean until the evening. He that lies in the house shall wash up his clothes, and he that eats in the house shall wash up his clothes. The priest shall come in and look upon it. Behold, the plague is not spread in the house. After the house is plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague is healed. And he shall take to cleanse the house 2 birds, cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. He shall kill it with one of the birds in an earthen vessel with running water. And he shall take of the cedar wood with the hyssop and the scarlet as a living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird and the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop and with the scarlet. But he shall let go at the living bird out of the city into the open fields, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the leprosy in skull, for the leprosy of a garment and of a house, and for a rising, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the Torah of lepers. Leviticus 15. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say to them, when any man has a running issue out of his flesh because of his issue, he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanliness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue. It is his uncleanness.